We ask for help with the school rents. You know what I'm saying? We ask for help with the bills for the schools. The bills are high. The rents are high. So, you know, whatever the Most High put in your heart to give, definitely give. And yeah, that's it, man. That's it for the announcements. So everybody else, let's go ahead and set up these Shabbat morning prayers. I Mariam, Opanya, Yerushalayim. Just looking for my balls. You got it? Know what you're doing? Think.
Why you like?
All right, I'm about to start. All right, ready? Barakatah Yahweh. Slap. Barakatah Yahweh. Hashem Yahushai. Hawa'ah. Philanawa. The war. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
That's blessed you, Yahweh, and then Yahushai that gives us the light this day. The light represents our wisdom, knowledge, understanding that we obtain through the scriptures. Matthew 5:16 says, "Let your light shine before men, that they may see your glorious works and glorify your Father which is in heaven."
All right. Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushai. Hawa'ah. Philanawa. Rayat. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, and then Yahushai that gives us a sweet Savior. Thank you. So be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savor. The scriptures say, "Let my prayer be set before thee as incense."
Oh, you want me to do that? I was defeated last week. Ram's horn 1, what is up? 0.
Barakatah Yahweh. Hashem Yahushai. Hawa'ah. Philanawa. Hashabbat. Bashalom. Water.
Amen. That's blessed you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives us a Sabbath and peace. Thank you. So be it.
This is Psalms chapter 121. The book of Psalms, chapter 121. Anashai, Ayanyam Yah, Al-Haharium, Na'ayah, Yabawa'ah, Ma Yahweh, Sha'aisha. Oh, Salaki. Salaki, y'all. Try to go off the dome. Psalms 121 from the top. Anashai, Ayanyam Yah, Al-Haharium, Na'ayah, Yabawa'ah, Isaiah, Ma Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Wa'aratazah, La'am, Yenathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'ah, Yawum, Shashawamor, Yasha'ala, Yahweh, Shemaria, Yahweh, Tazalia, Yum Yah, Slack it. Yum Yah, Yad, Hashamash, Yala'ah, Hakayah, Bayawum, Wala'ah, Alabanah, Alayala, Yahweh, Yashamaria, Paul, Rai, Yashamar, Pasha, Yahweh, Yashamar, Hawalakia, Hawa'aya, Ma'aitan,
Amen. It's a Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, even forevermore. Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Aman.
Amen.
Shemaya Sha'ala.
Shemaya Sha'ala.
Yahuwah Allah Hayanawa. Yahuwah Khan. Shemaya Sha'ala.
Shemaya Sha'ala.
Yahuwah Allah Hayanawa. Yahuwah Khan. Shemaya Sha'ala.
Shemaya Sha'ala.
Yahuwah Allah Hayanawa. Yahuwah Khan.
Let's hear Israel, our power. Forgive me. Hear Israel, Yahweh, our power. Yahweh is one.
This is our Father prayer. Abanawa. Bashamaya. Wadash. Hayah. Shemkah. Yahweh. Malakwakah. Raba'ah. Ratazakah. Hayah. Aisha. Ba'aratazah. Kawah. Hayah. Bashamaya. Belanawa. Lakam. Ko. Yawam. Masalach Noah. Kamawat Noah. Kasalach Noah. Kamawat Yenawa. Wala'ah. Dabaya Noah. Manasaya Wood. Abo. Awashaya Noah. Mayun. Rai. Hayah. Lakah. Hamalakwa. Wa'ala. Wa'ata Parat. La'ai Walenya.
Amen. This is Matthew 6 and 9 down. Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done as it is in heaven, as it done in earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Ha'aishara.
Batazawat.
The Ten Commandments.
La'ah. Yahayah. Lakah. Alahayim. Choryum. Al-Panyah.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'ah. Ta'aisha. Lakah. Pasol. Wala'ah. Ta'aibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
La'ah. Talakwak'at. Shum. Yahweh. Bashawah.
Thou shalt not take the Lord's name in vain.
Zakor.
Hayawam.
Hashabat. Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad. Abaka.
Wa'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah. Baratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah. Dana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ah. Dakanab.
Thou shalt not steal.
La'ah. Da'inah. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness.
La'ah. Dakamad. Kol. Asherah. Ara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Bahasham Yahushai.
Slakia. Bahasham Yahushai. The water. Yad. Aman.
Yeshabium, which means to be seated.
Kind. Alright, y'all. Beautiful morning Shabbat. I'm sorry. Beautiful Shabbat morning prayers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they leaving already.
Kind.
We should just start earlier.
Yes.
Right? Read.
Kind. Alright, we'll be starting at Genesis chapter 25 and verse 19, picking up where we left off at the last reading. Let's go ahead.
Who was here? Look. Damn. My ear today. Right? Who was here last week? Ivy. You remember what happened last week?
Yeah, I had took some notes a
What were
little
some key pointers?
bit. I put down that the children of Heth were the Canaanites.
Right. What were they significant for?
What did Abraham go to the children of Heth for?
I don't remember.
what, Elijah?
My garden, because it had a cave in there, and he could bury himself, and his family.
Right. So remember, Abraham, who the children of Heth were the Canaanites. So Abraham was in Canaan. He bought a field that way he could bury Sarah because she had passed, right? And then obviously going down the line, that field to bury Abraham and his children. So that was the significance of that. What else went on? Sarah died. Abraham sent his servant to do what? Were you here? You weren't here. You missed a good one.
To go get her wife and his son.
Right. What was the significance of that? They were in a land full of women. What was up?
And get a righteous daughter of Zion.
Right. Well, more to get a woman from his lineage that he understood what she was going to be about. The women in Canaan, I mean, for lack of better words, they were trash.
Trash.
For lack of better words, they were what walks around these streets in America today. That's what they would represent. The modern American psyche. That's what the women of Canaan were. And what Abraham wanted for Isaac was a traditional woman, a woman of value, a woman with values, with morals, a woman that was going to be what the Most High created her to be, right? A helper, a stay, an assist to Isaac. You know, one of the cold parts that hit me, who remembers how old Isaac was when he got married to Rebecca? How old?
40.
He was 40 years. He's a 40-year-old man having his daddy look for him a wife. Now we talked about that last week about how do we preserve our posterity? How do we preserve the righteousness that we try to instill in our children? Well, we have to be the conservators of that. We got to be the ones to preserve that and set up parameters and not just push. You know how the world is so fast to push their offspring out and say, "Hey, figure it out on your own." Isaac wasn't on that. He wasn't on. Let me figure it out on my own. That's not what Isaac was about. He wasn't living that way. He was living in, you know what? Let me let the order and structure guide me. Now think about it. He was a 40-year-old man. You never read about him running through the daughters of Canaan, getting his jollies off, let him sow in his royal oats like we were taught to do. You never read that about him. You don't hear anything really about him until this point. You hear it, look, he was born, then he was 40. Now, if he was doing something significantly wrong or even significantly good, it would be documented, right? But he was just living as a righteous man's offspring, living in how Abraham lived. There's many years that are undocumented that we read about with Abraham, right? But it's fair to say, what was he doing? Well, he was living the same way he was living that we can read about are the same way he was living that the things that are not documented.
Yeah.
You see that? And he taught that to Isaac, and Isaac kept that standard, kept that stature. He wasn't in a rush to venture out. So, and I'm pretty sure the women of Canaan, I'm pretty sure they weren't shabby looking. Pretty sure they were decent to look at, right? But Isaac and Abraham had a standard for his family. Remember Genesis 18, I know him. For I know him, he will command his family and his children before him. He would teach him.
I was thinking about that.
Yeah, he did that, but that's why the Most High chose Abraham. Because he knew that Abraham wasn't going to let Isaac just venture off into Canaan and do his thing. Right? There was going to be a righteous line that was going to hold some integrity and not let lust, not let the go there real quick. Go to John. Go to 1 John. All that is in the world. What is it? 1 John. Right? We go here. We go here a lot, but not a lot.
1:16.
Is it 1 John 1:16?
1 John 1:16.
Okay, go read it.
1 John chapter 1, verse 16.
Hold on.
You know what I want?
That's
No. Yeah, that's what I want. It's
First
actually
John 1:16.
it's actually first. It's
Second John.
Second John. Where we at?
Wait,
It's 1 John chapter 2 and verse 16.
2:16.
Yeah, 1 John chapter 2 and verse 16.
Oh, my bad. I'm looking
Yeah.
right at
Yeah,
it.
First John.
Sorry about
10.
that.
Yeah, 1 John chapter 2, 16. Read that.
For all that is in the world,
Right?
the lust of the flesh.
The what?
The lust of the
Now
flesh.
let's be real. This is in all worlds. This was in the old world. This is in the new world. This is in the medieval world. This is in the ancient world. That's all that was out there was the lust of the flesh. Go ahead.
And the lust of the eyes.
And the lust of the eyes. I see it. I want it. I gotta have it. Go ahead.
And the pride of life.
The pride of life. Isaac could have been on that, man. I gotta live my life, yo. I'm a grown man too, yo. Yeah, I gotta go do my thing, pops. Isaac could have been on that.
Gone.
At 40 years old. Come on, what 40-year-old man want to be stuck up under his daddy? No, see, a man of integrity and a man of understanding will stick close to his guide. That way he's not tossed out there making mistakes. See, we all made the mistake that I'm a grown-ass man. Who in here thought they was a grown-ass man at 16, 17, 18? Right. And you dealt with grown-ass man mistake. Who thought they was a grown-ass woman? I'm a grown-ass woman, right? And what mistakes? What grown-ass mistakes
So true.
did you make?
So true.
Right? What grown-ass mistakes did you make that still have recurring repercussions now? Right? Where you might have had children too early. Or you might have got into too many hurtful relationships and hurtful situations that have a bearing on you now. They left those scars. Right? So the grown-ass, I'm a grown-ass woman, grown-ass man mentality, we got to wipe that out of ourselves. We got to wipe that away from our children because that mentality can't be taught. Meaning, you can't add nothing to a grown-ass man. I'm a grown-ass man means don't tell me nothing. I'm good. I'm a grown-ass woman means it doesn't matter what you got to say. I'm good. But see, I bring out Isaac's age because he as a grown 40-year-old man, he still had enough humility in him to sit back and let his father get him a woman. All the way from another land that he ain't never seen. He had enough trust in the Most High, because he had to have trust in the Most High, right? At 40. He had to have seen his pops, Abraham, rolling like, Dad, this dude's faithful. Let me have some faith.
Gone.
So he had to have enough faith in the Most High, enough trust in his father, enough trust in the process to say, you know what? I'm gonna wait.
It's true.
I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna let you, as my father, as the head, I'm gonna let you handle what you gotta handle. You see that? And obviously, look, we read it. We're reading it now. But look at what's coming forth from it. You don't read about no hurt and no harm in Isaac and Rebecca's relationship. You don't hear about, oh yeah, he went and got him a thought, and then yeah, she was sleeping with the homie down the block. Then she took him to Jerry Springer because she didn't know whose baby it was. And then the twins came, and it was a toss up between the Canaanite nigga down the road and Jake, and like we don't read that. We don't read like, and Isaac was in question of whether or not the twins, when he beseeched the Lord, he was trying to figure out if he was the daddy or not. Right? We don't read a Jerry Springer type situation in the Bible.
You also don't see you don't see Isaac's wife was Rebecca, correct?
Right.
Mix them up. You don't ever read an instance where Rebecca was like, yeah, just curse God and die.
Yep.
Speaking as a foolish woman. Speaking as a woman that was contrary to the Proverbs 31 woman.
Yep.
You don't ever see that. You know what I'm saying? You don't ever see her faithless.
Nope.
You don't ever see her, you know what I'm saying? You just don't see any negativity from their relationship.
Nope.
Even though it doesn't say much about it, you don't see,
Well, and the one thing about the Bible, we know that the Most High is going to give us the things that we need to know to better ourselves or to keep us away from the dangers ahead.
Right.
And also to encourage us. But what do we see? First of all, the first thing we see is when she meets him, forget about they went to the mother's tent and did all that, but it said that Isaac was comforted after his mother's death. So she automatically brought comfort to his life. Automatic. And that's what she did throughout her years. to the point of, and we're going to read it now, she had to, as Isaac got older, I'm not going to go into it yet. We'll get it. We'll read it. But there was something that she was doing as Isaac was getting older, and he was kind of not aware of his, he couldn't see, right? There was something that she was doing that, as we see in this world, a man gets older, and what happens? He gets taken advantage of in a negative way. So, there's a lot in these stories. It's a lot to unpack, but the point is, there are some very apparent things that we have to read, some very just right there in your face lessons to be read. So,
You also
what's that?
got to look at the way life is today. If we look at a man 40 years old living with mom and daddy, we consider him what?
We consider him a dirtbag.
That's right.
He's
That's right.
he's a mama's boy, right? Because that's what the stigma of the world has put on that.
Yep.
Oh, you whack because you live at home. You whack because you 40. Remember the movie 40-Year-Old Virgin?
Yep.
That was a shot. That was a shot at righteousness, man. That movie, because ain't nothing wrong with being a 40-year-old virgin. Nothing wrong with that.
That's true.
Ain't nothing wrong with being 30 years old and holding yourself for that woman. Remember, we always talk about a man. We always talk about a woman having one husband, right? Because that's what a woman was created to do, have one man, right? But that doesn't mean that a man was created to just, again, sow his oats throughout the land.
Yeah.
Right? He wasn't created to just jump from woman to woman. You see that? Once you got that first wife, if it was in the cards and you dealt with that first wife the correct way, then here goes the second wife. But you didn't have a bunch of girlfriends. You didn't do the Hugh Hefner. And then, oh, you know what? I'm trying to get married, girl. Nah, we didn't roll like that. We kept and held our integrity. We held ourselves too. The men had a level of being chaste. The men were chaste. We weren't just running around, or we weren't supposed to be running around just being whoremongers, sleeping around with women until we, she's the one. Or, I'm tired of sleeping. I'm looking for love now. Looking for love at 40 once you done destroyed women for 20 years. Think about it. A man starts sexually active usually around
16, 15.
Right, 15, 16, some a little bit earlier, but for the majority, you got between the ages of 15 to 20. So if you're running around sleeping with women from 15 to 20, from 15 to 40, that's 20 years. That's more than half your life of just being a destroyer,
That's true.
destroying women.
That's true.
So you men out there, you gotta listen to what's going on. Why was Isaac able to keep righteousness throughout his whole line? Well, because he didn't, in his youth, right? In his youth, he wasn't running around being filthy. A lot of us got a lot of making up to do for our youth. Go there real quick. Go to Ecclesiastes, 12?
Yeah.
Go to Ecclesiastes 12 real quick.
It's either 11 or 12.
Did we finish John?
Yes, sir.
Did we?
No.
Go back
It's
to
not, no.
Go back to 1 John. Start at verse 16.
Verse 16.
Right, and then somebody else give me Ecclesiastes. You know what I want, right?
11 and 9.
11 and 9. Right. Go ahead.
1 John, chapter 2, verse 16.
Right.
For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, and the lust of the eyes.
And don't get it twisted. This wasn't all worlds around all men. Yahweh Shai, he dealt with it. It said he was tempted in all manner like we were.
Con.
So best believe there was women trying to throw themselves at him. There was cats trying to get him drunk, trying to get him on some weird type of drug. There was cats trying to get him into money laundering and, hey, we can make this get rich quick scheme and we can sell this person out. He was going through all that.
Yep.
This scripture transcends throughout all worlds.
Sure.
Read.
And the pride of life.
And the pride of life. I'm a grown man. I can do my own thing. You can't tell me nothing. Read.
Is not of the Father.
See, these things are not of the Father. These things are of the world. These things are what the world taught us to be like.
Yep.
And we've been being taught for so many generations, not realizing the detriment. It's so many little things. Do y'all realize that it's a lot of little things that are contributing to the downfall of Israel, or that contributed to the downfall of Israel? It wasn't like one big sin. It was little things like disobeying your father.
That's true.
It was little things like, I ain't trying to hear what my mom got to say. I'm not gonna let them direct me after a certain time. You know, my mom would always, my mom would always tell me, and she, you know, we talk, and she'd always be like, no matter what, I always, you know, her parents are dead now, and I would see it. My grandpa would come up from Jamaica, and he would visit, and he would sit my mom down as a grown ass. At that time, she was 30s, 40s. He would sit her down and go into her, just go in, and she had to just sit there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. He would sit there and counsel, you know, give her counsel and rap to her about us and, you know, her situation. And I never see my mom sit with her dad and she got an attitude, or because she knew even at 30 he smacked the black off of her. Even at 30, she had that much respect for her dad, you know. And he was a nice guy. He was real stern, but you know, he was a nice dude. She respected her mom, you know. But I think throughout the generations, we've lost a lot of that respect for the elders, where like they can't tell me nothing.
It's true.
They can't give me the things that I need, because this is my life. Not because they don't know or they don't understand. It's because this is my life.
Yeah.
The dumbest people in the world make their own mistakes. I'm sorry, but they just do. Dumb people make dumb mistakes that don't need to be made. Stupid people disregard experience and disregard, hey, don't do it that way. Stupid people do that. I gotta be blunt. I'm sorry, but I gotta say it. We're looking at smart, righteous individuals that are saying, wait a minute, let me let you guide me, even at 40, even at 30.
It's true.
Why? Well, let's finish it. Read.
But is of the world,
Right, but is of the world. Go ahead.
and the world passeth away.
Because the righteous know that the world is going to pass away. The lust of the eyes, the lust of the flesh, the pride of life. That's all going to dissolve in a big fireball.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
and the lust thereof. But he that doeth the will of the Most High abideth forever.
You see that? Whoever doeth the will of the Lord is going to abide. What does the Most High really want from us? When you look at and you just generalize what the Most High wants from us, what does he want from us as a people? It's one word. What does he want from us? Obedience. He wants obedience. That's it. And when you look at that word obedience, that basically encompasses everything that he wants.
Yeah.
He wants us to follow. He wants us to submit. He wants us to be humble. He wants us to listen. He wants us to hear. He wants us to teach when we need to teach, listen when we need to listen, talk when we need to talk. That's it. He wants obedience. That's all he's ever wanted, was an obedient people. But see, our disobedience is like, nah, see, But now you get into this situation. Go to Ecclesiastes, what is it, 11 and what? 11 and 9? Go to Ecclesiastes in the Bible, 11 and verse 9.
You know, I wanted to point out just on this verse 17, man. It's a very, very cold scripture. It says that the world passeth away and the lust thereof, right? And it just had me thinking, like, damn, like, everything in the world does pass away. It's true. Like, if you based your relationship off of carnality, then that passes away after a while. You know what I'm saying? You based your life off of, you know, making it in this life and having a whole bunch of money and a whole bunch of a nice house and a nice car. That passes after a while. You know that feeling, like the new car smell? After a while, you get that new car. After a while, it's like, it passes. And that's literally everything in this world.
You know what's wild? You know what I like about it?
Passes away.
There's this new, I don't know if it's this new thing, but there's this thing like on the internet about, have y'all heard about the wall? Have y'all heard about the wall? Okay, you women, how old are you?
Me?
Yeah, how old are you?
25.
25, how old are you?
23,
How old are you?
27.
Right, so there's a wall, that there's this fictitious wall that they say a woman hits at a certain age, right? At 30. It's a wall that women hit. They call it the wall. And I guess this whole thing is about, you know, you have these women that were young. They live this life based on, well, I look good, I'm young, I'm vibrant, so I'm gonna do the young, vibrant thing, right? I'm gonna be out here in them streets. I'm gonna date whoever I want to date. I'm gonna chase my career, chase my money, chase my degrees. But there's this wall that's approaching. The wall is the cutoff of pregnancy, marriage, good man.
Yep.
There's this wall. It's not a real wall, but it is a wall where you hit a certain time in your life and you're like, okay, it's time for me to settle down. It's time for me to get married, right? And you don't want to get to the wall and then try to do those things. You want to be doing those things before the wall, right? But what happens? Well, I lived off of my looks. I lived off of my body. I lived off of my youth, right? And when I hit that wall, what's happening? Well, those things are fading. My looks. You got a lot of women. You got a lot of women that they're in their 40s. And they're like, man, I messed up. Because in my 20s, I had a great man. He proposed. He was ready to have babies with me, right? He was ready to give me the ultimate thing that a man gives a woman, which is a commitment. But I shunned him because he was boring. I pushed him to the side because, you know what I'm saying, he was too safe.
Yep.
So I wanted to go be with the bad boys and live off of the things that we read in John, the pride of life, because I'm young, youthful, and vibrant. The lust of the flesh, oh, he looks good, he got money. The lust of the eyes. But what happens? They fade away, and when you hit a certain wall, you hit that wall, you're like, damn. You know how many women are out there 40, got a kid, got a few kids, and they can't get a good man, a good partner, because they squandered that off, and now they lived off and relied on their looks. What's happening? The looks are fading. Look at Holly. Y'all see Holly Berry? Holly Berry was like voted most beautiful woman 4 years in a row in the world or something like that, right? But now she can't get no man. She got children and no man.
She's on child support too.
And she's on child support.
And she can't, even if she gets somebody, she can't keep them.
She can't. But that's what I'm saying. And she's not looking that good anymore because she's aging.
It's the same thing with Jennifer Lopez.
Jennifer Lopez. She's trying to run back to raggedy ass Ben Affleck.
Yep.
Right? But the point is, if you're living off of, if it's about looks, if it's about the flesh, you have to understand that that's going to fade. Why can a man grow old with a woman? Why did Abraham grow so old with Sarah? All the way into their hundreds. Well, it couldn't have been about their looks.
That's right.
Because he got old and flabby, best believe. His guns wasn't all the way in shape all the way until he died. Okay, let's stop. That cat got old, flabby. He couldn't even travel. He couldn't even travel, okay? But she got old, flabby, weak. The flesh changes. It diminishes, right? Yeah. Rebecca and Isaac, they got old together and died into their late age. But how come we can't accomplish that now? How come we can't accomplish the 100-year marriage? Or, excuse me, not the 100-year, but the 80-year, we've been together 80 years, the love of my life. How come we can't do that? How come it gotta be, how long y'all been together? Oh, we was together for 6 months. We knew each other for 6 months, we was together for 6 months, and all I got is a kid to show for it. Like, damn, really? That's it?
Yeah.
All you got is hurt, pain, and heartache? Well, because you based it off of what? Looks, the lust of the flesh, the pride of life, the lust of the eyes. And when we start hitting these walls, because men got a wall too, but not really. Because a man could be old, flabby, and sick. As long as he got a little paper in his pocket, some woman is going to attach to him. Long as he could pay a phone bill or take her out to eat, he got it. But women, not so much. Not so much. But the point is, we got to stop doing things for the lust of the eyes and the flesh. Stop doing things off of your, he ain't my type. You don't know your type. Your type is the drill music rapper that talks about shooting people and makes gun sounds. Bah! That's your type, but is that what you need? Your type is the BBL chick with her nipples always out, whether it's cold or hot. Talking about cash at me. That's your type, but is that what you need? Yep. See, type and need is different. When you go for them types, you're really chasing that lust. And then we know it fades away. And then what? Go to Ecclesiastes.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11 verse 9.
Hey, listen, I'm guilty too. I'm guilty too, man. Listen, there was time, listen, in my younger days, I was all about a certain type of look. And I re-examine it now. And I'm like, why was I like that? Why was I so stuck on the outward? Because I can admit it. I pushed a lot of quality women. I'm saying a lot, like I had a bunch of women, but there were certain women in my life, at a young age, that they were good women.
Yeah.
And in the pursuit of a type, I pushed them to the side and did more damage than I did good for myself and for them.
And for them, yeah.
So I'm a culprit in this thing too, man. I'm not exonerating myself. I'm just seeing that I'm examining now and saying, damn, whoo, I messed that up. She was a good person. Should have stuck with that one. Like, you know how you do the, if I only knew what I knew then now?
Yep.
We can't live in that. we can't live like that though. We don't live in the hindsight 2020.
That's why we got the Bible.
That's
why we got the Bible. Like, you're supposed to look at the scriptures and be like, oh damn, I understand now why
Yep.
this circumstance in my life is the way it is.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's like when we read and we learn that we're Israelites, and you read about the Deuteronomy curses and everything that's on our people. Because even what we're talking about right now, that's a curse that was on our people, that is still on our people. When you look at that, there's no way that we should be Israelites and it's still happening.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying?
And that's the point.
Why? Because we have
Yep.
the examples of what's going to happen if you do still live like that. And you have the examples of what's going to happen, you know, the blessings and the cursings. You have both of it.
Yep.
So, and having the Bible as Israelites, we still shouldn't be making the same worldly mistakes. That's crazy.
Bro, I wish my dad found. Okay, let me say it like this.
Yeah.
I wish I had somebody to find me. I wish I had somebody to sit me down and help me go through and find, when I was young, a good woman. Like, show me what a good woman was and why you needed one and why it wasn't about the things that we see in the streets. I wish one of my uncles, one of my dads, one of my uncles, grandpa, he was alive at the time, he would have probably been the best one to show me, because out of my grandpa and a few of my uncles and my dad, my grandpa was the only one that literally had the same woman for ages. They were together 50, 60 years, right? Yeah, he did his little side thing, but he took care of his kids. He took care of his family. He took care of those women, right? They were taken care of, right? You could never hear, oh, he just neglected everybody. He wasn't the most talkative, but I wish he was able to sit me down at that 16-year-old, 15, when I was out there thirsty, right? Just thirsty out there in them streets, like a little hound. I wish somebody was able to say, no, this is what you need. This is the type of woman that you need. And I would have, you know what I would have did? I would have been like, hell no, I ain't trying to hear that. I need me a little Asian mixed with black, right? I need me something light skinned. Right? That's what I was on back when I was 15, 16. Like, I need a certain type of look. But I wish that, because you know why I say that? Because think about it. If my grandpa would have did it to me, that means he would have did it to my dad and my uncles.
Right.
And I would have had more of a shielding away from the negative and more of a backup, more parameters around me. That way, if I try to go over here, no. What did he say? I try to go over here. No, remember what Grandpa said. No, remember what your dad said. Remember, You see what I'm saying? Everybody will be able to back up that thought process. I wish I had that. Think about it. This is how you know the world is messed up. People that go to church don't even find people in church.
That's true.
They find people in the damn club and at the grocery store. Now, why would you find somebody at the grocery store if you're a part of the church? Why? Wouldn't you find somebody in the institute that you're in?
Yeah.
Right? Why? Because you want to ensure that we're going to be same mind, same judgment. We're going to agree on things. If you understand your role and I understand my role, there's not going to be no conflict. Right? But church people don't even find church people. They be out in the club looking for love. They be on dating sites looking for love. That's how you know the world is terrible on all fronts.
That's true.
Nobody is having any standard in any arena. It's just a free-for-all. But look what's happening. And like he said, we are able to go back. Romans 15:4, the things written aforetime, written for our learning, to show us to not make these mistakes. Read that Ecclesiastes 11:9, and then we'll get into the reading.
Rejoice, O young man.
He said, do what?
Rejoice, O young
Yeah,
man.
man, have fun. Be jolly.
Yep.
Rejoice. Go ahead.
In thy youth.
In thy youth, because it's a joyful time. Right? It's a joyful time when you're in the youth and you didn't make the mistakes of life.
Yep.
And you got everything new and fresh, brand new. Right? Remember the first time you ever sipped a little bit of liquor? And it gave you that little buzz in your lips? Oh, damn, I felt that before. A little tingle in your face, right?
Yeah.
Remember the first time you ever went out to your first club? The first time you ever got behind the wheel of a car? Remember the first time, I still remember that. The first time I got behind the wheel of a car, how nervous I was. Scared as hell. There was no traffic, but I was scared, nervous. Feet and knees was weak. And my uncle was like, you got it. Just press on the pedal. Right? The first times that you did things. Remember when you used to get butterflies in your stomach when you met, when you saw the young lady you used to like, the one that you were attracted to, right? And you got the butterflies, you got the little nervousness. He said, rejoice, man. Go ahead.
And let thy heart cheer thee in the days of thy youth.
And let your heart cheer you. Let your mind, let the spirit keep you happy. Let those things keep you happy, the things that you're going to do. Go ahead.
And walk in the ways of thine heart.
Right, read.
And in the sight of thine eyes.
But see, you know what's called when it says walk in the ways of your heart. And then we know what the scripture is going to say after. But walking in the ways of your heart is not a bad thing. If your heart is aligned with the Most High, it's not a bad thing.
It's true.
Yeah.
So you got to look at this scripture two ways. Yeah, walk in the way of your heart. Well, there's a way that seemeth right unto a man.
Right.
Right? But then there's a way that where a man of counsel will be considerate. So a man's heart could be the heart of counsel, or a man's heart could be the mind of, I'm going to just do what I want.
Right.
He said, walk in the ways of your heart. Go ahead. What?
You know, just on this point too, and walking in the ways of your heart, especially when you're young. Think about it. When you're young, you're pure.
Yep.
So like when you look at like kids walking in the ways of their heart, they're not thinking negative. They're not thinking negatively.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? If they do mess up or make certain moves, it's because you know they're kids. But it's not like a child. If a child plays too rough, it's not like they're intentionally trying to hurt the other child.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? They're kids. So when you look at even the scripture when it says walk in the ways of your heart, when we're youths, it's like we moved a certain type of way as kids. We wanted to mingle. We wanted to be around. You know what I'm saying? As when we were young.
Yep.
But you do have kids that do have a negative heart. But why is that negative mindset in kids? Well, the world and everything that they're pushing in the world is what makes, you know, that child, it's what makes the mind messed up. And usually it's because that child, they become negative. It's because usually it's that child that's trying to act too grown or trying to do things that you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I had friends that, I was thinking about it, I was like, damn, should he have been walking in the ways of his mind? Like I have a friend that is with a friend in the world, like he dropped out of school. Now he's 2 murder charges.
Damn.
And he's done it. I was thinking about it like, damn, like should he have walked in the ways of his heart?
No.
Like, I thought about it and I was like, well, that wasn't his mind that he was walking in though.
Right.
That was the mind
of the world.
Yep. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
He wasn't moving as a child anymore, even though when we were, you know, in school, you know, you could think about it. A lot of like your friends that you see that's like really got like charges on them. You're like, damn, but he wasn't like that.
Yep.
When I was coming up with him or coming up with her,
They
weren't like that.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
That wasn't
why?
their
Because
mind.
they still had that young
purity.
man,
Purity. Yeah.
But it was when the world started imprinting on them, then it's like they lost that mind and they started walking in the mind of the world. You see what I'm saying?
You know what's funny? I can use me as an example. I remember like when I was young in high school. And my mind was always to just go be good in school. But then I learned, wait a minute, you need money in this world. So, that mind was put in me. My pops was always on that. You got to have money. You got to get money. You got to get money. You got to pay for this. You got to pay for that. And so I adopted that mind state early. So what I'm trying to do is juggle school and juggle work. And to the point where I'm like, this school thing is whack.
Yeah.
To the side, I'm going to go get me 3 jobs. Listen, I was 16, I was at 17. It was at one point when I was 17 in high school, I had 3 jobs. Just chasing money. I neglected, I stopped playing sports, stopped running track, stopped playing ball, stopped playing football. I was on the tennis team, stopped doing that. I stopped doing everything in the pursuit of money, in the pursuit of just having a little dough in my pocket to be able to do the things that I want to be able to do. Now, was it a negative thing? Well, when I look back on that, that's one of the things I would have changed in my life. If I could do a redo, I would have just lived joyfully in high school as a regular high school kid. Not about money, not about a vehicle, not about a job, but just let me do my little sports. Let me hang out with my little friends. Let me just do my thing.
Yep.
You see that? But that mind imprinted on me years and years later where it was just all about working. It was all about money. It was all about a job. It was all about being able to go out and get things. Again, the pride of life, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes. See, the scriptures say live joyfully, but somebody put, like he said, somebody put their mind on me, and I walked in that. Right? Now, real quick, Maureen Anderson, my king, the fathers are leaving the kids on the mother. What happened to him being the king of the home, taking care of his responsibilities? Well, you're absolutely right. That's one of the issues that the Black and Hispanic community faces. But if you want to go to the root, let's be real. We're choosing wrong from the onset. We're choosing wrong partners, and that's where, I don't know if you came in late, but that's where this kind of started, where Isaac allowed his father to choose the right woman for him. Our problem is we choose wrong off of the look, the appearance. So if you choose a man that has a certain demeanor about him, or I like the gangbanger type. Well, is that man going to be a suitable man to raise children? If he can't hold a job for more than 2 weeks, what makes you think that children are going to hold him in a relationship until for multiple years? What makes you think he's going to be around? If he's unstable in having a job or unstable in any type of commitment other than the gangbanging or I want to be a rapper or I want to be this or I want to be that, what makes you think that he's going to be suitable to have children with? So it's not about the men leaving. It's about we're picking. Women are letting the wrong men impregnate them because you let it happen.
That's true.
You choose the man that you're going to lay with and impregnate you. That's one. So it's the wrong partners being chosen.
Yeah.
Right?
And if I can say too, even if he's not a gangbanger, even if he's not toting guns, even if he's not smoking weed, it's like women in this time, they choose men off of what's your credit score, what's your bank account looking like, what kind of job do you have, how do you dress? Like, people ain't choosing partners anymore, like genuinely off of values.
Yeah,
values
and
morals.
And that's another thing that we lost. That's another part of the curses, is like the way we choose our partners. It's everybody chooses their partners strictly off of carnality.
That's true.
Off of the pride of this world, the lust of the flesh. That's how partners get chosen. It's like you were talking about, that wall hits.
Yep.
And then when that wall hits, it's like,
I need a man
or
of
you
standards.
get too old, then it's like,
I want a good man.
Yeah.
I want a man that's going to take care of me and my family and be dedicated.
But then you want to still be that same woman that you were in the world, though, towards that man.
And that's the next thing I was going to go to. How is the woman dealing as a woman? Just because a man gets you pregnant don't mean that all of a sudden that gives you ultimate authority over that man.
Yep.
And that's what this world teaches the women. Now, I did make a statement about church people ain't getting married to church people. Now, Yes, you're right. She said this. We don't, man can learn. She said, what'd she say? What happened to him taking care of his responsibilities? She said, see, I need a man I can learn from. So for now, it's me and the Most High. And you're absolutely right. And that's the mind that you have, Maureen Anderson. But I guarantee if I line up 10 women,
That's not their mind.
only one out of 10 women have that mind that I need to learn from a man. And that's why that's part of the reason why we're at where we're at, because women feel like I can't learn nothing from you. If you don't make as much as me, if you don't bring the other talk is what do you bring to the table talk? I love it. Right? The what do you bring to the table? Women hate that question. Women hate that question because truthfully, if you can't cooperate and listen to a man and let a man lead you, what do you bring to the table?
True.
He can go get sex anywhere.
Can I say this too? You know how like the sister said, she needs a man that'll teach her.
Right?
When you look at the world, that's not the mentality of any woman in the world. Like I look at my parents, and I put my parents out there. My parents been together since they were like 12, still together.
Yep.
But I look at my mom, and my dad can't teach my mom anything. Not right now.
Nope.
When they were young and in Jamaica, yeah, he could teach her. But now he can't tell her nothing because what is one of the biggest complaints of a man right now is that you don't listen. Women don't listen. They don't follow. They don't want to hear anything. So like when you look at, just the statement that you made, like you want a man that's going to teach you that the world, that's not the mind frame of a woman.
It's not the sentiment
right
of the
now.
world, man. No.
They don't want to be taught. And a lot of the times that's what men are looking for. And I'm going to say this too, real quick. I saw a video and a brother was saying, and I want all women to really think about this. A brother was saying he had money and he was like, what can a woman bring to me that I can't pay for? And then the woman was like, well, she can bring you kids. He was like, I can adopt a kid if I wanted to.
Or just go impregnate some random.
Yeah, and then she was
pay
like,
child
well,
support.
she was like, well, I can clean your house. He was like, I can clean my own house. I can clean my own house. I can pay for maids. Well, she gonna cook you food. Well, I can cook my own food, or I can go to restaurants.
Or Uber Eats.
You know what I'm saying?
It's called Uber Eats, sis.
I cook good on myself.
I'm gonna do my laundry. I can do your laundry. Well, I can do my own laundry.
No, wait, hold on. Go ahead. What? You got your hand up, will you?
I was gonna say it's so far out of balance now that today's thought is the woman is I don't need a man at all, and the man is like I don't need a woman. So they're linking up with each other.
No, you're right, but I think more what it is a woman is like I don't need a man, and a man is like, well, I don't need a woman that don't need a man. Men need women. Women need men. Let's be real. We need it for. Let's just do the basics in life, which is reproducing. We need women, right? And they need us, but that's not the mind.
That's not the mind.
Let's be real. Women have replaced men with your education,
That's right.
your degrees, and your career. You replace men. You literally, 15 years ago, every woman wanted to be in the medical field because that's how I'm going to replace a man. I'm going to bury myself in the books. I'm going to become a medical assistant, a phlebotomist.
Yep.
I'm not knocking those professions, but that's what it was. I'm going to bury myself in that, and I'm going to put a man to the side.
Yep.
That didn't work. So now I got to go get degrees and tote my degrees. That ain't working.
And you
But
know-
what does a degree do for a man in the onset of a relationship? What does your career and a degree do for any man when you first get with him? What is the benefit up front? What degree did Rebecca come with? What degree did she have? She had a degree in humility. She had a degree in this. Go to Ecclesiasticus 26.
Can I say this real quick?
Yeah, go
I saw
ahead.
the green part.
26 and 14. Go ahead.
Y'all have to, especially young Israelite women, y'all got to see what the world is pushing on y'all.
Right.
Right now, they're pushing that big time on young Israelite women to get the degrees and be that independent woman. Because your favorite rapper,
Megan Thee
Megan
Stallion.
Thee Stallion just graduated college, and that's what they're pushing.
That's a boss chick. That's how you be independent. That's how you make it in
guess
this
what?
world.
But guess what? She went to college. And it's nothing wrong if a sister want to go and get a degree and everything like that. Let me say that. But when you look at Megan Thee Stallion, if you were in the world and you didn't have the Most High's wisdom, you'll look at her and be like, carnally, this chick has everything that you would want. She has a degree. She's gonna have money. Her appearance is decent. She has it, but does she really? No, she doesn't. So when she gets old, she's gonna feel all those repercussions. And what happened to Megan Thee Stallion? Well, she's in college getting ran through. You see what I'm saying? So carnally, she got it, but spiritually, that mind is totally destroyed. And I'm gonna give you another example. I forgot her name, but it's this some other rapper chick. She just graduated college too, or she's in college, and she was like, she called herself. She was like, I'm a rich hoe. That's what she put. No, she says I'm an intelligent hoe. But how are you intelligent when you literally on here calling yourself a hoe?
That's right.
But and then this was her reason for saying that I'm an intelligent hoe. She was like, my rent is $10,000. My bills is $75,000 a month. But she was like, but I'm in college.
$75,000?
Yeah.
Per month?
And she was
or
like, I make
$7,500.
no 75,000. That's what she said because her rent alone was.
Bro, that's almost $1 million a month. That's almost a million. That's
no 75,000.
yeah, that's almost $100,000 a month.
Yeah, that's what she
That's
said.
damn near almost. It's almost $1 million a year.
Yeah.
That is insane. You ain't that intelligent.
Con.
Because intelligence would tell you, hey, save some of that up.
That's right.
And get you an apartment, a studio is just you. That's what intelligence would do.
Intelligence would have told you to buy a house with that.
Yeah, buy a house,
I can't find her name.
invest. But this is the point. This is the point. Go here real quick. And for the sister, Maureen Anderson, again, you're in the right mind. See, this is what's valued. Ecclesiasticus 26 and 14.
It's the book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 26 and 14.
Read 13.
Verse 13. The grace of a wife.
The grace of a who?
A wife.
A who?
A wife.
See, first and foremost, it's about being a wife. Not a girlfriend, not a side piece, not a chick that runs into his life and runs out.
That's right.
Being a wife. Go ahead.
Delighteth her husband.
See, this is what a man is delighted in, that I have a wife. We don't want to run around and have thoughts and side chicks and side hoes and sneaky links, right? We don't want all that. That's the new little creep around phrase, sneaky link. My sneaky link. That's what women say for the men, right? That's not what we're looking for, truthfully, in all actuality. A real man, a man of any type of wisdom ain't looking for anything but a wife.
That's right.
But to be a wife, there's a list of qualifications and qualities that have to be adhered to. And guess what? In actuality, women ain't looking for some sneaky link. Y'all are looking for a man, a husband. You're not looking for a boyfriend. You're not looking to be side hoes. That's just what you've been taught to be. Read on.
And her discretion
Right?
will fatten his bones.
So two things that we already reading about. Grace and discretion.
Yeah.
These are two things that a wife needs to have. Jump offs and thoughts, they don't got grace and discretion or side chicks. They don't got that. You know why? Because those side chick activities come out on Facebook. Oh, I got receipts. And they got all the receipts of he slid in my DMs and he said this. He slid over here in my IG and said this. He was on the gram saying this. Because a side piece of hoe is ready to bust a nigga out. But a wife got discretion. She got grace. Read on.
Not gonna be online airing out all the feelings.
She's not gonna be on Facebook getting counsel from single women.
Like
She's not gonna do the Jada Pinkett Smith like, my husband doesn't please me.
like
Look at this chick. But look at this woman. You think Jada Pinkett is a wife?
Hell no.
She ain't no wife. That's a contract. That's some type of corporate get together.
Yep.
They probably together for the money. But no real wife does what Jada Pinkett does to Will Smith. You sleep around the man. You put it out on the air. That shit, she had Will Smith counseling old boys. Like, if you ever need anything, I got you. If you need, it's crazy. Yeah, you didn't hear Will Smith one day like talking to what's the dude that she was sleeping around with?
August.
Yeah, if you ever need anything, I got you. If you need to talk, I got you. I think he just slept around on your woman with you. He just slept around on you. What the hell are you talking about? And then what did she do a few months later? She's put airing out their sex life. That's not a wife. That's not a graceful, delightful woman.
Yeah.
She's a wife. She's a feminist disguised as a wife.
Yeah.
See, she ain't got no grace, but this is what we want, right? This is what we want, and this is what the women have greatly fled from.
That's true.
I'm not. Listen, the men are guilty too. We're guilty too. We've helped to create the stigma. Read on.
It's messed up, man.
A silent and loving woman.
Right, a silent and loving woman, a woman that knows when to speak and how to speak to a man. When to speak and how to speak. Why? Because she got discretion first. Discretion is knowing what's needed and when. Discretion is knowing what is needed and when. So when it says silent, it doesn't mean she got to zip her mouth like they did in Handmaid's Tale, sew her mouth shut.
Yep.
No, it's saying that her mind knows when. She knows when to speak to her man and how to speak to her man. Go ahead.
Is a gift of the Lord.
And loving. You got a lot of hateful wives out there. You got a lot of women that they resent being mothers and being wives. They resent the fact that a man has to be in front of them or over them.
Yep.
They resent the fact that they got to be led. Yeah, I'll be his wife, but man, I ain't listening to a damn thing he got to say.
They resent the fact that they have kids. And
They resent being mothers.
And they can't live the life that they want to live. Why? Because now I can't do anything or I can't make any move because I have kids.
I can't chase my career. I can't chase my independence. You ruined my party life.
Damn.
Right? You were boring. Hell yeah. Listen, I'm the most boring cat in here. My rib will tell you everything I'm gonna do every single day. She'll tell you. She knows. I don't care though. I don't care.
Got the same routine.
I don't care. I don't care that I'm boring and that I'm safe. And if that ain't good, then guess what? There's plenty of niggas out there that'll take you on that emotional roller coaster.
Yep.
There's plenty of niggas that'll call you from jail, baby, come bail me out.
Yep.
There's plenty of niggas out there that'll take the rent money talking about, yeah, I'll get it back later.
Yes.
Right? There's plenty of niggas out there that'll use and abuse you. There's plenty of that. Go try them out.
You get what you want, baby.
You get what you ask for. Go try them out. So everybody got to do their part. Now, the sister, you're in the right mind, sis, that you want a man to lead you, but you got to make sure that you have these qualities: discretion, grace, silent, loving. Go ahead.
And there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed.
And the mind that is willing to be instructed, that's the greatest thing on earth. That's the man's greatest possession. Not the woman. The mind and the woman that can be told, hey, let's do it like this. Hey, I'm thinking about this, so don't do that. Hey, this is what I want. Y'all see that? Listen, ain't nothing wrong with a woman having a career. Ain't nothing wrong with a woman having a job. But in too many instances, listen, the world is built off of, like he said, y'all going out and being. Can I ask y'all a question? Just one question. Do you guys realize that education, and I want you to just listen to what I'm saying. I'm not against you, y'all going to school and being educated and having jobs. But don't you realize that when the world pushes that on you from the time you get out of high school in your 20s all the way until you're in your 30s and 40s, that equals independence? That equals I can't submit to a man. Don't y'all realize that? Meaning what? Well, if I'm going to be caught up in my career, I'm not going to give a man the things that he wants. I'll be a half wife. So he might want kids. Well, my career is going to interfere with that. So we'll have kids when I'm ready. I'll give you the kids, but in my 40s. I'll give you the kids, but later on down the life. Right? But he don't want kids later on. He wants kids now. Flop things around. Give him what he wants, and you'll get what you want later on down the line. It's only fair, right? It's only fair. Sisters, Con? Isn't it only fair? But see, that's the true epitome of submission. Remember, it says a woman's to submit to her own husband.
God.
That's not in a few things or a little bit of things. That's in everything. What do you want? I'm going to get mine, but what do you want? Husband? Well, I want kids. Or I want to pursue this goal. Or I want to pursue this. Well, damn, that don't got nothing to do with me. But doesn't it? If you're attached to that man, doesn't it? Doesn't the things that benefit him benefit you?
It's true.
Then why are we living in this society so dog eat dog, even in our relationships? Well, that don't benefit me right now, so I ain't riding with that. Think about it. We've been taught to eat each other, man, to eat each other alive, even in our own marriage. Because it don't benefit me as a woman right now. I ain't riding with that. Well, the Bible says, read it one more time.
Verse 14.
Yep.
A silent and loving woman
Right.
is a gift of the Lord.
Go ahead.
And there is nothing so much worth
Right.
as a mind well instructed.
Right. Well, can your mind be instructed? Because if it's about you right now, then guess what? You can't be. You're not living like a Rebecca. Rebecca didn't do what she wanted. She did what the Most High said to do. She did what Isaac said to do. Sarah didn't do what she wanted. She did what the Most High told her to do. Read on.
A shamefaced.
Here goes some other characteristics of a wife. Shamefaced. She got some shame about her. She got some discretion about her. It's humility. Yeah, she ain't all up in the street. Oh my God. The things that I witnessed, man, is so bad. Just in our women.
Yeah.
She got a level of humility where she's not all up in that man's business. Meaning, I know he's a man and he got to do what he got to do. I'm not going to try to dictate everything. Go ahead.
Can I say, like, I'm going to give a little example of that, too. You know, it's like if you see men talking, it's like the shamefacedness or the humility of a woman will be like, okay,
It's time for me to leave.
they're talking. Let me leave. Let me excuse myself. Don't let me get all up
In the combo.
in the convo. It's like,
My rib does that.
and then like trying to like get in the convo
Yeah.
too. It's like,
No, listen, my rib does that. When brothers come over, and if we're sitting there rapping and we're talking and brothers come, she gets up
yeah,
and she leaves. Because she knows, like, okay, let me excuse myself, shalom, salute, and then you'll see her creep off in the corner. I'm like, okay, nice.
it's like if adults are talking,
And
but
children.
then like a kid comes up, and then it's like it's just the order of things.
Yeah.
It's just the order of things. Because think about even with Abraham, when Abraham was walking with Yahweh, he's talking with Yahweh. He's like, if I can. It's just the order.
And you
of
didn't
things.
hear Sarah in the background, but Lord, I got some. Nah, two men are talking, right?
Yeah.
Sarah was back handling her business,
Right.
doing her thing that she had to do as a woman.
It's the order of things. Yeah.
Shame-faced. What else?
And faithful.
And what?
And faithful.
And what?
And faithful.
And what?
And faithful.
Faithful to what? Faithful to what? And to who? See, a lot of wives, a lot of women, you know why you can't perform? Because you lack faith in the Most High. That He gave you this man that this man may have some imperfections that are being worked on. So what do you look at? You get unfaithful and you start looking at the man. Well, he does this and he does this and he says this and he says this. What the hell that got to do with you? What does that have to do with your performance as a woman? That's like me saying, well, because my rib ain't being a good wife, I can't be masculine no more. Let me ask you a question. Would any woman in here take a man that was halfway masculine or masculine sometimes? Conditional masculinity. Would any woman in here take a man like that? Well, you know, I'm going to only be masculine when, you know, you performing your job, sis. You look at that man like, what the hell are you talking about, nigga? You probably smack him in his face and walk off, right?
Or like
But why do we have to contend with conditional submissiveness? Why do we got to contend with that? Why do we got to put up with, I'll only be submissive to a certain type of man in certain situations? Think about it. Ain't it valid?
It's true.
So if I stop being a certain type of man in a certain situation, all of a sudden your submissiveness goes out the damn door.
Yep.
Well, what does it show? Lack of faith. Lack of faith in the Most High that, wait a minute, let me hold my standard. Let me hold my order as a woman. Think about it. When you go through hard times as a parent, do your kids stop being children?
Nah.
And all of a sudden they're looking at you like, nigga, why you can't pay the rent? What the hell is your problem? What happens if you made a mistake and you forgot to pay the phone bill and your phone got shut off and your daughter is on the phone like, doo-doo-doo? And all of a sudden she's like, Mom, what the hell's your problem? You didn't pay the phone bill. You a whack-ass woman. You would look at your kids like, wait, hold the damn phone, right? You be ready to kill somebody. Are our children supposed to be conditional children? So how can we have conditional submissiveness or conditional masculinity? That don't work. Where is the faith? Where is your faith that if I continue how the Most High said I should continue,
right,
that he's going to iron out the little inconsistencies in that man? Faithful, not to the man, but faithful in the walk towards the Most High. That's it. And guess what? That man will be there. That man will be that man. The Most High will, and if that man ain't being that man, guess what? The Most High is ready to whoop, out the way, because you ain't. Look at Nabal. Look at the situation with Nabal and David and Abigail. Did Abigail stop being a woman, a submissive, righteous woman of understanding because she had a dumb nigga? No.
Nah.
She kept being a woman of beauty and understanding. And guess what the Most High did? Nabal kept being who he was, and the Most High said, okay, Nabal can't be used no more. Let's get him out of here. Dead. Here goes a man of wisdom. Here goes a righteous man. Guess what? Every woman sitting in here that's married, that's what the Most High did for you. Don't y'all see that? He wiped out the garbage niggas in your past, and if you're married with a husband that's in the school, he puts you with a man that's working on himself, and that's being worked on. So it's happening. But what's going to happen is there's going to be hiccups and ups and downs. You got to remain faithful. And he'll continue to iron that man out. He'll continue to work on that man. But you got to be faithful. It can't be, every little thing, I'm ready to leave. Gotta go. Gotta dip. Especially when everything that we deal with is up front. Listen, my grandma and my grandpa was together for like 50, 60 years. Listen, my grandpa had 9 kids with my grandma. But the nigga had like 15 kids. Get it? He had 9 with my grandma, but he had about 15 kids. This kid's popping up all over the place from that guy. The point is this, she never does, because wouldn't that be grounds? That's the ultimate grounds to just dip on a person, right? Oh, you cheated on me. Especially in that institution. That's what you cheated on me, I'm out. She's stuck by that man's side. And guess what? And in her death, when she was dying, guess who was right there by her side? That same man.
That's right. He
never left her side. Right there on the deathbed, he was there with her, the only one. So the faithfulness to what? Stop looking at the man, per se, and look at what am I really supposed to be faithful to? I'm supposed to be faithful to the way I'm supposed to move, faithful to what the Most High created me to be,
Yep.
and everything else is going to iron itself out. Y'all see this?
Yep.
Read on.
Faithful woman who is a double grace.
She's a double what?
A double grace.
See, you're going to be a double grace to that man. Because, man, think about it. We make mistakes as men. Y'all make mistakes as women. But what do we need in our mistakes most of the time? Is it not grace?
Yep.
Right? Is it not grace to learn? Is it not grace to say, damn, you know what? I made a mistake. Let me not do that again. Let me not make that same mistake.
Because you are going to make mistakes.
Because we are going to make mistakes. But he said that you could be a double grace to that man.
Right.
Because you can be his teaching and you can be the thing that keeps him from total destruction.
Yep.
Doesn't it say a wife is a pillar of rest and a tower against death?
Yep.
So you're double the grace because you're able to keep that man up from falling into that depression of, man, I made a mistake, that condemnation. But then you're able to be that mirror to say, look, well, this is what you did and this is how it affected me. Go ahead.
And her continent mind.
And her what?
Continent mind.
See, a mind that is well instructed and a continent mind, a mind that is held together where I'm not all over the place in my thoughts. You telling me this, but I'm over here. Restrained. Continent means restrained. Restrained. Now, is it a bad restriction?
Nah.
Well, why does a continent mind, why is that needed, especially in today's society? One sister tell me why a continent mind is so needed. It's a mind of restraint. That's what a continent mind is, a mind of restraint. Why is that needed? Anybody, any sister, can you give me an idea? Your answer probably ain't gonna be wrong, because y'all know it, y'all smart. So what is it? Marcy.
Because if you look at the world right now and how the females, just going back to what you're saying, how the females are right now, they cannot be restrained.
So true.
And it's so crazy. They're just putting themselves out there as whores and cannot be someone to follow. The world is getting even more wicked, as the scriptures say. So
Saluting out Marcy. Saluting out Marcy. Saluting in General Marcy. Officer of 1,000 Marcy. No. But what she's saying is absolutely right.
So
They're pushing so much at y'all sisters. Don't y'all get it? They're attacking the righteous sisters so hard. They're attacking y'all on every front. They're attacking you in your looks. They're attacking you in your relationships. Not just with your man, but in all relationships. They're showing you that every relationship has to be something of contention. Like if there ain't fighting and contention and turn up, then it ain't a relationship. There's an attack on mothers. How to be the proper mother, how to be the proper wife, how to be a friend. They're attacking you women on every front. And then to really put the icing on the cake, they give you the social media portion where it's all these women doing what? Parties, vacations, excessive drinking.
That's so true.
Right? You got Stormy Daniels. Y'all ever seen her? She's the millionaire. She was like she's a Benjamite woman. She was a stripper. So she's the Cardi B reincarnate. She was a stripper that basically made millions. She was stripping, then she went married a pastor, then now she's a coach on how to coach women how to make millions. She made $15 million in 1 year last year. 2020, $15 million.
Damn.
She worth about $20 million. She made 15 in 1 year. So all she does is teach women how to make money. And she says it. She be on her Instagram like, yeah, I can't teach you how to be a wife. What? I can't teach you how to be submissive. Whoa. I can't teach you how to cook. What the hell? But we ain't gonna be broke. That's what she says. That's her words. We ain't gonna be broke. I teach you how to get that money. I can't teach you how to be with a man, how to raise your children. I can't teach you how to do the things the Most High created you to do. But guess what? We ain't gonna be broke. We ain't gonna be broke. the pride of life,
Yep.
the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes. Those fade away. And women are flocking to her. She represents women. She's y'all's representative, man. Well, not y'all, but the majority of black women are looking at this woman like, oh, okay, she's a boss. She's independent. She's successful. And what's that doing? Well, that mind is a mind that can't be restrained from anything. That mind would never submit to a man, ever. That woman got to die. No, she was married to a pastor.
Okay.
She was married to a pastor, left him, got some money off of him, and then went and started doing her own thing. A woman like that has to be like, listen, Paul said it. Destroy the flesh for a saving of the spirit.
Yep.
She got too much of a taste of independence. Yep. And that's what she's throwing out there. The lack of restraint. The lack of being restrained even in lawful pleasures.
Gosh.
Everything is a go. Everything in excess. This is what men value. And you women, check this out. Let me show you something.
Damn.
Let me show y'all something, because y'all think that y'all think it's a game. Or go to first Esdras. Go to first Esdras. Go to let's see. Righteous. Check this out. Hold on. Envieth. We haven't even touched the reading. Envieth. Envious. Damn, it's in Esdras. It's in Esdras. Envy. Let's see here. I'm gonna get it. It's in Esdras. It's in, Gotta get this one. Right. 2nd Esdras 16:49. See, y'all don't see the game that's being played. The scriptures say through envy of the devil, sin was brought into the world.
It's true.
Right? Now, let me show you how that sin keeps going. 2nd Esdras 6:49.
Book of 2nd Esdras, chapter 16, verse 49.
16:49. Go ahead.
Like as a whore envieth a right, honest, and virtuous woman.
So what is a whore? How does she show her envy? How does a whore show her envy to a virtuous, righteous, honest woman?
Damn.
What do they do? Come on, sisters. Wake up. What do?
They try to destroy your household, your family, yourself, and try to flaunt like their life is all good, but knowing inside it's crap.
Gosh.
They give you the magician tricks. They give you the illusion. Look, I'm good over here. Look, that wife stuff, that submissive stuff, that mothering, hell nah. But look, this dope. Look at this Bentley.
Yep.
Girl, look at my house. Look, I got maids bringing me wine. They fanning me. They doing my lace front. They doing my weave right on Instagram. Look, you can have this too. But that honest, righteous, pure stuff? Oh no, you don't need that, girl.
Yeah.
Or you know what? You can come back to that later. If you get the money now, then you'll have it for your family later.
Yep.
Bro, show me a boss chick that's fit to be a wife. And I'll bring you right to the scripture where Solomon said, I found out of a man, 1 of 1,000, out of women, I found none. Because they're not fit to be wives. They're not promoting femininity. They're not promoting the black and Hispanic household. They're not promoting children.
Yep.
They're not promoting wife. They're not promoting husband. So they show their envy by giving you a different side of the coin and acting like that's the way. But then off the camera, they crying, oh my God, I'm so lonely.
Yep.
Oh my God, I can't do this.
Yep.
I don't know how I'm going to keep living like this. I don't know how I'm going to keep putting up this false appearance. So don't think because of things you see on social media and the things that are out there, and your coworkers and the rich neighbor, bro, they live in a life, they live in a facade, man. It only lasts so long. It only lasts so long. And that's how they show their envy. Because they push out the things that look and feel better and try to destroy the image of righteousness. Why the hell you wearing that hair wrap? Why you dress like that? Why you listen to him? Girl, you don't need nobody to tell you what to do with your body. Yep. Yeah, you do. You wouldn't have to get fake breasts and fake lips. You need a man to tell you, sis, let's go work out. Let's eat right. Let's get on this fast. You need a man to tell you that. You need that guide. Women need that. Children need that. Men need it. Other men. Iron sharpeneth iron. So again, men are not exonerated from these concepts. Weak men need examples. Strong men need examples to follow. Yep. Right? So again, what does it go back to? Obedience. Right? What scripture you at?
I was told in
Ecclesiastes.
9,
Finish that.
9. And walk in the ways of thine heart,
right?
In the sight of thine eye.
Go ahead.
But know thou that for all these things, God will bring thee into judgment.
God is going to bring us into judgment. Yep. You see that? The Most High is going to judge us according to what heart we want to walk in. Right. You want to walk after lust and the flesh? Be my guest. A lot of us are paying for that. What do they call us in our 40s? Generation X?
Yes.
Right? Us in our 40s is Generation X. Bro, we are the reason why this new generation is so goddamn trash.
That's right.
We made those mistakes and brought forth those monsters. Mm-hmm. I got a 19-year-old daughter. I got a 14-year-old daughter, about to be 15. Those are the same 15-year-olds that's pushing the music, pushing the stigma, the killing, the murdering, the raping. They're the same ones. Because they didn't have nobody. Listen, I'm going to say it like this, and take it how you may, but they are our mistakes.
That's our product.
Because they're the product of our mistakes. Not that it's a mistake to have a child, but in what arena and in what realm did you do it in?
Right.
What examples? They're the product of us, man. So how good are we if they ain't? Excuse me. How good are we if our product is tainted? How good is the producer if the product is garbo? Right? Just saying.
So true.
So if we got a bunch of murderers and killers and drug abusers and pill poppers, well, what the hell were we doing? Weed heads, what the hell were we doing? Not being there, caught up in our own lives, caught up in trying to get rich, caught up in trying to get a career, caught up in trying to be a real nigga. That's what we was doing. But look at the results. I'm a result guy. I'm a result person, man. I look at the results of things. The results speak for themselves. Have your hand up. You had your hand up.
God had a scripture.
Yeah, what you got?
Just wrap up everything you were saying.
Go ahead. And let's go to the reading.
Philippians 2, verse 2.
Go ahead.
Fulfill ye me joy, my joy.
He said, do what?
Fulfill ye my joy.
Yeah, we're supposed to be looking at what brings joy to Christ. Go ahead.
That ye be like-minded.
Be like-minded, read.
Having the same love.
Go ahead.
Being of one accord.
Go ahead.
Of one mind.
Read.
Let nothing be done through strife or vainglory.
And that's the problem with our people. Everything is about strife or some type of glory.
It's true.
Some type of, I need to get the recognition. I'm a good dad. Well, why you got to tell everybody?
Yep.
Good dads don't say a damn thing.
Yep.
They just do. Good moms don't say nothing. They just do. Good people don't got to say, I'm a good person. They just do. Abraham didn't have to say, I'm righteous. He just did.
God.
Isaac, Rebecca, Jacob, Rachel, Leah, they just did. Go ahead. Was that it?
In lowliness of mind.
Read.
Let each esteem other better than themselves.
Because that's what it's about. Esteeming one another better than ourselves. So, This is gonna sound funny. Let's bring up the first reader.
Hey.
This is gonna sound funny, but let's bring the first reader up. We haven't even touched the reading yet. See what y'all did? Hold on. I have a question. Why is it that the sun heals blacks and whites burns if and whites burn if they stay too long? Sorry for getting off subject. Well, the sun can burn anyone, but there's a different level of melanin. It's funny. We're gonna deal with that right here as we read. I like that question.
Michael Shabbat Yahawada Ban Yasharala.
Michael, Shabbat Tashah, Yehoda, Ban Yasharala, Men of Israel, Amadi, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabarakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabarakatah. All right, turn. Turn. I don't mind letting my king lead me. Look. Situational submissiveness, conditional submit. Right. I don't mind letting my king lead me, but he has to be ready to take the torch. Oh, but she has to be ready to take the torch if he falls. No, she don't. See, that's conditional. No, you're not ready to take the torch. You're ready to help him get up if he falls. You're there to support him, not take the torch out of his hand. If the torch represents the leadership, the woman can never take the leadership out of his hand. It's like if you think about this. Perfect example. Remember when Tobit got blinded? Did he, because he couldn't see, automatically stop becoming the leader of the house? No, right? He told his wife, go get work. What did she do? She went and got work. Right? And she did the work as a woman to help to add to the house. But she didn't take his leadership role, because when it was time to send Tobias out, who sent him? His mom or his daddy? Who gave him the instructions? His mom or his dad? His dad. When he was about to die, right? Or when who said, okay, Tobias, as a man, this is what you got to do? His mom or his dad? His dad. So, and I use that situation because this man literally was blind. The leadership role doesn't translate to the woman if a righteous man is still there and he's in a fall or he's sick.
Because the scripture says a righteous man falls
seven times.
So we got to understand that we all fall, but when a man falls, it's still not the position. It's like, as a parent, don't we fall as parents sometimes?
Hell yeah.
So when we fall as parents, do our kids are like
automatically get
is the kid like automatic like
in charge?
Dad, you fell. It's
my turn.
I got this.
I got this beat.
Nah, that doesn't happen. The kid stays in their position. They play the role that they're in, and the parent gets back up.
And what do they have to do? They have to be faithful enough in their parents to know that, okay, the parents are going to going forward, make the right decisions for the family. If I fail as a father, or if I make a mistake as a father, that don't give my kids the right to automatically like, okay, Dad, you're no longer qualified to lead me. Hell no, you better sit back and be patient.
Like, I'll give you another good example. You had David. David fell, right? When did his wives, whenever was his wives like, okay, you fell, it's my turn to carry the torch. You don't see that, you know? No,
you have to be, that's why I said faithful. That's why I went to that scripture about a woman being faithful. Faithful in what? That amongst all odds, yes, I might have to step into a different role of adding to the household, but I'm not going to usurp authority over my man. Now, different situations. Let's say the husband dies. Then that woman has to step in and play a different role. Does that mean that she's masculine all of a sudden? No. Doesn't mean she becomes masculine. She's just going to be a little bit more assertive in the things that she has to do for her household. Yeah. Until what? until another man comes along and assumes that role. But a lot of times we get it wrong that a man falling or making a mistake equals a woman's chance to all of a sudden just run his ass over. Or a man falling means that, well, the torch falls out of his hand all of a sudden. See, that's another lie that America preaches to our women. That's another lie that we've been taught, as that the women have been taught and the men have been geared into that example of, well, when you get weak. We read about that in the time of Judges with Deborah, right? She stepped in, but did she step in as a man?
Nah.
She kept her humility and her femininity and was like, listen, you the man, bro. I ain't going unless you go. And he was like, well, I ain't going to go unless you go. And it's like, well, you the man. You supposed to be doing this.
Yeah.
You see that? So don't get it in your mind that if your man falls, that all of a sudden now you got to pick up the torch. No. That torch is his. And if he falls, you're supposed to be there as a pillar and a tower against death. What is a woman there for? And I'm going to ask you this. I'm gonna ask this, and I love y'all, but if you're a proper wife, why would your man fall? You're supposed to be the pillar of rest and a tower against death. So why would your man fall if you're there, being a proper wife? That's all I'm just asking. Just think about it. Would he not fall? Remember, a tower against death. What is that tower supposed to be looking for? What's that tower supposed to be? When you're on the tower looking out, what are you looking for? Danger, trouble. You're looking for the things that he can't see. So he shouldn't be falling. I mean, right? If we just look at it in the simplicity of the concept, he shouldn't fall. If the wife is occupied in looking out for him.
Like the story we're going to read.
Like the story.
When Isaac got blind.
Like the story we were about to read. I didn't want to go there because that's what I was saying earlier about what was happening as he got older. What was Rebecca doing? Well, she was being that tower against death.
And like David's rib did.
Which one? Oh, McCall?
With Solomon.
With Solomon. No. Oh, well, that happened to David twice. McCall, remember when she saved him from Saul? Mm-hmm. That was her dad. And then Bathsheba.
Yeah.
We read that last week.
God.
We read that last week where Bathsheba did what? David was old, said he was stricken in years. He couldn't even get heat. What did Bathsheba do? Tower against death. She was already looking for the fall. A wise woman foresees the evil and hides her whole damn family from it. Yeah. Not just herself. She looks out for that man.
Yeah.
She looks out for that man. You know why that's so cold? Because when you look at even in ancient times, you never read about somebody had asked a question about an older woman getting with a younger man. Right? Older women getting with younger men. You didn't see that happen. In ancient times, that didn't happen. You know why? Because that's out of nature. Older women didn't get with younger men. You know why? Because that older woman was going to dominate that young ass man.
It's true.
Why do old women get with young men now? They want somebody to dominate and run over. Majority of the time. And then, these young niggas, some of them want I got a cougar. I want a woman with experience. Cool, fine. But the majority of women get with younger men because an older man is way past their level and they can't deal with that. So you didn't really see that in the ancient days where old women were getting with young men. Why do I bring that up? Because men were older than their wives. So what would have to happen as that man aged and he had a younger woman? That young woman had to look out for his old age. Right? Abraham was older than Sarah. Sarah just happened to die before him. Right? But look at Rebecca and Isaac as we read it. Isaac got old. Blind. It said he lost some faculties. But Rebecca was younger than him. So what was she able to do? Preserve him in his old age. Look out for him in his old age. Prevent him from a fall. Y'all see this? This is what the women were doing. It wasn't about, the nigga is old, I'm going to steal his retirement. Oh, he's old now, so now I get to go frolic around with the next young stud and use my husband's money to fund it. Ain't that what they on? I'm gonna go get me an old buzzard, right? I'm gonna go get me an old dude that's about to croak and use his money to dance around with the next young dude.
Man, that's crazy. That's literally what's happening in the world.
So you got to think about this concept of a wife and I'm glad you said that, sis, but you got to just really think about it. You got to just think about it. A wife was there to keep that husband into his old age. Think about it. Solomon and his many wives. You think Solomon was getting women his age? No, he was getting younger women. As he got old, those young ass women did what? They played with his mind. They manipulated his old age.
Yeah.
They were vibrant and young and able to do things behind his back. You see that? So we see the righteous side of it and the negative side of it, where they manipulated Solomon to worship their gods. Right? But then look, David was able to save Solomon with that same very concept.
Yep.
You see that? Right. So I'm glad you said that, sis, but you got to make sure that we always got to look at things in the context of, first of all, the Bible, and then what has the world been teaching us, right? Let's see here. I have a question. Well, the home goes down. Well, not if you got faith. Not if you got faith. The home won't go down if you have faith in the Most High, right? The Most High said, watch, go to Ecclesiastes 2 real quick. Ecclesiasticus 2, and then we're going to get into the reading. Ecclesiasticus 2. And I know I started this. I'm sorry. I started this. Ecclesiasticus 2, 10. Read.
Ecclesiastes chapter 2, verse 10.
Go ahead.
Look at the generations of old.
Go ahead.
And see.
Right.
Did ever any trust in the Lord and was confounded?
Right. What man, righteous, got old and stricken in years that trusted in the Lord was confounded? Well, we read about Abraham. Guess what? Abraham, his wife died, and what did the Most High do? Gave him a whole other wife. For what purpose? Pillar of rest, tower against death. Isaac, Rebecca, we're going to read about it. He's going to get old. What is his wife going to do? Preserve the righteous line. What were the women about at that time? Preserving that man's lineage. Preserving his posterity.
Yeah.
Preserving the promises and the covenants that the Most High gave. When you read about Tobit, when he got blinded, what did his wife do? It says she went out and took woman's work. Not to usurp the authority of the man, but to add, to be that Proverbs 31 woman, to add to the house. Yeah. She didn't automatically become the man, though, because she was working. What's that, sis?
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
So you said that if the woman is doing her job and doing what she's supposed to do,
right?
Don't fall. Did I hear that correctly?
You can prevent the fall, yeah. You can prevent the fall. Now, there's factors that
Because I was thinking of James 1:14.
Every man is drawn away by his own lust.
His own lust.
You're absolutely right, because you can only, again, you can say the enemy is coming from here, right? But the general can say, well, you know what? They weak as hell. Don't worry about them. I'm worried about this over here. All you could do is give the warning, right? But you can't make that man. You see that? But that man has to be skilled enough to be able to say, you know what? What's going on here? Is that a threat or not? So now he has to make the assessment. So let me retract that you can 100% prevent a fall, but the whole purpose is to warn of the fall. And then that man has to be wise enough, right, to do what? Just like David and Abigail, right? When Abigail literally was counseling David. She was counseling David. Mm-hmm. He said, bless is thy advice. She kept David from sinning. But he was a righteous man that recognized it. See that? So if my rib comes to me and says, hey, babe, blah, 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 look out for this. I'm not going to automatically just disannul what she's saying. I'm going to sit back and I'm going to say, I might tell her like, okay, I'll check it out. And it might sound like I'm blowing her off, right? I know I sound like that sometimes. Like, yeah, I'll look into it. But up here, I'm like, okay. Let me look. Let me make sure. Let me check. Because that, I mean, right? That's what a man should do. Let me check. Let me at least see if what she's saying has some merit.
That's what,
right?
That's where the humility comes in also.
That's the, but you know, it's up to that man to be humble.
Right.
Can I get one?
She had her hair up and you can get one.
Oh, well, it was kind of like on the same.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. And then we'll let you, yeah.
If I could read it real quick.
That's a good question. I knew it was coming. Not from you, but I knew it was coming.
So, you know, I'm glad that you mentioned that too, like the James 1:14, because when it says every man is drawn away when they're drawn away by their what? Their lust, right? So
right.
When you look at like a woman's job and like preventing her husband from falling, yeah, like if a man falls away, he's gonna fall away. If he falls away to his lust, that's on him. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
But read Proverbs 31 and verse 27 real quick. Proverbs 31 and 27.
Proverbs.
I'll show you something.
Oh, go ahead.
Chapter 31, verse 27.
Uh-huh.
She looketh well to the ways of her household.
Go ahead.
And eateth not the bread of idleness.
You see that? So like the job of a wife is to always look to the well-being of the household. So if I'm a wife and I see, okay, my husband, he has issues with this thing or that thing, he's weak at this, then how can I make him strong at this? How can I set up preventions so that he doesn't fall to this? You see what I'm saying?
Without usurping the authority of that man.
Con. And then, but that's like for the carnal, worldly things, right? But when it says looking well to the household, there's certain things where it's like, oh, okay, you know what? Maybe he's not falling into a sin. Maybe he's not falling into the lust of the flesh or something like that. But you could still fall, you know what I'm saying? By like making or
bad
not
mistakes.
seeing something or making bad mistakes,
Right.
not necessarily a sin.
Yep.
And that's where the wife has to come in, because that's what the husband does for the wife. The husband is always looking well for the household too. He's looking out for the wife, and pretty much it's like what we're saying is like it got to be a vice versa thing.
And then remember the faith.
Yeah.
Where does the Most High come in?
That's true.
I'm gonna show you something. I make decisions for the school, right? Kazak makes decisions. Me, Kazak, Zion, we'll get on the phone the majority of the time and we'll make decisions on what's going on for the schools. Guess what they got to do? They got to follow the decision, right? He got to have enough faith in him to say, okay, this other grown man is making a decision for me. And the decisions that we make is going to affect his well-being. And Shatat, and Michael, and him, and Derek, and you. The decisions we make is going to affect everyone's well-being on some level or another.
It's true.
Yeah.
Right?
It's true.
But if you didn't have enough faith to say, okay, well, they're doing what? Well, they're using the scriptures, they're using the Bible, they're counseling. If you didn't have enough faith to follow, you would always second question he'd always second guess, like, why are we doing that? Why we gotta do that? How come we gotta do it like this? How come this? How come that? And we wouldn't get nowhere. So faith has to be in there also. And that's on every relationship that there's a leader and a follower. You see that? Or some type of structure. Your children have to have faith in you. They don't know. Think about it. My kids know one thing. When they flip the lights, they come on.
That's right.
When they turn the pipe on, they can shower. They've never, under me, experienced lights. Damn, what happened? Unless it was a blackout, right? They have faith that when they flip that switch, it's on. But they don't see the struggle of, damn, got to juggle this money to pay this, got to flip this over here, got to put that off to do. They don't see that, right? But they just have the faith. Now, even if something happened where, oh, what happened? The lights is out. Oh, well, damn, forgot to pay the bill. Pay it. Guess what? The next time they go, they're not going to be like, man, is the lights going to come on? They're going to go flip the lights and they're going to be on. They're going to roll in that faith. You got to have faith in situations, but there might be a time where flip, damn, ain't nothing on. It's happened here, right? We come in, damn, ain't no lights. We forgot to pay the bill. Y'all come, y'all sit, it's hot as hell, you leave. We got class, it happens on a Wednesday, we got class on a Friday. Do you stop coming to class because one time you came, the lights wasn't on? We back here having faith that the lights is going to be on, that we're going to handle it. You see that? So, but that's faith. You're not going off of the instant. You're not going off of the mistake or the fall or whatever it is. You're going off of the mistake and that the Most High got it. What's that?
Concept what you're saying. And it also goes back to what you were saying, that who did you choose? Like, what type of person did you choose? If
Right.
you chose the right rib of the right Lord, you will know that you're gonna make mistakes. Both sides.
Both sides.
Trust that, you know,
Yeah.
that it's gonna work out. We'll work together.
And what situation are we in? Because again, you can choose the most perfect man out anywhere. But what wisdom are we using to keep things going? That's the thing. Like, you can choose a like this. He could have the credit score, the money, the looks. He could be a compassionate. He can be affectionate. He could be aggressive when he could be the perfect guy. But what wisdom is there to keep all that intact? You see that? So even situation is important too. What situation are we in together where we know that if something does go out of bounds, what are we going to use to corral that back in? Because that's very important too. You see that? So that always has to, but that's why I say faith. Because if you're not looking at as a body, you know what I always look at? I look at this. I say, okay, if any brother is ever having an issue in his house and it starts to get messy, what can we always rely on? Well, we can always rely on each other. He can always come and say, look, this is what's going on. And I can say, okay, look, let's do boom, 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 boom. Let's move this around. Let's add this. Let's take that away. His rib can always, have sisters and counsel. There's always something, right? But what are we basing it all on? This right here. And everything is not going to work for everybody. But at least we know we have something that has been proven to work more times than not. You see that? That's the faith. That, wait a minute. I got this man. I can't control him. I can only look out for his well-being. He has to be humble enough to take some type of consideration from what I'm saying, right? And if he's not, well, at least now there's brothers there to do what? To help shore that up. You see that? But if he's a man that ain't trying to hear nothing from nobody, then, ooh, that's rough. That's rough.
Yeah.
That's rough. That's a whole nother set of issues. But for the majority, we got each other to be able to corral one another. You see that? Hold on. No, I love it. You can't prevent storm, sickness, or life. You can't prevent right. If she doesn't have the knowledge because her days are spent in home. See, sis, we get it. You can't prevent sickness. You can't. You're right. You can't. But listen to what I'm saying. Because a man gets sick, does that automatically put you in a man's place? Is what I'm saying. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. I get what you're saying about carrying the torch and having to now lead in his stead because he's down. I get that. But there's a mentality that has to come with that when he's now better, I better be ready to give that torch up. You know why that's important? Because let's look at it as a whole. Forget about households. Guess what? The men been sick in Israel for years, for centuries. We've been down. Y'all ready to give the torch up? No. You're not. Because you keep doing more things to be more independent and be more leaders. You keep saying, no, I'm a boss now. Before it was, I'm a nurse. I'm a this, I'm a that, which is fine. But you use that to push that mind of independence. Then now I'm a boss. And guess what? I don't need you to lead. I can make my own money. I can do my own thing, pay my own house, pay my own bills, pay my own car, my own phone, get my own hair done, my own nails done. I can take myself out to dinner. Fine. But all I'm trying to show you is the mentality, the mindset behind leadership. The mindset behind leadership is this. I could be the leader today, but then I might have to follow tomorrow.
That's right.
Hey, listen, Kazak tomorrow could say, hey, I'm moving back to Houston. Guess what I got to do? Fall one step down and be led again.
Yeah.
and on a different level. You see that? Or at 1 minute, I can say, hey, you know what? I'm moving to Rochester tomorrow. And guess what he got to do? Step right up into being a leader. When I left for 3 months, guess what he was? The leader. The leader. And then when I got back, guess what he had to do? Fall back.
Yeah.
That's true leadership. But that's the example I'm trying to bring when it comes to this husband and this wife. He knew that he had to lead, but he knew that at some point he was leading for a reason. It was situational, right? But he knew that he was going to have to give up that torch at a point, because his leadership, not that it was bad, not that he was terrible, not that he was garbage, but he was put in a position for a reason, to accomplish a goal, a purpose. Y'all women have been put in leadership for a reason. You're right. You're absolutely right. Because men have fell off the game. Right? I've created a new thing in the world. A woman should compass a man. Right? We get it. But now that we're coming back to our wits and no longer going out of our wits for y'all, are you ready to open up your hand and give us back what's rightfully ours? That's the question. That's the question you got to wrestle with. You see that? What's that?
It's just a personal thing for me, if I may. I mean, y'all know what I do. But I don't want you to say it. But
No. See,
I know.
Don't think I'm knocking.
I relinquished my paycheck to my husband for certain reasons.
Right.
Different reasons. One was to show him and the Most High that I trust him and I honor him. And it wasn't just like a control thing, but I know with women who do have certain jobs or in positions where they are the boss a lot of times, like, myself, that is hard for you to do when you're at home in that situation, sometimes. Yeah. But for me, that was why I did it, to show him, listen, I love you, I trust you, and I respect you. It doesn't matter what I have, what I make, this, that, or whatever, but I'm going to trust you over this, that the Most High is going to lead you and guide us in our household. And I think that once you not, and it's not for everybody, I'm just saying for me.
No, you're right.
That had to humble me in a way, because I knew I had to put my trust in the Most High, knowing that, babe, I don't know what you're going to do from today to tomorrow. You still walking in faith, knowing that he won't do that, but you never know. But for me, it was a faith walk in the Most High, to let him know that I honored, I trust, and I respect.
And what it did was show you that it wasn't about this position outside of the house, that my position, regardless of what I do, whether I could boss people around at the job, but then guess what it's going to make you do, even at your job, even as a boss or a person of authority at your job. It's going to soften that, well, I'm a boss at the job, but I got to humble to my husband. The humbling to your husband, even in that way, is going to make you a better boss at the job. You're not going to be the bitchy boss. You're not going to be the boss that got an attitude. You're not going to be the boss that's mean and that's resentful and disgruntled. You're not going to be that woman. See, a lot of women don't know how to translate the two and separate the two. But you've learned how to use one thing to make you better in another thing. You see that? Because think about it. A lot of women, how many of y'all was ever taught, don't make a man know what you was making? The same one that's like, here's my whole damn paycheck, was taught. Never let a man know what you make, right? Why? Because you got to keep that control. That's your way out. That's your way that if things don't go right, you can scoop up your little crumbs and move on, right? Right. But now, wait a minute. Not only does he know how much I make, here goes the whole money. But now let me ask you this. Since you've been doing that, you've been homeless? No, right? You got your vehicles? Lights been shut off? Is he making some absurd purchases? All of a sudden now, all of a sudden now he's just disappearing from the house more? Right? No, right? But what I'm saying is that you're seeing that you have a responsible man in that aspect, where he's taking the money and he's using it to keep the household going, right? Now, I'm not saying that every woman got to give up her paycheck. I ain't gonna lie, back in the day, that's what back in the day, it was like, look, give me that check. You know how you can't do certain things like that now? And why it has to be a willing thing, because it builds this stigma that we're just brutes. That we just here to take women's money, take their bodies. Like, it ain't about that. You did something willingly, right?
Yeah.
To prove to yourself and the Most High that it's not about my position. And nothing wrong with being, I said it earlier, nothing wrong with a woman having a job and having an education. But how are you using it? Are you using it to push the mind that I can be free whenever I want? Or are you using it to push, wait a minute, I know I can do this thing to add to my house? Because a lot of women have, listen, the women that make the money, usually you're in the positions of authority. Usually you're in a position of authority, but if you don't know how to let that authority go once you step into the walls of your house, then you might have a conflict of interest. And that job is worthless. The money is worthless. That's all I'm saying. It's a mind state behind it. I like that you said that. Let's cause we can talk about this all day. I feel like this is like an open forum. We just make sure your queen has the education to lend a helping hand. Yeah, we must not forget we are not always awake, and we had different thoughts, ways, and ideas. Now that we must concentrate solely on our obedience. Thank you, Diana Yashala. Right? Yes, that's exactly what it's about. No matter what position I'm in, am I being obedient to what I need to be obedient to? It's like saying we live in the world, so we got to do the things that the world tells us to do. No, you don't. That's like saying, well, we in the world, so we might as well do Thanksgiving, right? No, we might as well do Hanukkah, because that's what was created for us. It's the same concept. Well, I need to be humble to my husband. Why? Because that's what was created for me.
Whenever like we go out street speaking and whenever we're teaching, you always hear, not just our school, but all schools that street speak, people will ask, well, what are y'all? What religion are y'all? What is this? And we'll always say, we're not a religion. Mm-hmm. We're people that woke up to who we are, and we're trying to come back to our ways and to our codes and the way that we used to live.
Yep.
We always say that's always, for the most part, the answer that is given, not just from our school, but like all schools. We're trying to come back to our ways and the way that we did things. You see what I'm saying? The way that the Most High had us do things. Yep. So when you look at this now, like the sister put, we got to focus on being obedient. Like, that's what it is. Because look at the results of us not doing that.
So
broken families, broken relationships, broken households. But why? Because we're not obedient to each other. There's no order in the households, and there wasn't no order between us and the Most High. Yep. So, we were talking about, for the most part, like a woman being obedient to her husband, right? But that's what she was created to do. So if a woman is not going to be obedient to her household, then you're going to have a Will Smith and a Jada Pinkett situation. You're going to have a Scottie Pippen and Larissa Pippen situation. Or you will have the situation where a woman where they're together for 5, 10, 15, 25, 30 years, and finally he's like, I don't want to deal with it anymore. You know what I'm saying? Where this divorce thing happens. So we're trying to come back to the way we did things, and you got to remember, us as men, we have to be obedient too. We're obedient to the men that's above us. We're obedient to the Most High first and foremost. And it's crazy that we could even talk about this obedience thing, because from the time that we were in school, we had to be obedient to teachers. We had to be obedient to our jobs. You know what I'm saying? The people that have positions in us in our jobs. But whenever it comes to the household, with us, unfortunately, there's always like, nah, I can't be obedient to him.
Yep.
And then for the men, it's like, I can't be obedient to the word. It's.
Let me say one thing. Mm-hmm. I'll say this for myself. I would rather have a woman that was not educated in. I'll take a woman with a high school diploma or a GED that's ready to follow and be led and be taught than a woman that got college education, PhD, MMDs, BBLs, and got some boss mentality.
So true.
I'd rather take the woman that has nothing. That has nothing. Why? Because I know I can instill in that woman how I want things to go.
Yep.
Than the woman that got a plethora of plaques and degrees and that got money. I don't need that. I don't need me as an Israelite man. I don't need an educated woman. And when I say educated, past a high school level, I don't need that. You know why? Because that's not going to do anything for me when it's time for me to instill in her certain things of the Bible and the scriptures. It's just not. Now, am I saying that all educated women can't be instilled in? No, we have educated women in here that went to college, that have careers and things like that, right? We have that work, and they're here. But what I'm saying is, if you lined up and said, look, she makes $200,000 a year. She makes $250 a year. She makes $100,000 a year. College, she went to college. She did this, and then she went to high school, but she's ready to follow. She went to high school, but she's ready to follow. She only went to high school, and she works at Walmart, but she's ready to follow. I'm gonna take the Walmart ready to follow woman over I'm a lawyer, doctor, I'm educated woman any day.
Yep.
Because the majority of the time, those women are not ready to follow a man.
It's true.
Let's just be real. Let's be real with it. Let's stop playing with it. How do I know? Well, if you look at the divorce rate, why is it so high if education and career was the thing?
Because those are the usually ones that get married anyways.
Well, do you know that women initiate 80% of divorce?
I heard it was 90.
Well, it probably went up in the last day or two.
A lawyer told me it was 90.
Yes, but the point is, women do it more than men. Why? Because the mind is, I don't need you. I got what I needed. I got my job. I got this. I got that. So I can move you out the way and live a certain life without you anyway. See, the point is being missed. Go to Tobit real quick. The point is being missed. The point is being missed. I'll make the point with this scripture, and then we're gonna move to the reading.
Okay.
That sounds so weird. We're gonna move to the reading at 1 o'clock. Go to Tobit 4, right? Helper in the state. I'm gonna just make the point with this scripture right here. Tobit 4. What is it? 4 and 6. Helper in the state. And gave Eve. Tobit 8. Now I'm just throwing things out there. Come on. Now I'm just throwing. Huh? Really? That is bad. Where we at? Who got it? Who got it? Tobit chapter 6. Tobit chapter. Woo! Tobit chapter 8. Come on, y'all know this. And 6. Yeah, Tobit chapter 8 and 6. Come on, man. Y'all got this. Read that.
Tobit chapter 8, verse 6.
Right?
Thou madest Adam.
Right?
And gavest him Eve.
Go ahead.
His wife for an helper and estate.
For a doctor and a lawyer.
For a helper and estate.
For an educated woman.
For a helper and estate.
For a career woman.
For an helper and estate.
Yeah, he made Eve for a help and a stay. Look up the word stay. We got to stop getting it twisted. We got to stop getting it twisted, man. Now, again, I'm going to say this. I'm not knocking women that have jobs, that went to school, that have PhDs, MMDs, be it bachelor. I'm not knocking that. I'm not. But all I'm asking is, if those things were so important, why are we so crapped off as a society? Why is the murder rate going up in the black community? Why is the separation rate going up? Why is the single mother rate going up? If those things were the it factors, if education was so key, why are things not getting better is my question. And where did we start going wrong Like really going wrong in America. When did we really start going wrong in America? When did they really say, oh, you know what? Got her. You know when? When you stopped being a helper and a stay and started being a career woman and started being educated. It just is what it is, man. Like, we can't beat around the bush here. I'm not going to play with this. It's true. When they stop letting men go out and get skilled jobs with their hands and trade jobs, guess what women had to go do? Get educated to supplement. And what did that do for the family? Well, if I'm a career woman, I'm not a family woman. If I got to split myself between a career and school, then how much time do I got for my family? Now, you can play with it if you want to, but guess what? My mom wasn't no career woman. She was a woman that had to go to work, and we barely saw her. We barely saw her. Single parent household, we barely saw her. I raised my brothers and sisters. I was changing diapers at 11 while moms was at work. Me. I was doing that all summer. Moms was at work. So how much time did she really get to spend with us if she had to go to work for 40 hours plus out the week?
It's true.
How many times we spent at home by ourselves, educating ourselves, raising ourselves? Come on, man. Now, I had the luxury, and I say the luxury of not letting the streets didn't raise me because she wouldn't let us into the streets like that. But think about how many people were raised by the literal streets, street mentality, hood mentality. Well, all you got to do is just step outside and look at your neighbor. Look at the little black kid next to you. And you'll see, wait a minute, his mom and his dad weren't there. Mom was busy being a career woman, and dad was nowhere to be found.
Trying.
I'm going to say it one more time. I'm not against women being educated. I'm not against women having jobs. I'm not against women having a career. I'm not against it. But what has it done for our community? Eve was created for Adam for a helper and a what is a stay?
A stay.
Right?
1828 dictionary.
Right?
To remain.
To what?
To remain.
Go ahead.
To continue in a place.
Go ahead.
To abide for any infinite time.
What else?
To continue in a state.
Now think about this. If you come to help, what does that mean? Hey, I'm coming over here to help you. What does that mean? That means that Adam already had things established and she was just coming to add, to help in what he's already doing. See, y'all have been taught that you're going to bring your own thing to the table and not help out with what's already going on. Don't you get how they bamboozled y'all? The bamboozlement is this. No, sis, you ain't got to do what he's already doing or what he's on. Bring your own thought, and that's you being the helper. No, that's not you being a damn helper. If I'm inventing something and you're the helper, you're helping with my invention. You're not going to bring your own invention to what I'm inventing? That doesn't make sense. How are you a helper? You're an inventor yourself then, right? Right or wrong? Right.
You do it at a job.
Right. You help at your job. Don't y'all know that? Whatever job it is you go to, you're a helper.
That's right.
Because you didn't create the job.
Yep.
You're helping to push that job.
Yep.
You didn't come with your own set of ideas to the job. You're doing what somebody said. Because when you applied, here's the list of qualifications. Can you help with this, this,
Yep.
this, and this? And you say, yeah, I got those qualifications because I can help with those things.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you went and you helped. How come we can't apply that to a husband and wife?
It's true.
She said she was created for a help and for a stay. Well, what are we helping with? What are we helping with? But the better question is, how can I help if I can't submit? You know what submission is really? It's just cooperation. That's all submission really is I'm going to cooperate without any type of grudging, any type of contention. That's all submissive is. Like, look, let's cooperate. But the cooperation is this man has an agenda. I got to cooperate with what the hell he wants. That's why I say I'll take the woman that's ready to cooperate over the woman that's educated. Because I'm able to instill in her continent mind, a mind well instructed, this is how, if something was to happen to me, this is how I want you to carry life on.
God.
If I died tomorrow, don't cremate me, sis. Bury me. And this is how I want you to live going forward. This is how I want my children to live going forward. I want them to keep coming to class. Something happened, I want them to keep coming to class. I want them to keep learning who they are. But see, most women is like, well, my husband died, so now I get to go do my own thing and create my own way. Are you ready to follow in what? Or if he gets sick, oh, that's my way to, that's my out to go do my own thing. What we read in the scriptures is not women that did that. They didn't take what they knew and created something different. They did the same things that they would have done if their husbands were alive or not sick, because they were helpers. And stay, it says to continue in what? To continue in what? A helper and a stay. Well, I'm here to help this man, and in all means, I'm going to continue the help regardless of anything. Sickness, death, right? Prosperity, fat, I get fat, he gets fat, I'm going to continue, right? A helper and a stay. We got to understand, like, okay. Go to Genesis. One more. I mean, this ain't hard for me. This is real easy for me to grasp. Not because I'm a man, but because I know what the Bible says. And I know what America, I know what this modern world has given women. Not even the modern world. I just know what the world offers. It offers a contradiction to the Bible in slight little variations. It's slight. Go ahead, girl, get them papers. Cool. But what are you getting them for? To excuse yourself from being a proper 100% wife when the reason affords itself? Now, let's read this real quick. It's Genesis chapter 2. Where's it at? God said, where it said he let us make man. Where is it at? Where he said he created
3 and 18.
3 and 18. Yep, read that. Genesis 3 and 18.
Chapter 3, verse 18.
Right?
That's not it.
Where it says a help like unto himself.
No, that's not it.
Help me.
Yeah, help me.
Yeah, it's 3 and 18.
3 and 18?
Genesis?
No, it's not 3 and 18.
No.
So help me. I will make him a help me for him.
2.
2.
Yeah, 2 and 18.
2 and 18.
Yeah, go ahead. 2 and 18. You good? I'm like 3 and 18. No, that's not it. Go
Genesis
ahead.
chapter 2, verse 18.
Right?
And the Lord God said, it is not good that the man should be alone.
Right?
I will make him and help me.
An help meet, or a help like unto himself. So, if you come to help me, that means that I was already on the path doing something, and you just came to lend a hand. You came to give assistance. Does that make sense? That makes sense, right? I'm already doing something. Oh, let me give you a hand with that because I see you're already doing something. Not let me take you off of that path and introduce something else different. Right? Right. So, again, I'm going to say it one more time. I'm not against women getting educations. Not against y'all having jobs. Because in this day and age, we need a 15 family income. It's terrible. Right? But how am I using these things and for what? And what is my mind towards these things? When I get money as a woman, what is my mind? To hold it to myself? Rainy day fund in case this man, I don't like him no more. I can just dip off into the sunset? I can just excuse myself from the situation nobody knows? Am I contributing to my house? Come on, man. You got a lot of women out there that's making money, don't even want to pay a bill. Don't even want to pay a bill in their house. Oh, my money is for shopping. And you got niggas that'll co-sign that, like, my wife ain't got to pay not one thing in the house. She ain't got to worry about no bills. I'm like, what kind of woman are you building? What type of woman do you really have if she's not helping? That's part of it, right? That's part of alleviating a man. Because think about it, when a man has to have in his mind, I have to provide everything. You know what stress that puts on a man? And to keep up a certain lifestyle for the whole life of a marriage, bro, that's a rough mind to live in. But if we're both doing it, then it makes it a little bit less burdensome. Let's go back to the read. Let's go back to the reading. Let's go to the reading. Good talk. What's that?
There's this show on Netflix called The Roman Empire. You can see where a lot of that mentality comes from watching that.
Oh, like the career or that, or what do you mean?
All of that.
Yeah.
The mind thought of women like wanting power and all this kind of.
Yeah. Come on, man. Like, the problem is if you're not educated in the wrong things. If you're not educated in why did the devil allow me to take this power? Why did he give me this power? Guess what you'll do? You'll use it the wrong way.
True.
And you'll not see that this is destroying us more than it's helping. Again, I'm not against women having jobs. I'm not against women having degrees. But is that your power? Is that what you bow to?
That's true.
And the majority of women that have those things, if you just look at the way they roll cocky as hell. No man can tell me nothing because I'm smart too. It just is. Y'all know them. They're in your families. They come to the court every damn day. I'm rich. I got a degree. I got this. I got that. Okay, but why are you so damn prideful? So that's all I'm saying. Anyway, Genesis. Man, I love y'all. And let me say this, you got a lot of simp Negroes that co-sign that mind. That's part of the problem too. Girl, do you chase the bag? You don't need him. You got a lot of simps that's on that. It just is what it is. A lot of men co-sign that mind. Why? Because they're in it for the women. If I co-sign her, guess what? I can be with her. And screw that. Give me the Walmart worker with nothing any day. Yep. Read. Where we at?
This is the book of Genesis, chapter 25 and verse 19. And these are the generations of Isaac, Abraham's son. Abraham begot Isaac, and Isaac was 40 years old when he took Rebekah to wife.
Right, so Isaac was 40. And we talked about all that, right? He was 40 years old. There was a reason why that was like that. He was following and waiting for the right woman and the right situation to be given to him through his father. Go ahead.
The daughter of Bethuel, the Syrian of Padan Aram, the sister to Laban, the Syrian. And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife, because she was barren. And the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah, his wife, conceived. And the children struggled together within her. And she said, if it be so, why am I thus? And she went to inquire of the Lord. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels.
Right, this is very important. So she was having twins, 2 manner of people. These 2 boys or these 2 people would create 2 nations. Go ahead.
And the one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger.
The elder shall serve the younger. Very important. So what's happening? The Most High is giving prophecy with these 2 nations. Go ahead.
And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb. And the first came out red all over like an hairy garment.
Right, red all over like a hairy garment. This is important, and I always bring this out. We're dealing with the first Edomite here. So what does that mean? Well, he was the most potent of his kind. So when it said he was hairy as hell. How hairy? Well, we'll read later on down the line that he was as hairy as a goat. He was as hairy as a goat. That's how his skin felt. Like a goat hair. It's coarse, it's rough, it's jagged. Right? Not only did he feel like one, he smelled like one.
Damn.
He smelled like a goat. He smelled like the field. What else? Well, it said he was hairy and red. So not only was he the texture, but the color was like blood coming through his skin. This is the first Edomite man. So he is the most potent of his posterity. He's the most potent of his people. That potency. Right? Because we tend to look at like, oh, see, they're not Esau because look, well, they've been watered down through thousands of years of generations. They've been watered, so have we. So have we. Remember, it said Jacob was a smooth man. Right? But you got a lot of black men that are hairy.
It's true.
Right? I'm not super smooth. I'm not hairy as hell either, but I'm not all the way smooth. You see that?
Huh.
But why? Jacob was, we got to look at it, he was the most potent of his kind.
Right.
Esau was the most potent of his kind. So when it said Jacob was a man of the field, or a man of the world, a man of the tent, excuse me. Just really think about that, but then look how that's translated through our generation now. You can still see it in us.
Yes.
You can see Esau being a man of the world. He's everywhere, right? What is he doing? Deep sea diving, skydiving, base jumping, jumping out of airplanes. He's in the corporate world. He's in the blue collar world. He's in the white collar world. He's in the financial world. He's in the sport. He's in everything. The man of the world.
You know, when you look at us, damn, I lost my train of thought. I lost my train of thought, man. But yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Where we at?
So like,
Book of Genesis, chapter 25 and verse 25.
So when it said that he was red like a hairy garment, what was that equate? The Bible is explaining to us the magnitude and the level of hair. Go to Exodus real quick.
oh, I remember what I was gonna say.
Yeah, what were we gonna
I
say?
was gonna say, man, a lot of the things that Esau is into, you know he's Esau because you don't see any other nation or race of people that's into the things that Esau is into.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Like you don't see
Not
nobody
to the
else
level.
jumping between high-rise buildings, doing backflips off of them. Come on, like X Games, who created that?
Bungee jumping.
But yeah, bruh.
Like you
I wish
see,
a nigga would.
you see the thing where they fly like a squirrel.
Yeah, they do.
They got that suit.
They use the flight suits, and they fly like an inch away from a mountain cliff.
Yeah.
Damn.
Who the hell's doing that?
Nobody's like Esau, but you know, I look at it and I'm like, damn. My thought is, damn, I wonder what that feels like. That must be dope to be flying. But then I'm like, it never hit me like I would ever try that.
Oh hell,
I'm not gonna try that.
I'm good,
Like parachuting,
bro. I don't like going to the second level of the mall.
not
I don't even
parachuting.
like going to the second floor of anything. I just don't. I had a weird dream last night too. It has something to do with height. I don't like heights. I get very apprehensive when it comes to heights. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, how the hell can you go into an airplane and jump out of it? In good faith and conscience that the Most High is with you.
Yeah.
How can you do that?
Or bungee jump.
I remember way back in the day, I was in Colorado and I went to this like some amusement park. They had the bungee jump. It wasn't that high up. But bro, I looked at that. I was like, miss me with that. I ain't doing that. People was hopping off, and they had a huge, like, safety balloon. It was huge. So even if you just wanted to jump off the cliff onto that, you would have been safe. I'm like, y'all tripping. Like, who goes up to a height and just jumps off on purpose?
Yeah.
If it's life-saving, like a fire in a building and I got to jump to my life, I'd probably run through the fire. Just saying. I'd probably take my chances, wrap myself up, and run through the fire.
And you know what's cool too about those type of things, where we're like, nope, not doing it.
Not doing it.
Esau, they want to do it and set records and you know what I'm saying? Whereas us, we're like, I was thinking about surfing. And I've seen some cats surf like some crazy big waves, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing that.
You see them surfing when they do surfing, then the sharks come out and they try to get them?
Yeah,
Man,
yeah.
that'd be crazy, man.
Adrenaline junkies, man. That's the thing with Esau. he's a man that's against the norm. When you look at Esau from the jump, he always went against what was normal.
Yeah.
Even, we're going to read about it, even who he married.
Yeah.
He married against the norm. He did everything abnormal to Jacob. He did everything abnormal to Isaac. He did everything abnormal to Abraham.
Okay.
Everything he did was about obscurity and about being abnormal.
Right.
Being against nature.
Yeah.
Esau, his birth was against nature. Don't y'all see that?
He's an anomaly.
His whole birth was against what was going on. Go to Exodus 26 and 14.
Exodus chapter 2. Everybody got it?
26, Exodus and 14. The Bible says he was like a hairy garment. Go ahead, 26 and 14.
Exodus chapter 26, verse 14.
Right?
And thou shalt make a covering for the tent of ram skins.
Go ahead.
Dyed red.
See, he was like a goat dyed red. That's how hairy he was. This is what the Bible is equating this man to. A goat whose skin was dyed with red blood. Because that's what we would do. We would take the white ram, the white goat, and we would dye it with the beetle, the carmine beetle. We would crush it up, and that's where you got the color red when things were dyed. Remember, beetles are lawful. All beetles are lawful to eat, to use. They even use that beetle now. Yellow 5? Or red what?
40.
Red 40. Yeah, that's in some cases that's carmine beetle. It's lawful. It's lawful. You can eat beetles, right? But they use that as in the ancient days that was a dye, and now they use it as a food coloring. And all they do, they just dry the bugs up. You need millions of them to dye anything, but they catch them millions. They let them die. They dry them up, and they just crush it into that powder. And if you put a little water on it, it's like blood. It looks like this apocrypha. It looks like this. This is how Esau was looking. Hairy, looking like this. He wasn't no damn the color of, like Esau was like the color of a red heifer. You know the brown horse, the brownish horse? No, it said he was red, not brownish, not ruddy. He was red like blood. He wasn't a brown tint, like, he was brownish tint like this. I mean, right?
He was red.
He was red like blood. Like blood that spills and you look and you're like, damn. That's what, not dry blood, fresh blood that comes about the skin. That's how Esau looked. He looked like he was dead. Y'all see this?
Gone.
So he was like a ram skin dyed red. Go to Numbers 12 and 12.
Damn.
Numbers chapter 12, verse 12.
Go ahead.
Let her not be as one dead,
Right?
of whom the flesh is half consumed, when he cometh out of his mother's
Because
womb.
that's how Esau looked, like his flesh was halfway consumed. He had zero melanin in his skin. He had no melanin in his skin. When he came out, Aishash, wasted away his heat. That's what they named him. Then it came back, Edom. Edom means red. But Esau, Aishash, wasted away his heat. He looked like he was wasted away, like he was half dead coming out that womb. That's why they illuminate his skin color, his skin texture. They illuminate it because it was so different than the norm. You see that? They don't talk about Jacob. Because why? Jacob was just like everybody else. Dark brown man, a brown skinned man, whatever shade it was, with not a lot of hair on it, chilling, trying to cook some food and listen to some music at the crib. That was it.
God.
He was at the house cooking dinner and just trying to chill, man. And here come Esau from a busy day of just running around the earth, defiling it, and hunting, and smelling like pee and goat balls. Right? That's what it is. I'm going to these precepts because the Bible is telling you how Esau looked. Where we at?
Numbers chapter 12, verse 12.
Uh-huh. Right, that's it on that. Jump back.
The book of Genesis, chapter 25 and verse 25. And the first came out red all over like an hairy garment.
Right, like a ram skin dyed red with blood. Read.
And they called his name Esau.
Like, shush. Wasted away is he? Woof. Nigga's dead, B. Is he alive? He's a wasted baby. Go ahead.
And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold.
Yaiquab, the supplanter, right? The supplanter. Go ahead.
And his hand took hold on Esau's heel.
Because that was the prophecy. The older would serve the younger. Go ahead.
And his name was called Jacob.
Yaiquab, I'm going to pull you down. I'm going to supplant you. I'm going to uproot you. I'm going to come up from under. Go ahead.
And Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them.
So Isaac was 60. So think about it. Another little tidbit. Well, we know that Rebecca was barren, right? Or no, she wasn't barren.
She was.
Was she barren? No, I don't think they were. And Isaac came, and Rebecca, be a mother of thousands, right? 25. Isaac entreated because she was barren. She was barren. Verse 21. Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife because she was barren. But think about it. You know what the Most High gave them right there? 20 years of just being with each other. Yep. 20 years of getting to know each other. 20 years of her being a good wife, him being a good husband. Yep. 20 years of a honeymoon before any real, you know what I'm saying? Any real type of drama. Look, you got 20 years to, you know, like how we always be like, man, I just want to travel. They don't want to have kids. It don't never work like that. You get with a woman, baby, 6 months later, you never travel. You travel when y'all are old and decrepit. You trying to go on cruises with wrinkles. You trying to go on couples cruises when you old as hell, right? Like, now we can finally do it. Most High gave him that. He gave him 20 years, man, of just them learning one another, her learning him. You see that? 20 years of just, man. And you don't read about it. Why? Because it was nothing very interesting happening. He was a boring man. He was a safe man. Right? Listen, where did Jacob become a man of the tent from? Papa Isaac. Isaac, he was a cool, laid-back dude. Probably in the field doing his little work, keeping his house together. But remember, he had servants. He had all these things. He was rich. Cool dude. They enjoyed this. They enjoyed one another. Live joyfully with the wife of thy bosom, and be always ravished in her breast, and let her cheer thee all the days of thy life. I love it. I love it, man. It sounds beautiful, but it is. It's real. And we all can have that. You see that? We all can have that, man. Go ahead, read on.
Verse 27. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter, a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man, dwelling in tents.
Yeah, he's a plain man, just chilling regular. He'd make something out of nothing, man, but he was just plain. I don't need too much. This is sufficient. Truthfully, when you look at the typical black man, the black and Hispanic man, aren't we just plain? You give us certain little things and we're just good. Yeah. Right? The man in the world, you give him the remote, a sandwich, a beer, and that nigga will just be, it's bliss. Right? On a Sunday, you give him the remote and you cook him his favorite meal, and guess what? He is chilling. Yep. Some men, hey, you give them some tools and a lawnmower, and they're in heaven. Some men, you just give them a nice cooperative wife, they're in heaven. Some men, you give them a lot of kids, they're just in heaven. Right? It doesn't take much to appease us. It just doesn't. It's true. Like me, I'm simple. I like my little things, but I'm simple. I like things to be simple. I'm a simple man. I like my little shoes. I like clothes and all that stuff. But even if I don't have all that, there's just certain little amenities in life that I'm just like, man, life's good. Right? That's Jacob was a man that was plain. He wasn't looking to go attain to too much and do too much. But Esau, on the other hand, what was he on? I got to go explore. Wonder if listen, let me go see what's in the oceans. Let me go see what's in this field. Let me go climb these mountains. Let me dive into this rabbit hole of foolery. This is what Esau was on. It said he was a man of the world. The field is the world. He was everywhere, trying to explore everything, trying to get up in everything, trying to be smart in everything. Jacob was like, man, I just know what I know. The Most High. Go ahead.
And Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of his venison.
Yeah, see, Isaac, he ate that meat. He liked it. He ate the venison. Esau was the one that was out there hunting with the bow. Jacob was the one cooking it up. Go ahead.
But Rebekah loved Jacob.
Uh-huh.
And Jacob sowed pottage, and Esau came from the field and was faint.
Right. Jacob sowed pottage. He was cooking soup, right? We know that it was lentils, it was meat. Go ahead. Esau came from the field and was what?
And was faint.
Right. He came from the field and he was faint. Go ahead.
And Esau said to Jacob, feed me, I pray thee, with that same red pottage.
With that same red pottage. Now, contrary to popular belief, it wasn't just lentils. He just wasn't cooking red lentils. Like, oh, he cooked red lentils and that's why the Most High looked at Esau as a profane man. We'll get it. Go ahead, read on.
For I am faint.
Right.
Therefore was his name called Edom.
You know what it shows you here about Esau? That he's so impatient, because as we read down, there wasn't just pottage being cooked.
Right.
There were cakes also being. How come he didn't say, let me get them cakes that was cooked?
He really was about to pass out.
And if you really, you said what?
If he really was about to die.
Yeah, if he was really about to die, but it shows that, was he really about to die?
Nah.
You ain't gonna die from hunger in one day. Let's just quit.
Yeah.
But see, the lust of the flesh, the greed of the belly, that spirit that I gotta cater to my flesh, it tells a man that he's about to die. And what will you do in a situation of, damn, I'm about to die? You'll eat anything. You do a Bear Grylls, right? You'll rip a fish open raw, right? You'll eat a goat's eye.
Desperation.
You'll eat out of desperation. But what was it showing about Esau right here? First and foremost, he had no what? Two things.
I was gonna say restraint.
Okay, three things. I like that. He had no restraint. What else? P and F. P and F. Huh?
Patience.
Patience, that's the P. And F is the faith. He had no patience, he had no faith, and he had no restraint. So Esau was a damn brute with no belief in the Most High.
Or no respect.
Bruh, like the food is being cooked right then and there. You mean to tell me you got to dip into the pot? Bruh, that's raw. Well, I need it now because, bruh, I'm about to die. Really? Okay, bro. Right? Like, think about it. You see it cooking and you can't wait another few minutes for it to cook. It wasn't like they was boiling up some 15-course meal. It was boiling some soup. That don't take that long for the meat to cook in some boiling soup. You see that? No restraint, no patience, no faith. Esau's an animal. He lives like a savage animal. And we're seeing it here, but what people have no restraint, no patience, and no faith? What people have zero restraint when it comes to life and death situations? Well, he was about to kill me, so I killed him first. Really, was he about to kill you, or was he just going to his car to sit down and you shot him 9 times in the back?
Yeah.
I mean, we see it play out every single day.
Yeah.
We see it play out in their situations. They pull the trigger real quick. They got their hand on that button ready to just go off, because the first Edomite, the most potent Edomite, displayed what? No faith, no patience. You see that? And it trickled down to his lineage, through his lineage. Go ahead, read on.
And Jacob said, sell me this day thy birthright.
And here we go. What else is this showing? To sell your birthright. This was the most important thing when you look at the birthright. This was the most important thing for the firstborn son. This was the thing.
That was it.
This was it. The birth. You got all the blessings. You got the first of everything from your father when he died. What did it show about Esau here?
Same thing.
But lack of what though?
Dang. Yeah,
What?
lack of faith.
Well, come on, but just think about the birthright. Think about what Jacob, think about what Isaac blessed Jacob with.
Yeah, the lack of patience.
Lack of patience, but listen what I'm saying. If you know the story, think about the blessing that Jacob ended up getting because he supplanted the birthright from Esau. Think about what Jacob got and then look at what Esau got. They were almost the same. They were almost the same blessing. But think about what Jacob got that Esau forfeited. So when a man can forfeit all this goodness, what does it show about him?
Selfish.
I would say lack of belief.
Not selfish, not lack of belief. Think about it. What? What?
I was gonna say something.
Thank you. Esau takes things for granted, and then he wants to come back like, what about me? Where's my blessing? Think about it. Think about how they do the earth. They ran through this whole earth. They're ripping it to shreds, and then they want to come back and have climate conventions. But we got to take care of the earth because it's being destroyed. You want to take it for granted, and then when it starts to turn, you want to try to come back, and if we don't get this fixed in 10 years, it's going to wipe us out. The earth is never going to go anywhere. The problem with Esau trying to do climate change is because they know they can't survive on this earth with the heat that's happening, with the cold that's happening. They're not built. So all of a sudden now, we took the earth for granted. We wiped out all the resources. We sucked out all the oil. We dirtied up all the water. We polluted all the air. Now we want to do electric cars. Nigga, they had electric cars in the 1800s. Did y'all know that? Some of the first cars were electric. Did y'all know that? No. The first police car ever made by Henry Ford was an electric car. Look it up. It ran off batteries. Just look it up. Elon Musk wasn't the first one to do no electric car. Yeah. They had electric cars in the 1900s, late 1800s, they had electric vehicles. Yeah. Go! Right? And it would go for like 3 miles, but it went. It went.
Yeah.
They had it, they squander it, and then what? Now we got to try to make up. We got to fix our carbon footprint. You take the thing that Esau's great for taking things for advantage.
That's so true.
Or taking, what did I say? Taking things for granted. They take us for granted. They forget who built this country that they get to prop their feet up in. Right? But what happens now when the Most High comes and starts ripping them apart? Oh, we're sorry? Nah, ain't no place for repentance. See, they're not realizing what they're doing now. And the Most High said, they're the one nation that can't go back and say, I'm sorry. Our bad.
My bad.
But why? It's already in them.
Yeah.
He took it for granted, the Most High. What the Most High was ready to give him, for what? For something lesser. For what he thought he needed. Ain't that how they roll? Read on.
And Esau said, behold, I am at the point to die.
Right?
And what profit shall this birthright do to me?
What else does it show about Esau? What is that sentence? What shall this birthright do to me? What profit is it to me? What else does it show about the Edomites?
To me, it just seems like he don't really care about his lineage at all.
Right. He don't care about the future. He lives for the what? What does Esau live for? The here and for the now. Most of them, that's how they live. You got a very few that, oh, you know what? I'm gonna be wealthy and I'm gonna set up for my generations. But for the most part, Esau lives in the here and now. What phrase do they always use? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So you ain't looking to see if the bridge got holes, if the bridge is even there. See, a wise man foresee the evil. But a slothful, wicked man, he don't care. He just consumes. Remember, when you go to Wisdom of Solomon 5, go there real quick. The wicked say in his heart, there's no God. Is it Wisdom of Solomon 5? It's Wisdom of Solomon 5.
I think so, yeah.
No, that's not it. It's not that one. It's Wisdom of Solomon. Two. Read that. Wisdom of Solomon 2 and 1.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2 verse 1.
Go ahead.
For the ungodly said, reasoning with themselves,
Right.
but not aright.
Not right. Go ahead.
Our life is short and tedious.
This is how Esau thinks. Our life is short and tedious. Get it right now. Go ahead.
And in the death of a man, there is no remedy.
Go ahead.
Neither was there any man known to have returned from the grave.
Remember, this scripture is not a scripture to prove that there is no reincarnation. It starts out saying the ungodly reasoning with themselves, but not right. Meaning they're giving themselves the wrong counsel. Go ahead.
For we are born at all adventure.
Go ahead.
And we shall be hereafter as though we had never been.
This is how Esau, this is their mind. Like, man, it's going to be like we never been. We might as well just do whatever the hell we want. Go ahead.
For the breath in our nostrils is as smoke.
Right.
And a little spark in the moving of the hearts.
Right. Jump to verse 6.
Verse 6. Come on, therefore.
Right.
Let us enjoy the good things that are present.
Yeah. Why do you think they always chasing the upper echelon things? Because in their mind, it's like, I got to get the best of everything because this is going to be it. This is all that there is. Not realizing that, wait a minute, the best of everything is yet to come. See, Esau's mind is that the best of everything is the here and the now. The best of everything was that red pottage, not the birthright to come, but that red pottage now that's going to satisfy me. That was his mind. But that's how they live. That's why they always trying to bring you $300,000 Bentleys, and you got to smoke the best cigars and $1,000 cognac aged and this type of suit and Louis Vuitton and Gucci and this and that. The best of everything, because you just never know. It's not the best of everything. It's the best of what they say it is. Read.
Let us speedily use the creatures.
Let us do what?
Let us speedily use the creatures.
Yo, let's just use things up, man. It don't matter. It don't matter. Let's kill all the bald eagles. Let's take all the mink. Let's kill all the bears and turn them into rugs. Now what you got to do? Now you got to make nature reserves to preserve the animals and wildlife. Oh, we got to put the bald eagles on the endangered species list. Oh, we got to put this animal on the endangered species list.
Man.
Let's use these niggas up for what they good for. What? We gonna get them to build? We gonna get them to manufacture? We're gonna get them to prop us up. Let's just use them. It don't matter.
Yeah.
They're nobody. They're nothing. They're beneath us.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Like as in youth.
Like as in youth. Think about it. When you give a child something of value in their youth, they don't know how to use it. Would I hand him the keys to the car and say, "Here, son, go"? Hell nah. That thing would come back a whole different vehicle. It wouldn't. That thing would, in one drive, that car's done. Here, son, in youth, take it. Because in your youth, you don't know how to cherish things. See, Esau in his youth didn't understand the implications of what he was doing. But he didn't care to understand. That's the problem with Esau. They don't care to understand until it's too late. Let's just man, it's so many things. Like if you go to Jamaica right now, anybody ever hear of bauxite? You know what bauxite is? So bauxite is, it's a mineral that comes out the ground, and that's what they use to power phones. They use to power electronics. They use to power camera, like anything that is electronic. You need bauxite. I think it's like like aluminum or something like that. You see the
The dust is getting everywhere, killing.
Now check this out. They've been mining bauxite. Jamaica is like the #1 exporter of bauxite in the world. This little ass island got all this mineral, and they set up shop in the 50s. Even when I remember the first James Bond movie, Dr. No, that was filmed in Jamaica, and they were talking about bauxite, the bauxite mines, because it was a big thing. And this was in the 50s and 60s. And they still do it now today. But the thing with the bauxite, when you suck the mineral out of the ground, you can't grow anything on that ground. You can't grow anything on that ground. It's desolate. It's like you plant it and nothing happens. It's spewing red dust into the atmosphere. And when it covers the plants, it kills the plants. It gets into the water. It's killing people. You got one dude, he got to dust his house like every 5 minutes. You remember that? They got to put their waters in containers, or else the water is contaminated and it kills them. It kills the people. Now they're trying to do the thing where we got to reverse that. Now it's Jamaica. They're not really trying to reverse it. They don't care. They like that island can go to hell. But when you go to the swamps in Florida, where they built the thruway that goes from Tampa to Fort Lauderdale, and there's something there that's contaminating the marsh, and it's taking away all that swampland, and it's causing, I forget what it is, but they're trying to reverse it. But you can see that all through this world. They're trying to, they say their carbon footprint. They're trying to reverse the carbon footprint, the pollution, the this, the that. But it's too damn late. The earth is defiled. Why? Because this nigga in his youth, he's like, let's just use it up. Think about a child that has money in their youth. Perfect example, when you were 18 and they gave you a credit card. Woo! You got $500 credit limit. You was like, oh my God, I won the lotto. Yep. I know I did. I ran through that card.
I think I used mine in like a week.
So quick. But guess what now? 20 years later, you're like, shh. Wish I had that credit.
Yeah.
Wish I had that $500 little card, because that could come right in handy, right? You know how to use it now. But it's already too late. You can't get it back. Esau couldn't get his birthright back. Esau can't get back the things that he's done to us, to the world. He can't give those things back. It's too late. It's always going to be too late.
I was gonna say, like, some of them is trying to reverse it, but some of them, they still don't care. Like, now they exploring, like, how to get onto asteroids now, so they can suck the minerals and stuff.
Yeah, that's what Jeff Bezos is on. He's like, listen, the whole space thing for Jeff Bezos is how do we live on another place outside the Earth? Because he wants to build Amazon factories off the planet Earth. He wants to build space factories in space because he realizes that the factories, they're contributing to the destruction of the atmosphere. So he's like, well, let's go destroy another atmosphere.
Damn.
That's what he's on, if you really look at the way he's trying to do. He ain't trying to give people joyrides into space. He's trying to build in space because of the destruction they built here. Think about it, man. The oceans, the rivers. Now, let's be mindful. Kazak did that class on global warming. It was beautiful. And the scriptures show you that the earth is never going to fade away. It's never going to be destroyed. The sun will never burn out. The moon ain't going to stop. White people are going to stop. Humanity will stop before the world stops. They're trying. Like I see one white boy. He said it. He said, "Listen, this ain't about the world ending. This is about us being able to exist on the earth with global warming."
Damn.
Yeah, that's why we got to reverse it, bro. It's too hot for white folks. It's too hot. Come on. You didn't see the summer when the degrees, the temperature in Portland was 107, and them white people was dying? Bro, they were dying.
Earth got a cold.
Huh?
I said the earth got a cold, you turn up the temperature.
Yeah, he was like, listen, August, it was a hot summer, I ain't gonna front. Rochester was good though, it wasn't that bad. But you go to when you went to New York, death. You went to Portland, Cali, death. People died.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of white folks dying. We could live in that heat. We good. We listen, I remember playing basketball in that as a youngin. Basketball, football, baseball. We wasn't worried about no dehydration and none of that. You drank you some water, you kept it moving.
Drink out of the water outside.
Yeah, you hit the hose and you straight.
Sure did.
And we was drinking quarter waters and Mountain Dews and was still performing.
Like I said, I do surgery, and I've been seeing like a lot of these Edomites coming in because it's a small little center.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of them come in with the skin cancer, man. It looks nasty.
Oh yeah, melatomas and
It's
yeah. Look at the average. Look at the average 50-year-old Edomite. He got spots all over his damn skin. Because the Most High told the angels, turn that sun up, turn that up, and burn them up. Because that's what's going on.
Dang.
But why? Because Esau, for his whole generation, his whole posterity, his whole line, has taken things for granted.
Yeah.
They've taken righteousness for granted. You see that? Read on. Where we at?
Verse 7.
Go ahead.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 7.
No, yeah, go ahead.
Let us fill ourselves with costly wine
Right.
and ointments.
Right? Like wine and ointments? Well, the Bible says give wine to him that's ready to perish. Wine for your sicknesses. Wine for your infirmities. What is ointment for when you're sick?
Yep.
These niggas is like, oh, edibles. Ooh, see? Edibles. Let's just fill ourselves with ointments. Right? Let's fill ourselves with perkies. Let's fill ourselves with oxys. Oh, Coke. Right?
It's true.
Right? I mean, hey, I didn't say. Read.
And let no flower of the spring pass by us.
Yeah, let no flowers. Listen, we got to get all them flowers. We don't just collect. We need bouquets. Read.
Let us crown ourselves with rosebuds.
Yeah, we're going to prop ourselves up, man, as kings and priests and princes. Go ahead.
Before they be withered.
Go ahead.
Let none of us go without its part of our voluptuousness.
This is what Esau was on. Even here, let me not go without my part in this pottage. I'm dying now. So I got to have it now, Jacob. Now, Jacob. I need the bag, Jake. I need my money. Go ahead, read.
Let us leave tokens of our joyfulness.
And then we're just going to leave tokens. Listen, wish you were here. Well, we know you were here because the earth is destroyed.
Con.
We know that this factory was here because look at the water. We know that there's factories by Galveston because the water got little swimmies in there. You can look at the little swimmies in the water and be like, damn, why is the water moving in my hand? Flesh-eating bacterias, right? You know when Esau is there because guess what? It's filthy. It's filthy. So they've been all over this world.
Yeah.
Let us leave tokens. Let's leave our little gay pride flag. Boop. We were here. Boop. We were there. Let's go to this country. Gay pride. Boop. We leaving tokens, baby. Let's leave the impression of how we want things to be done. So we're gonna leave niggerism, we're gonna leave hate, we're gonna leave injustice, we're gonna leave inequality, we're gonna leave the poor, the widows, and we're gonna make more widows and more poor. These ain't no good tokens like, oh yeah, look, put the token here and the token here. No, these are the tokens of the wicked. The earth is defiled. Look at it.
Yeah.
So if there was already widows, we're going to make you more widows. If you're already poor, we're going to make you more poor.
Damn.
If you're fatherless, we're going to make you more fatherless. We're going to make more fatherless. That's the token of the wicked. We're going to go to countries and just use it. We're going to go to Africa. Think about it. I was looking at something. I can't wait for this old ass broad to die. Queen Elizabeth. The queen that's out there. Do you see the rock that she wears on that crown? Rock that she got from South. She got it from it's like a 400 carat stone or something crazy that they took in the blood diamond way back. They took it from Africa. Y'all ever see the Tiffany diamond that they was beefing that Beyonce was wearing? That Tiffany diamond. It's a yellow diamond. It came from the blood diamond trade. But Tiffany, the dude. Tiffany and Co. He got a hold of that diamond and then they shaved it up, did all that thing. They set it. But those tokens, those things that they take, but the things they leave behind. Because think about it, they sucked all them diamonds out the earth and look at them people. Go to Sierra Leone, them people as poor as hell. Go to South Africa. Go to Nigeria. Go to Benin. Go to all these countries, and what do they leave behind? Disease. And look at us. They sucking us dry. They're sucking our men dry. They're sucking our men dry. They're sucking our children dry. Physically, spiritually, they're killing you for your organs. That's real. The dude that they found in Chicago, the bro, he was going to be a doctor. They said they found him with no organs and no eyes. Wow. Somebody surgically removed his eyes and his organs and threw him in a river. To surgically remove someone's eyes with that precision, that means that you're going to transplant those eyes into somebody's face. You ever heard of like retinal transplants? Mm-hmm. You ever watch 7 Pounds with Will Smith? Mm-hmm. What did he do? He donated his whole body, right? He gave Woody Harrelson his eyes. He gave somebody his heart, his lungs, his this, his that. But retinal transplants are real, where they know how to surgically cut the eye at the nerve, and they go in it and they transplant the nerve, and then now somebody can see through your eyes.
Minority Report.
Niggas want to sit in the gym all day and get buff. We don't even need that. And our lungs are superior, our livers are, like everything is superior. White folks be breaking down. These nations, it's not just white people, these nations, they break down at 30. Put a 30-year-old black man next to a 30-year-old white boy, and he'll run circles around that dude.
Sure.
Circles. Circles, man. And he'll be high, drunk, on crack, and this white boy just living life, and this nigga will run circles around him. Think about it. They gave us crack, and all we did was have crack babies. That's all we did was keep giving birth and had crack babies that lived through crack. Think about it.
Damn.
Some of us are crack babies.
Yep. I didn't think of it like that.
Some of us, listen, Generation X, the majority of Generation X is crack, alcohol, and drug babies. If you was born in the 80s, if you were born in the 80s and your parents was a part of that, best believe you came from that. You were a product of that. All we did was just have crack babies and babies addicted to substance.
That's true.
But guess what they still did? They lived. They lived and kept pushing forward. They can't wipe us out. Now we're what? Bad eating babies, right? Now you got babies that are bad eating and bad health and predisposed to diabetes. And what are we going to do? Just keep giving birth and keep living. And what are they going to keep doing? Dying off. Because we're stronger. We're far more superior. They know it. We know it. That's why they use us up.
Yep.
That's why they can kill us and take our limbs, our organs, our tendons, something as simple as stem cells. Why do they don't let you have stem cells when you give birth? Because stem cells can reproduce a whole organ.
Yeah.
They can reproduce a whole organ with a stem cell. So what do? Well, we're going to keep those for ourselves.
Yep.
Because when we want to make a new heart, we're going to use these black stem cells, these little Negroes that we hate so much. We're going to grow us a new heart. We're going to grow us a new this. We're going to grow us a new that.
Yeah, the stem cell regenerates into anything.
Yeah, anything you want it to regenerate into.
Yeah, placenta.
Yeah, it comes from the placenta, yeah.
Don't even let you have your placenta.
No, because it has those stem cells, but even when you request it, you know what you got to go through to have that?
A lot of
Sign
paperwork.
paperwork.
Gang of paperwork. Gang of paperwork, man. You got to go through a lot to get that. And they try to come with the, it's a hazard and medical this and blah, 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 blah. It's a bunch of crock of BS, man. But they know what's up. They know what's up. They take advantage of everything. Go ahead.
In every place. For this is our portion, and our lot is this.
Yeah, see, this is our portion, to use things up. Not to wait for the righteous, not to get the birthright, to just get things in the here and now. Mm-hmm. Read on.
Verse 10. Let us oppress the poor, righteous man.
In the way they do things, this is the byproduct, oppression. Well, we're doing this in the name of God. So the religious crusades was in the name of God, but you have to kill people in the name of God and oppress people and enslave people in the name of God to get them into the name of God? Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Let us not spare the widows.
See, we ain't going to spare them. We actually going to create more widows. Go ahead.
Nor reverence the ancient gray hairs of the age.
Right. So we got to see what Esau's on, man. Jump back to Genesis.
Damn.
book of Genesis, chapter 25 and verse 33. And Jacob said, swear to me this day. And he sware unto him. And he sold his birthright unto Jacob.
And Jacob just being, listen, Yaiquab, ain't no different than, hey, can you take me to the store? Yeah, I'll take you to the store. You got some gas money? That's what that was. That's what that was. Like, yeah, I'll take you, but you got some gas money? Yeah, I got some gas money. My birthright. Oh, okay, well, I got you. Yeah. I'll give you some. I'll give you something to eat, but you know what I'm saying? You got $5? That $5 was the birthright. Jacob played it like, yeah, listen, I got you, bro, but you gotta give me that. You gotta give me that birthright, man. You know, I know it don't mean nothing to you, but let me hold something. It's called. You know how.
Yep.
You know how Jake be, man. There's something there of value, but Jacob make it look like it ain't got no value, so he can have it. That was Jacob. He was like, listen, the birthright don't mean nothing to you. You know what, man? Listen, bro, let me get that. Just swear that to me, and I'll give you whatever you want. But Jacob was smarter than Esau. Yep. Being the younger brother, he knew what that birthright was about. He got it. He knew what was up. He was smart. He was a smart guy. Just because he sat in that tent don't mean a damn thing. Yep. You see that? Just because Esau was out in them lanes didn't make him intelligent and smart. It actually played more to his lust. It played more to that point of I need it now because I see what's going on. I need to be caught up.
Right.
You see that? I got to keep up with the Joneses type of mentality. So it was to Esau's detriment. Go ahead.
Then Jacob gave Esau bread and pottage.
He gave him the
of
bread.
lentils.
Like, here go. There was some bread too. There was some bread too, big bro. Jacob, he smooth. He hit him with the smooth criminal, bro. He gave him bread. He gave him pottage. Go ahead.
And he did eat and drink.
Right.
And rose up and went his way. Thus Esau despised his birthright.
Yeah, Esau. Damn, that's funny. I got that precept. I didn't even know that. See, I my mind. Go to Hebrews real quick. 12:16. Esau despised his birthright. He took it for granted. He didn't care about it. He might have even hated the responsibility of being the firstborn. Because, you know, being the firstborn, there was a responsibility that was attached. I got to be an example. He hated the fact that he was the firstborn. He might have even hated the fact that he was born. They're making fun of me. I'm red. Read that, Hebrews.
Hebrews chapter 12, verse 16.
Right.
Lest there be any fornicator.
Right.
Or profane person.
Go ahead.
As Esau.
As who?
As Esau.
Yeah, he was a fornicator, man. He was a fornicator. He's a fornicator spiritually and physically. He'll fornicate with animals. He'll fornicate with your mama. He'll fornicate with Buddha. He'll fornicate with Christmas. He'll fornicate with Easter. He'll fornicate with Islam. He'll fornicate with Christianity. He's a fornicator all the way around. He'll be a Satanist. First he's gonna be Satan. Then he's gonna be Christ. Nigga, who are you? Satan or Christ? You the devil or are you Jesus? Which one? No, you're a fornicator. You got no belief. You have no alliance or allegiance. He's double-minded. He's faithless. Go ahead.
Who? For one morsel of meat.
For what?
For one morsel of meat.
For one morsel. For one little bite. For one little scoop. Read.
Sold his birthright.
Come on, man. Read on.
For ye know how that afterward, when he would have inherited the blessing.
He would have did what?
Inherited the blessing.
Afterward what? After what he would have inherited the blessing? After what? Blesses him that endureth temptation. Esau was being tempted right there, and guess what he did? Did not endure. So guess what? He was not blessed to the level that he could have been blessed at. Afterward what? Nigga, after you would have felt hungry and got over it, that's what. After you would have waited, that's what. You see what patience? See what patience does for a man? That you be perfect, wanting nothing. See, Esau was wanting after he thought he was going to be satisfied by that morsel because of lack of patience. For you have need of patience, that after you do the will of God, you might what? Receive the blessing.
Damn.
See, here's the lesson right here in patience, in abstinence. Here's the lesson, man. That afterward, read.
He was rejected.
He was what?
He was rejected.
Yeah, the Most High rejected your deposit, baby. Most High rejected Esau. Is that it?
Nah.
Go ahead.
For he found no place of repentance.
He did what?
Found no place of repentance.
Go ahead.
Though he sought it carefully with tears.
See that? Oh, I want to cry now. What about my blessing, Father? I love when the Bible app does it because it really got him crying. What about me? Me? Where's my blessing? It's so funny. I love listening to it because they hear the voice. That nigga was crying. A grown man bawling. Because he was a grown man here bawling. But what about mine? Bruh, you wasn't crying when you sold it. The hell? You wasn't crying when you gave it up for a bowl of soup. Where was that same energy at?
Yep.
See that? Because Esau don't give a damn, bro. And guess what Esau's going to do when it's time for him to give back, to give us back?
Same thing.
He going to be crying his ass off, trying to run and hide. And guess what? Most High ain't hearing that.
Oh.
The angels ain't hearing that. The angels ain't hearing that. Your tears ain't going to get you into the kingdom. Your tears ain't going to get you out of what it is set up for you. And the rest of the nation. They're going to try to cry and sob. They're going to do what the Canaanites did to Joshua. Remember when they came to Joshua crying and sobbing? Oh, but don't kill us. We know that the prophecy, but we'll serve you. Joshua was like, okay. Right? Yahweh Shai ain't doing that. Oh, they going to serve.
That's right.
But they still going to die. You're still going to die. You're still going to get wiped out.
Yeah. Nice.
Read in Genesis. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 26 and verse 1. And there was a famine in the land, beside the first famine that was in the days of Abraham. And Isaac went unto Abimelech, king of the Philistines, unto Gerar.
Look, let me show you something about Esau. See, and y'all think that his crying and all that was like sincere? Y'all thought that was sincere?
No.
Hell no, that wasn't sincere. Go to Ecclesiasticus. Go to Ecclesiasticus. Go to Ecclesiasticus 13 and verse 4.
Ecclesiastes chapter 13 and verse 4.
Read that.
If thou be for his prophet,
Read.
he will use thee.
He will what?
He will use thee.
Yeah, he'll cry and sob and he gonna use you, man. Go ahead.
But if thou have nothing,
Go ahead.
he will forsake thee.
Read.
If thou have anything, he will live with thee.
He will what? Go ahead.
Yea, he will make thee bare,
Go ahead.
and will not be sorry for it.
Go ahead.
If he had need of thee, he will deceive thee.
He will deceive you if he got need of you. He'll come crying. He'll come laughing. He'll come joking. Go ahead.
And smile upon thee,
Read.
and put thee in hope.
Go ahead.
And he will speak fair. He will speak thee fair, and say,
Go ahead.
what wantest thou?
What you need? What you need, me Lord? What you need, friend? There's another one I'm looking for too. Go ahead.
And he will shame thee by his meats,
Esau was a shameful man. Go ahead.
until he have drawn thee dry.
Right. Go to Ecclesiasticus 19:26. This is the one I was really looking for. But they both go. Ecclesiasticus
Ecclesiastes chapter 19, verse 26.
Go ahead.
There is a wicked man.
There is a what? There is a what?
There is a wicked man.
Esau was a wicked man. Don't think he wasn't. That nigga was wicked then and he's wicked as hell now. And he does what?
There is a wicked man that hangeth down his head.
Oh, vote for
sadly.
me. Vote for me. Right? I'm Biden. I'm for the people. The American people. I'll give you food stamps. I'll give you stimulus checks. I'll give you this. I'll give you that. I'll give you forbearance on your loans. Right? We're all in this together, brothers. Y'all ever listen to Biden talk?
Nope.
You got to. I listened to a Biden speech this morning. You got to listen to them talk so you can really let these scriptures illuminate these fucking monsters. Excuse my language.
It's true.
Excuse my.
Okay.
Right? Go ahead.
But inwardly, he is full of deceit.
But what?
Inwardly, he is full of deceit.
Yeah, he'll hang his head down, but inwardly, you're not his equal. Inwardly, he knows that he ain't about what you're about. He don't care about you. But what about my blessing, Father? Nigga, you deceitful. You just want to have something just to have it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Casting down his countenance.
Casting down his countenance, crying, tearful. Read.
And make it as if he heard not.
Go ahead.
Where he is not known. He will do thee a mischief before thou be aware.
And this is what Cain was doing. The same spirit that was in Esau was in Cain. The same spirit that was in Cain was in Satan. Because they carry that same satanic, devilish, evil spirit, man. What's that?
We want to go with that.
What you got?
Habakkuk.
What you got?
Habakkuk.
Oh, Habakkuk? Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Behold.
Where you at?
Verse 4.
Okay. Wait. What chapter? Oh, 2-4. Okay.
The soul which is lifted up is not upright in him.
Yeah, why? Because the soul is lifted up, but he comes with this down countenance. We're all equal. Equal rights. Right? Pro-abortion, pro this, pro that.
Yeah.
But the soul is lifted up, but the countenance is down. Because inwardly he's full of deceit. He's full of deception.
Okay.
Got one hand out with the knife behind the back. Right? He'll hug you and stab you at the same time. That's Esau. That's his mentality, man. You gotta never trust thy enemy, because as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. You know, you know what made that scripture really hit me? You know we have iron in our bodies, right?
Yeah.
You know when a lot of people say that they're iron deficient, they're really not iron deficient. You know what's going on in your body? The iron in your body is rusting. Think about that. As iron rusted, so is his wickedness. Just think about it. Even in the iron inside your body is destined to rust. So your enemy is destined to be wicked no matter how it seems in the beginning.
Okay.
No matter how it starts, his destiny is to be wicked to you.
Yeah.
Even when they do right, they do evil. What does it say? Even when they do good, they do evil?
Yeah.
Because as iron rusted, meaning iron is always going to rust. Always. There's no way to stop it.
That's how it is.
Just how it is.
I was gonna say, you know how like when we greet each other, like with the holy kiss, we come in and hug. You know that's why Esau created the handshake, so they wouldn't stab each other. That's why they.
Oh, give that because, come here,
Yeah.
stab you in the back. So we're gonna shake hands so that we can keep a distance.
Nice.
That's why I didn't know that. That's dope. That's dope. I mean, that's another reason why they shaved their beards off, because they was grabbing each other by the beard and just stabbing each other.
Yep.
Yeah, they were the ones that invented let's cut the beard off, because they used that. Like, come on, what type of nigga grab another nigga by the beard and stab him? That garbage war tactics. But see, it just shows you the treachery of Esau. Right? But then, you know, the dopest thing about Esau is they did the same thing to us. We forget that the natives sold Manhattan for a bottle of wine, or bottles of wine. Did we forget that? We gave up the whole island of Manhattan for liquor and blankets. We already had blankets. We already had clothing. But we gave up our land for those things. So they used the same tactics that they fell for. They use it on us centuries later. Well, you're going to give up your husband for some food stamps. Didn't y'all know that's what happened?
That's true.
You want some food stamps. You want government assistance. You're going to give up your man. Girl.
Yeah, in the house, yeah.
You're going to give up your man. Really? Okay, sign me up. Oh, you want to be educated and independent and have a career? You're going to give up your kids. Really? Well, no, not really, because we're just going to put them in school and we'll educate them for you, sis. Really? Y'all going to do that for me? Really? And guess what you get to do? You get a little bit of money now. Now you can hit the club. Now you get your hair done, nails done, everything did, right?
Gosh.
Really? Y'all doing that for me? Yeah. But guess what? All we're doing is making more slaves. All we're doing is programming your line. Your lineage should do what we want. Because guess what we got coming up? We got Walmarts. We got Targets. We got these garbage jobs. We got Amazon. We got restaurant worker. We got all these jobs that we ain't trying to fill because we making doctors. We making lawyers. Right? We making CEOs. We need somebody that's going to be under the CEOs. But how do they disguise it? Free education, free daycare, food stamps, TANF. All you got to do is just give up a man. All you got to do is just let us in. Right? Social services. That's all you got to do. They gave you all of this, man, to do what? All you got to do is just give up your family. Give up your family structure for all these amenities, sis. Just give it up. And then when y'all start catching on, like, wait a minute, that ain't working. Hold on, bro, because, hold on. Wait. I'm lonely now. Oh, no, we got something else. Look. Here goes this associates. You get that? Look. We gonna just give them away for free. Pima Medical, Pima Institute. We gonna open up Pimas everywhere. Right? Call 825-2525. Pima Medical, right? And all these different jobs, right? Oh, you do criminal justice. Oh, that sounds great, right? And look, we'll give you a loan from Sally Mae. Didn't y'all see that those were scams? Because the point of those things were, when you do this field, we'll guarantee you a job in the field, sis. You'll be able to take care of your single family. You don't need no man because we're going to give you a job. Watch. We got you. Because you smart. Because you the best. But we got you.
Cutting hunters, man.
And then what happened? It just came out now, like a few years ago, that was a scam. They were doing that to get you into a student loan. They didn't get jobs in the field. We really didn't need you because guess what? We only gave you a qualification up to a certain point. We forgot to tell you that if you wanted to be in the medical field, you had to go get you a bachelor's and a master's. We ain't paying for that. Because Pima Medical ain't gonna educate you the right way to go get you your master's and your bachelor. We'll give you the associates. All right? Looks good. I got the associates. That didn't work. Okay, well, guess what? Start your own business. You don't need it. You don't need any of that. You're gonna go to hair school. You're gonna go to nail school. And you're gonna be a boss. Guess what? You can't raise a family. You can't be with a man. No, because he's gonna get in the way. See, he's gonna tell you what to do. No, sis. No. To get your own business, you don't need him. You don't need your family. You don't need that structure. You're independent. You see how that works? Yep. That's how Esau did. Oh, come on. For the guys, I mean, damn, they ain't had to talk to us. They just put ESPN on rotate. Here's ESPN and porn. ESPN and porn, and niggas just fell to the wayside, bro.
I saw an article on Yahoo. This front page on Yahoo that it said that porn and video games is American men is like falling into it or something.
90% of their damn existence
is like porn and video games. And the last, that house that me and him went to like yesterday when we were working, the last house, this cat was 30. And
Porn
it was
everywhere?
it was him by himself in his apartment, weed, and he's just sitting there playing the game. And I'm like, damn. Yeah.
He was playing the game while y'all were there?
Yeah.
What?
He's 30. I asked
He
him,
didn't
I
make
was
sure
like,
y'all weren't stealing or nothing. He was just playing the game.
Yeah.
Damn.
I was like,
We
man, how
walked
old are
in,
you?
It was just weed smell.
Oh yeah. Ganja cologne.
But that's the mentality of like
Kalanja.
the 30-year-olds nowadays.
Kalanja.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Weed, porn, video games, and sports.
Easy.
That's
We
it.
ain't gotta talk to you
That's all they
niggas.
care about.
You ain't gotta check this out. Get her pregnant, and you can leave her. But guess what? We'll give you Madden every year.
Nah, never
We'll
get
give you 2K every year. We'll give you ESPN on tap.
Auto.
We'll give you Grand Theft Auto, right? We'll give you Call of Duties left and right. We'll give you the internet so that you can connect with your friends and play with them all day. Neglect your family. Woo! Come on, man. They made it so easy. What's the return that you get? Broken homes, man. All that Esau has ever given us results in a broken home. When have they ever did anything to promote the black and Hispanic house? When? Even their politics divides the house. Well, I want to be a Republican. Well, I want to be a Democrat. We're divided. Well, I'm going to get the shot. Well, I'm not. We're divided. We're divided. Everything they've ever given was to divide. And a house divided against itself can what? Cannot stand. We got to take back that control, man. Women, stop being duped. Please. Stop being duped on all levels. They're attacking you on all levels. Men, stop being simps. Let her know she's being duped. Let her know she's being misguided. We got to be an example. Where we at? Go back. Go back to Genesis.
The book of Genesis.
But priest, you got the, hold on. But priest, you got the fathers out here raising their daughters that way to be independent. You don't need a man. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Any man that's raising his daughter to have no man is a problem. You should be showing your daughters how to cooperate, how to submit to a man. That's what we should be teaching our daughters. I mean, let's be real. Like, let's be honest. You're supposed to be showing your daughter how to be a wife. It starts with how she serves you and how she deals with you. So if you're gonna take any old thing from your daughter, you showing her that she can give whatever she wants to a man. And then, thank you. That was the next thing. And then being there to vet whatever little raggedy nappy head nigga comes her way. Or it's a go.
Yeah.
You're supposed to vet those men. I meant to say this earlier too. For you women out there, if you're a single woman and you get a man and he doesn't ask to meet your parents, you got a problem. If he doesn't ask to sit down with your poppy, there's a problem. I'm not talking about to get your daddy's blessing and all that crap, right? Because ain't no unrighteous man gonna give a righteous man a blessing. But just think about it. We've gotten so far away from let me do things in order, right?
Yeah.
Plenty of, and I know the problem is this. What a lot of you women your daddy ain't around. Your daddy ain't around to give that blessing or to even know the man you're dealing with, to give you that advice. Because that relationship was destroyed all the way early, right? A lot of men are not in their daughters' lives. That's why they run to raggedy dudes. But now coming back, and I'm talking about righteous men, you're supposed to be saying, look, at least let me show that respect.
Yeah.
Deal with her people, right? I'm not saying you got to get his blessing because, again, a man that has no wisdom can't give you a righteous blessing. It just doesn't work like that. But he should at least be inquiring about your parents, about your family, to see what did you come from, what are you dealing with, what were you not raised by or raised by. But with us, we should be the ones vetting our children's. Listen, man, my kids ain't dating until they're 30. All right, that's the bottom line. So they could think something, but hell no. For what? For what? For what? Like your pa got little raggedy Africans asking her to the damn dance. Hell no. Hell no. You can go to the dance, but not with him, not with them. For what? You're a child. You got to see even that. Like, let's go to the dance and grind on each other early and young. What is that pushing? What is the school pushing?
They sure do.
They pushing sexuality early. They pushing that early on the kids, talking about prom night and homecoming. Stay your ass home. Come home. Yeah, you can go to the dance, but you're not. What is he gonna do? Pick you up? What is he gonna do? Pick you up in his car at 14? Or am I gonna drop y'all off? I'm not pulling up to no damn 14-year-old little boy's house talking about hop in. Hell to the no, no, no. Hell no. Bruh, stop. Stop it, man. We gotta stop. We gotta stop letting our kids put themselves in these situations because school said so. Because that's what everyone else is doing. We have to take more charge of what we allow our kids to get into and show them. You know what you gotta show? You know what you gotta do? You got a daughter? Daughter? Son. Daughters. Sons and daughters. Daughters, sons? Or just daughters? You got daughters? Daughters. Right? Daughters. Sons and daughters. You know what you got to show them? And stop being so damn tight. And stop being so stiff. You got to show them your mistakes. You got to show them the things that you made mistakes in early. And show them that, look, I did these things early and I wish I could take it back. Stop being so tight with your experiences and so like I can't let my armor be tainted. They see your armor is chinked up. They see it. They know your armor is chinked up because they're looking at themselves. They're looking at how you deal with them. So you can't sit back and act like, man, I can't let them know about me because they're going to look at me different. So what? Hopefully, if they're smart enough to look at you, they're going to look at you in more of a respect because you're trying to guide them a better way.
Yeah.
Stop being tight and scared. So, Derek, you're right. Fathers out here raising their daughters to be independent. A righteous man ain't going to do that. A righteous man is going to understand. Go to Ecclesiasticus 7:25 real quick. A righteous man is going to understand this. Ecclesiasticus 7:25.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 25.
Right?
Marry thy daughter.
A righteous man is going to know there's going to be a time when she got to marry. Because that's what I'm building her for.
Yeah.
I'm not raising my daughters to be independent, strong women. I'm raising my daughters to learn how to follow damn directions. I'm raising them to be able to cooperate with a man. It starts with me. If you can't cooperate with me, then you're doomed.
That's true.
But they're being raised to be able to be cooperative, to be a help. Why do you think we have our kids do the things that they do? Not just for our house, but in the school, in the body itself. No, y'all gonna go over there and help the sisters with the soaps. Y'all gonna go over there and babysit. Y'all gonna go clean somebody else's house. Y'all gonna go over there and cook dinner somewhere else. Why? Because that's what they gotta be molded to do. Else, what's the point of me even being up here talking?
Yeah.
I might as well shut the hell up now. Because I'm contributing to the problem. And I'm hurting the next man, the next righteous man. You see that? I'm not gonna help the next righteous man if my daughter is like every other daughter out there. It says marry thy daughter, but is she being raised to be married off? Or am I doing another man a disservice? No. Because the hope is that my son, when he's ready, he got a proper righteous woman ready to help him in his righteous walk. As long as he stays righteous. Right? But we all got choices to make. We can raise our kids all the way we want, but they can make a choice. Right? After a certain age. But right now, there ain't no choice. You 14, you 15, you 16, you 17, you 18, you 19. Under this roof?
That's right.
Listen, you got two choices. Go or stay and cooperate. Listen to your mama, listen to your daddy. Follow our rules, follow our instructions. Listen to the experience and the advice we have for you. And like Moses said, choose you this day, life or death. I pray that you choose life. You see that? We can't choose for them, but we can hope now that, man, listen. But see, a righteous man's mind is, read.
And so shalt thou have performed a weightier matter.
It's a weighty matter. It's like, golly, I gotta, oh, Jesus. It's like she's gonna get married at some point, right? Now, she's gonna get married at some point. Come to that realization. But is she gonna get married to Pookie? The Ray Ray? The Chad? Or is she gonna try to choose a right man, a righteous man? If she had the choice, Pookie and Ray Ray, Yasha Allah, what is she gonna choose? Well, she's only gonna choose what you put in her. She's only gonna choose according to the information she has. So she's always seeing Pookie and Ray Ray in her face, and that's what's available, and this is not the right option. Well, she's gonna choose this. But what are we being as fathers? Pookie and Ray Ray or Yasha Allah? That's the question. They're going to be more inclined to choose what they're around and what they see and what they see value in. Yeah. If your daughters don't see value in the way you do things in your house, that's why whenever I discipline and not discipline, I always try to reinforce why it's important. Why do I have y'all cleaning dishes? Is it because I need to know how to, is it because I don't know how to do dishes? No, it's because when you get your own house, you got to know how to do the dishes. Whether you're with a man or not, or you're just going to do what? Let the dishes pile up and have a stinky home? Why do you need to know how to clean things the right way? Because you're going to have to live somewhere. And you're going to have to learn how to clean and do laundry and these basic things that any human should know how to do. Right? Not because I need you to do it. Not because my hands don't work. But you have to learn. For your benefit, for your life going forward. Right? So, marry thy daughter, thou perform a weighty matter. Read.
But give her.
But what?
But give her.
See, it says give your daughters. To what?
To a man.
To independence?
To a man.
To a career?
To a man.
To education?
To a man.
To college?
To a man.
To a job?
To a man.
To a man. I don't know why this point keep coming out, but damn. I'm sorry. I'm having too much fun once again. Give her to a man. Go ahead.
Of understanding.
Right. That's the point. You give her to a man of understanding, but you're supposed to raise a daughter of wisdom. A wise woman buildeth her house. A wicked woman pull it down with her house. We're supposed to be building wise daughters. You mothers, you gotta sit down with these little ass girls and show them. I made mistakes in life. I got with the wrong dude too early. Because let's be real. A lot of us are not with, a lot of, some of our daughters are not in the household with their physical mom and dad. They got step parents, right? Yeah. They seem to go through relationships. You got to show them, like, look, I'm here now because I made mistakes. I didn't do things the right way in some instances. I put myself in wrong situations. I didn't listen here. I didn't think this was valuable here. I'm here to give you that information. Yep. Fathers, sons, same thing. You think I want my sons to go through what I went through with women, or just in life, certain things? Hell nah. Hell to the no. So I'm going to try to give them those experiences, and not because I can just talk. Yep. But listen, son, this is really for your benefit. Yeah. I have him do the same things, or some of the same things I have the girls do. He got to put away his laundry. He got to fold it. He got to hang it. Why? Well, there may be a time in his life where he ain't got no woman. Yep. What's he going to do? Wear dirty, smelly, unfolded, unironed clothes? What's he going to be able to, what, he can't cook an egg for himself? You see my point? Like, he got to learn. He has to learn. Not so he can just be a man that says, well, I don't need no woman. I can do everything myself. But if he don't have a woman, he doesn't have to feel like I got to go get thirsty and get me a woman to do these things. know I can live, and then if I got that, it's an added benefit. See that? You got your hand up?
Yes, I would say something that my mom told me that I always told me when I learned as well is that you know we're special. You know, you're so special and how you should carry yourself and things like that. And my middle daughter, she was always you know different, more modest and things like that. You know, because they all choose their paths, whatever. And she would tell me things like some of the girls at the school would do a lot of times. And I told her, I said, well, what sets you apart is you have to always remember this is you can be like them at any point that you wanted to if you consider yourself to be special or different or certain part. You can be like them right now, 5 minutes later. They can never be like you again. Once you tainted yourself, you're tainted.
You can never get that back.
You can, I mean, you know, you can pray about it, you can, repent or whatever, but once you're that way, you can't say, I'm, a virgin again. I mean, but, and that kind of stuff, what it is stick with her. But that's what I told her. I was like, that's what makes you, that's what sets you apart. You can be like them at any point. So if they want to be envious of something or, you want people to look at you a certain way, have them to look at you in that way, in that aspect, knowing that I'm this way because I'm choosing to. If I want to change to be that way, I can do it if I wanted to. That's not something you want to do because you'll be doing the exact same thing that everybody else is.
Let's go to one more real quick. Ecclesiasticus 42 and 9. And I like what Derek said. It's true, though. A lot of men, because you know why? Think about it. A lot of men don't know what a good woman is. How can you raise a righteous daughter if you can't recognize a righteous woman? So, again, I feel sorry for them out in the world. It's about to be cold. It's about to be a cold life for a lot of people, man. Lonely and cold.
It's true.
Because why? I'm not recognizing what's in front of me. I'm looking at the outward appearance of everything. I'm looking at the BBL. I'm looking at the Brazilian butt lift, the weave, the this, the that, the attitude, the money, but not the qualities in a person. We're supposed to instill quality into our children. Everyone here knows that. Read Ecclesiastes 42 and verse 7. 42 and verse 9.
Ecclesiastes chapter 42, verse 9.
Right?
The father waketh for the daughter.
Right?
When no man knoweth.
When no man knoweth. A father is supposed to be weary in the mind. Waketh for the daughter means what? Well, let me make sure that everything is the way it's supposed to be. Listen, I haven't done it lately, but there's nights. Man, before I would go to bed, 2, 3 in the morning, what am I doing? I'm creeping room to room.
I do that.
I'm creeping. Oh, you in there? Okay, you good? Covered up, right? Go into his room, same thing. Oh, you on the floor? Pick him up off the floor, throw him on the bed, cover him up. Cover everybody up, make sure everybody's asleep, tucked in good. Right? The father waketh, but see, it's not just for his daughter. You waking up for the family. You making sure that everything's good. You checking all the locks, windows, this, that. Go ahead.
And the care for her taketh away sleep.
The care, the weightiness, knowing that, damn, she's getting older. Men are starting to look at her. Right? Her body is changing. All the time, she's coming, she hops in the car like, these boys keep touching my hair. And I'm like, listen, don't let me have to go up to that school. You better say something or I'm going to pull up. I'm going to pull up on somebody's daddy and let them know, look, don't talk to your son. Don't be touching her hair. Don't be touching her. You see that? I don't like that. I don't like that. But I know how I was at their age. They went from touching hair to trying to touch other things. Oh, your hair is so nice. Right? And all of a sudden, right. I know, listen, I know, I was a little thirsty little boy too. But nobody was there to curb that thirst. I'm going to curb that thirst. Like I said, I told her, I said, I got to pull up to that 7 because they all wait outside at the Walgreens to pick them up. They walk from the school to the Walgreens. I'm like, do I got to pull up to Walgreens and talk to one of these little boys? She's like, no, because she don't want to be embarrassed. I'm like, listen, it ain't about embarrassment. It's about what's right. And you can't let think in your mind that it's okay for people to just put their hands on you and let people just have their way with you. Hell, no. Go ahead.
When she is young,
right?
Lest she pass away, the flower of her age.
Yeah, because in some hair touching and all of it, oh, you look so good. Next thing you know, I'm pregnant. Like, what the hell? They went from touching your hair for you to be pregnant? Wait a minute. So you got to take all the cares in between. One thing leads to another. We hear it all so often, right? Go ahead.
And being married, lest she should be hated.
Because when she passed away that flower, that's what she's considered. Hated, young, and married. But what are we supposed to be doing? Showing them, wait a minute. You don't need to be dating. Listen. All you got to do is go through the scriptures and look and what righteous man had a girlfriend before he had a wife. How many girlfriends did David have? Ooh. How many girlfriends did Solomon have? Ooh. How many girlfriends did Abraham have? How many girlfriends did any man in the Bible have? When he took him a woman, he took him a wife. That was the notion. That was the mind state. She's gonna be a wife. He didn't say, "Oh, Abigail, I'm gonna take you and your maid, and she's gonna be the girl, jump off, and you're gonna be my wife." David, he didn't do that. It said he took Abigail and her maid, and those were his wives. Oh yeah, 2 of them at once. Not like that. Not at once like that. He took Abigail. He took her handmaid. Right? It wasn't, "Oh, you my wife, you the wifey, and then you my girlfriend." Even Jacob and Leah. Jacob, Leah, Rachel. Even though he didn't want Leah like that, what did he do? Still his wife. He didn't put her to the side like, "Yeah, you my girl, friend." And Rachel, you wifey, number 1 girl. He dealt with them equally. Babies, right? Check all that. So we got to see what are we training our daughters to be? Little thoughts, little jump offs, little girls to get ran through and used and abused. Right? Let there be light. What are we training them to be though? It's real. As parents, you gotta ask yourself that. What are you training your son to be? What are you training your daughters to be? You're gonna try to train your daughter to be the woman that watch my words, the type of woman that you would want. Just a righteous woman. You're gonna try to train your son to be what the man that you're aspiring to be, which is a righteous man. But it takes time, it takes care, it takes watching, you gotta have those talks. I gotta have those talks on the ride home from school. Like, listen, this ain't about other people. This is about you and doing what's right. They come with this person and that, and I'm like, I don't give a damn about them. What about you and the Most High? Yeah. Where is those talks with the Most High involved? That's the tipping of the pendulum, injecting the Most High into the conversation. Because guess what? None of us was being talked about God early in our life. Right. None of us had that fear. You developed the fear early in them. My kids do something wrong, especially them young ones. I'm like, the Most High sees you. You want to lie? Okay, cool. Go ahead and lie to me, but the Most High sees it. Yeah. Then when something happens, see, you can't lie. You can't hide from God. You can't lie to the Most High. Right? Noah, he got a problem. He likes to tell fibs and thinks that he can get away with it. I'm like, bro, the Most High gonna get you, because he will. Then something happens, I'm like, you know what happened, right? Most High is not mocked. But Dad, I don't care. It ain't but Dad. You supposed to be saying but Abba. You see that? So it's about a righteous man is going to do these things. He's going to watch, because he doesn't want his daughter to be the young whore. He doesn't want his daughter to be the young laughingstock. He doesn't want his daughter to be the independent boss, usurping the authority type of woman. He wants his daughter to be what he would want in a wife, because that's what we're supposed to be building. You see that? So jump back to Genesis, and it go. That Ecclesiasticus goes down.
This is the book of Genesis, chapter 26, and verse 2.
Right.
And the Lord appeared unto him and said, Go not down into Egypt. Dwell in the land which I shall tell thee of.
Where you at?
26 and 2.
Right. And there was a famine in the land. Right. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
sojourn in this land, and I will be with thee, and will bless thee. For unto thee and unto thy seed I will give all these countries, and I will perform the oath which I swear unto Abraham thy father.
See that? So don't go to Egypt. Go to this land. So here goes the Most High dealing with Isaac the way he dealt with Abraham. Where you at? Is that it?
It's verse 4.
Okay, go ahead.
And I will make thy seed to multiply as the stars of heaven, and I will give unto thy seed all these countries, and in thy seed shall all the nations of the earth be blessed. Because that Abraham obeyed my voice and kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my laws.
See that? Abraham kept the law. Oof. Oof, oof, oof. So if you didn't think Abraham had the law, it says it right here. Go ahead.
And Isaac dwelt in Gerar, and the men of the place asked him of his wife. And he said, she is my sister.
She is my what?
She is my sister.
So, first of all, Rebecca wasn't his sister. She was his cousin. She was his sister. Check it. She was his sister, his cousin, and his wife. Sister in the spirit, cousin by blood, wife by marriage. So he gave the right answer regardless.
Yeah.
She's my sister.
Sure.
That's my sis. Right?
Sure.
She from my kin. She from my lineage. Go ahead.
For he feared to say, she is my wife.
Right?
Least said he, the men of the place should kill me for Rebecca, because she was fair to look upon.
So obviously she was better looking than all them women. Damn. She had to have been better looking. She has to have been better looking than all them women. Go ahead.
And it came to pass, when he had been there a long time, that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out at a window and saw, and behold, Isaac was sporting with Rebekah, his wife.
Right. He saw them getting a little bit too cozy. Like, wait a minute.
And
your wife or your sister? Which one? Go ahead.
And Abimelech called Isaac and said, behold, of a surety she is thy wife. And how saidest thou, she is my sister? And Isaac said unto him, because I said, lest I die for her.
Yep.
That's it.
We know where Isaac got that from. He got that from Abraham. Right?
That's 42.
That's it?
Yeah. That's right.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
William Shabbat Tashal Yahoda Ban Yashra'ala Men of Israel Amadi Barak
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatan.
Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatan.
Genesis chapter 26, verse 10. And Abimelech said, what is this that thou hast done unto us? One of the people might lightly have lied with thy wife. And thou sinners have brought guilt upon us. And Abimelech charged all his people, saying, he that toucheth this man or his wife shall surely be put to death. Then Isaac sowed in that land and received in the same year 100-fold. And the Lord blessed him.
Because remember, this happened with Abimelech before, with Abraham. The king of Egypt and Abimelech, the same thing happened. Moses had to hit Abimelech with barrenness, remember? And then he caused them not to be able to have kids. Yeah. So Abimelech was like, oh, bruh, come on, man. you cats, bro, y'all are dangerous. Why do y'all keep doing this? Like, what have we done to y'all? Go ahead. So he charged every man, don't even touch her. You're going to be put to death because you're going to bring a curse. Go ahead.
And the man waxed great and went forward and grew until he became very great. For he had possession of flocks and possession of herds and great store of servants. And the Philistines envied him. For all the wells which his father's servants had digged in the days of Abraham his father, the Philistines had stopped them and filled them with earth.
Right, and when you cut the wells off, you cut off the ability for your flocks to grow, for your crops to grow. You cut off life.
Yeah.
So they were like, look, we're going to wage this water war. You know what's funny? They do it today.
Yep.
Why do they build dams? A dam is to stop water and divert it from one place to another. So they do this, it's called water war. That's what they were doing. They were trying to wage war without literally fighting, but trying to control water.
Yeah.
You control the water. Remember, there's no life without water. Without a water source, there's no life. Go ahead.
And Abimelech said unto Isaac, go from us, for thou art much mightier than we. And Isaac departed thence, and pitched his tent in the valley of Gerar, and dwelt there. And Isaac digged again the wells of water.
So now, check this out. If Isaac was so mighty, why did he leave? If he was much more mightier than Abimelech, why not just go to war and take back what's yours? Because he followed Abraham. If at all possible, be at peace with all men. Remember, they did the same thing with Abraham. They took a well, and Abraham said, listen, let's just make this covenant. You didn't know they did that. I'm going to let it slide. We ain't going to go to war. Don't do it again. Here's a covenant. Lot and Abraham, what happened? Well, we ain't going to fight over some land. You go your way, I'll go this way. Let's keep the peace. Isaac was just following that same mentality. He could have went to war with Abimelech and said he had a great amount of servants. They recognized that Isaac was mightier and greater than them. See that?
Damn, they did.
They recognized it, but Isaac was like, okay, well, you know what? I'm going to be the bigger man. I'm going to take low. As a great man, the greater they are, the more what? The more you humble yourself. And what did he do? He left. He didn't have to. He didn't have to. I mean, how much of us would have, knowing that you're greater and mighty? You'd have been like, man, get out of here, peon. Bing. Right? Give my wells back. Bing. And if you touch them again, you're all dying. Bing.
Yep.
Right? He did the greater thing.
Yeah.
He did the greater thing. He kept the peace. He moved around. Sometimes you have to take the loss, and it's not really a loss. You don't lose nothing. Bro, you can dig a well anywhere. Who was telling me? It was Shaquat. Shaquat was telling me he was talking to this Edomite. The Edomites, he's a well digger. And he told Shaquat that there's water anywhere under this earth. No matter where you go, it's water. You can dig water anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
If you dig, you just got to know how to dig, and you can pull up water. Yeah, but think about it. If you go to these places now, where they're digging wells, it's desert. But if you dig deep enough, you can get water. You just got to have the right tools and the patience and know what the hell you're doing. Right. But he said everything under the surface is agua, some type of water. Where you get your hot springs, how you get magma and oil and all that stuff, there's a level of water and oil. There's some water in there.
And it says like water in the oceans, like
Springs.
separate, yeah, like springs in the ocean separate from.
Remember it says that in Esdras?
And you can see the difference.
Yeah. You can see one big water going one way, one water doing different. Yeah, remember you said the springs that are in the oceans in Esdras? Because it's true. There's water in the waters. The earth standing in the water, but out the water.
Gonna have a water problem.
You see that? Water is abundant. California, what the hell are y'all doing? How does a coastal, think about this. How does a coastal city burn? You gotta be completely retarded for a coastal city to burn.
Yeah.
The way California burns. You have to be retarded as hell. Now, there's a country, you gotta look this up, it's crazy. It's where Malachi, it's either Micah or Malachi, he was preaching against Esau. We're gonna read about it, but he was preaching against Esau. It's called, I forgot what it's called. But they built, and it wasn't the first one, but they built aqueducts to do what? To get water into the city. How come they can't build an aqueduct in California to get water into them damn wildernesses? You mean to tell me you can't build something to funnel water from the ocean to the damn forest? People's houses gotta burn down because y'all are so dumb and lazy?
Yep. So it is.
Ancient engineering built aqueducts that ran on the borders of the city and funneled water from the Nile, from Goshen, from the Red Sea.
Joshua built aqueducts.
Yeah, but into cities that weren't on the coast, into the inland, mainland. How come they can't do that in America? How the hell is a country that's supposed to be so innovative going through a drought? Like, bruh, really? But now you see why America's on the last of everything. Slow as hell, because all they care about is what they gonna eat, what they gonna drink, and who they gonna lay with.
Gosh,
They don't even. They got pipes where they can build piping systems.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's piping. I'm saying aqueduct because that's like primitive. But you mean to tell me you can't pump water from the Pacific into the mainland of Cali? There's no rivers that run through California? Or you can't create one? You can't build a dam that dams water into some fault or whatever and make a dam that goes and funnels? Come on, man. Like, come on, my niggas. Y'all niggas, bruh. But it just shows you how primitive Esau is, bro.
They can find a way to funnel it oil.
Hell yeah, they'll funnel that oil from all the way from Alaska. All the way into what? Colorado, Oklahoma? But you mean to tell me you can't get water? And you on the coast? The Most High must really hate you. He gotta really hate you if you can't water a coastal city.
All that money.
Yeah, bro. So, anyway, where we at?
Verse 18. And Isaac digged again the wells of water, which they had digged in the days of Abraham his father. For the Philistines had stopped him after the death of Abraham. And he called their names after the name by which his father had called them. And Isaac's servants digged in the valley and found there a well of springing water. And the herdmen of Gerar did strive with Isaac's herdmen.
Here we go again.
The water is ours. And he called the name of the well Esek, because they strove with him. And they digged another well and strove for that also. And he called the name of it Sitnah. And he removed from thence and digged another well. And for that they strove not. And he called the name of it Rehoboth. And he said, for now the Most High hath made room for us, and we shall be fruitful in the land. And he went up from thence to Beersheba. And the Most High appeared unto him the same night and said, I am the Most High of Abraham thy father. Fear not, for I am with thee, and will bless thee, and multiply thy seed for my servant Abraham's sake. And he built an altar there, and called upon the name of the Most High, and pitched his tent there, And there Isaac's servants digged the well. Then Abimelech went to him from Gerar, and Ahuzat, one of his friends, and Bechal, the chief captain of his army. And Isaac said unto them, Wherefore come ye to me, seeing ye hate me, and have sent me away from you? And they said, We saw certainly that the Most High was with thee. And we said, Let there be now an oath betwixt us, even betwixt us and thee. Let us make a covenant with thee, that thou wilt do us no hurt, and we have not touched thee. And as we have done unto thee nothing but good, and have sent thee away in peace.
These guys was scary as hell. Look at the fear that Abimelech had. It's a king. Look at the fear he had for Isaac, where Isaac is moving away from this guy, and he goes and hunts him down for a covenant not to destroy them. Damn. Like, bro, we ain't even messing with you. That's the fear that they had for the Lord. That's the fear they have for the Most High concerning the righteous. It just shows you that how far we've gone. That why don't our enemies fear us? Because they don't see that the Most High is riding with us. Remember, we read it in Judith. It said if they found any iniquity in this people, their God will not be for them. But if he finds righteousness, I'm paraphrasing, their God will be for them. Yeah. And he'll act for us. And that will enact fear. We try to enact the fear and we do it wrong. Yeah. But these men, Abimelech, feared Isaac because he feared Abraham, because he feared the Lord. You see that? Remember, the Most High, the Lord, he came to him in a vision and was like, listen, don't touch that man's wife. It was like, whoa, wait a minute. I wasn't even going to touch his wife. You took her into your house, didn't you? You know what the hell you was going to try to do. Gave him a vision. You know it's powerful when the Most High is going to the nations in visions. It's a real message there. Yeah. Right? So go ahead.
Verse 30. And he made them feast, and they did eat and drink. And they rose up betimes in the morning, and sware one to another. And Isaac sent them away, and they departed from him in peace. And it came to pass the same day that Isaac's servant came and told him concerning the well which they had digged, and said unto him, We have found water. And he called it Shabbat. Therefore the name of the city is Beersheba unto this day. And Esau was 40 years old when he took to wife Judith, daughter of Beri, the Hittite.
So even, think about it, even Esau was 40 years old when he married. Yeah. See, he wasn't accustomed to running to marry as a young man. Yeah. Let me get some life experience under my belt. Let me get some training. Let me get those things. Let me make sure that I'm a husband before I'm a husband. Okay. Not that I'm a boy trying to be a husband. I can't play house and learn in the moment with these things. Why? Because this is how you create more damage. Yeah. True. So there was a mind that, wait a minute, let me at least show myself a man and then get with women. You weren't 16, 12. Yeah, you were considered a man at a certain age, but were you because of age, but not because of this? Then you didn't just jump into marriage because you could. You see that? Even Esau, with his lack of everything, restraint, faith, patience, everything, he was even married at 40. He followed at least something, but then, well, here goes his mess up. Read.
He took the wife Judith, the daughter of Beri, the Hittite.
The who?
The Hittite.
The what?
The Hittite.
Ooh, he took him a Canaanite. Ooh. Now everybody else was like, listen, let's avoid Canaan and let's go get women of our lineage. This old crusty dude was like, look, these Hittites is good to me. These Canaanites, what? I don't see nothing wrong. A woman's a woman. Because Esau was filthy himself. He liked them filthy customs. He liked that. He liked them sneaky links. He liked that.
That was his portion.
His portion was filth. Every other man was like, oh, hell no, not these Hittites, not these Jebusites, not these Girgasites, not the Canaanite women. But Esau was like, looks good. Right? I don't see the problem. Go ahead.
And Basemath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite.
So not just one, he took him two. Double the pleasure, double the fun. Right? Go ahead. No, just read 35.
Which were a grief of mine unto Isaac and to Rebekah.
You know why? Because they knew that nothing good was going to come from that union.
Right.
That somebody was going to be tainted somewhere down the line.
Yeah.
Even if we showed Esau the right way, the women were going to not be good women. They just weren't. Idol worshiping, fornication, all the different filth that came from that line, from those Canaanites. That's going to be what raises our grandsons. Remember, the weaning, the education of the children was on the women. Up until a certain point, then the man took over. But train up a child in the way that he shall go, he shall not depart. You train him up early enough in some filth, what was going to happen? Why did Esdras have to excommunicate the women and children? Because the children were already sealed in their mind of, we're not going to be Hebrews. We're going to be Moabites, Canaanites, Ammonites, Edomites, right?
Okay.
It was already sealed in them from an early age. That's why they didn't know the language of the Hebrews. These women were going to do what?
Same thing.
Listen, we ain't teach Spanish. Hell no. Nah. We learn it. We learn an American, right? Mm-hmm. Hebrew. Oh hell no. Nah. We learn in Spanish. Como se llama? Right? It's like if you got a woman right now and she wasn't in line. You got you a nice Issacharite woman, but she wasn't aligned with you 100% as a man, and you had kids with her, and she's like, I'm not teaching them Hebrew. I'm teaching them. I don't want them to have Hebrew names. They're gonna have Angelica and Rosalita, right? And Jose. No, I want them to have Hebrew names. No, we ain't doing that. We're gonna have nice Issacharite sounding names, right? That's what was gonna be going on with these Hittite women. So the grandchildren were gonna be what? It's tainted fruit, man. They were gonna be useless. As we see, they were useless. Esau's whole line was useless.
When I was in the military, like, Esau used to go like overseas, and they would want to get like women because they didn't even like the way the women here function. But they always said the worst thing happened is when the women got over here and got mingled with American women.
Yeah, you go over there and get you a nice Filipino, man, humble, submissive, ready, right? But then what happened? All the nations came over here and learned the American way. Oh my God,
Terrible.
It's bad. You know, I always think about that. I'm like, dang. You look at like some of the more traditional, because you know, a lot of the outside countries outside of America, they held on to more tradition. They were more traditional in us ever. She always. The only other one I see in that is Angela. She been 40 plus years, same man, right? She got more traditionalist values, but you see where that came from. That comes from, you know, a lot of the island people still have more traditional values. A lot of the people in other countries. America was the golden cup, like I said, that did what? Got the nations drunk. Got drunk off of feminism, got drunk off of, they're more traditional. You know what I mean? So, but what you're saying, a lot of the babies and not our squandered that. They knocked them up and left them. Destroyed that. They ain't gonna do. So it reversed the whole process of tradition.
Man,
Right.
That's why that's so interesting to me, like just to see.
All in hiding right now because that traditional value of those, they shut down their businesses. They stopped teaching. They ran. They did this. They start covering up pictures. They start painting over windows. Anything that had to do with a woman looking like she liberated on TV for the Middle Eastern people. Baywatch. They were showing show your body, sis. It's okay. This But guess what they were doing out in a string thong bikini out them and call them perverts because they looked. It's a look.
Being like they're wearing boxers, but they're shorts.
Yeah. Stop it. Cover up and wear something that's gonna. It might have been him. It was probably the same dude. It was probably the same dude. You turned the light off?
Yeah.
And then you turned it back on?
No, it's on now. We had it on.
He thought a BBL was, I got my BBL. Damn. What is MBA? Master's?
NBA.
MBA?
It's an MBA.
Master's, Bachelor's, and Associates? Is that what that is? Oh, so you're saying you got all three? That's the one you get from. Huh?
Masters is after the bachelor's, so that's why they say
Masters?
MBA,
Right, Master's, Bachelor's.
With the sleeping
I got my MBA, my CDL from the DMV, and a BBL. See that? I got my MBA, I got my PhD, I got my BBL. MBA. Bam. Masters, Bachelors, and Associates. Got my doctorate from Harvard. Bro, she used to can't tell what's going on or shivering. Yeah.
27 and
Rebecca was still still younger than Isaac.
anywhere from 10 to 20 years younger.
But then trying to get something 10 to 20 years younger than him, look at it negative. Because everyone, see, they're not going. My daughter was 20 and he married her. Eyesight, what he's doing ain't wrong biblically. No man should go out there and get him a 20-year-old if I had, right? It's frowned upon. It's looked on negative. Right. They leave him out to dry. And listen, women should be getting, boy, that's naive. Isaac, he's old. He got Rebecca, who's a little bit younger. What is she going to do?
And he said unto him, Behold, pray thee, thy weapons.
What was crazy? You know when the Bible says Isaac loved Esau because he did it, but it came back and said, but Rebecca loved Jacob.
Makes sense.
How did she preserve Jacob?
And bring it to me, that I may go into the field to hunt me before my father peradventure, when I shall bring a curse upon me. And she put the skin she had prepared into the hand of her son Jacob. And he came unto his father and said, My father. And he said, Here am I. Who art thou, my son? I pray thee.
It doesn't matter what, maybe you got a sore throat or something, but you him. Let me feel on you real quick. I mean, think about that, man. Just think about that. He did one of these, like, she just took a dead goat and put it on his body.
Yeah, she did.
You ever see Tom Green? Remember Tom Green? My bum is on your lips. My bum is on your lips. Remember him? He would just jump into a carcass. He would just throw like a dead animal. He would just wear a dead dog. He would wear like dead animals, freshly killed, with blood and everything. He would just wear it. I'm like, what the hell is this white boy doing? He was tripping. But think about it. You put on okay. Has anybody ever smelled? I always say, has anybody ever smelled a live goat? A live goat. They stink. Have you ever smelled a dead goat? It's like 10 times worse. It's like because it's just, you can smell the blood mixed with the goat outside and the boo-boo. Like, it smells so, listen, Passover's coming up. Any brother that wants to roll to the slaughter and smell that stench of death, it's bad. But you can't wash that stench off in one wash. Hell no. You don't wash that smell off. So even if
unto Isaac his father, and he felt him, and said, The voice of Jacob's voice.
The voice is Jacob's voice.
The voice is Jacob's voice. But the hands are the hands of Esau. Mm-hmm. And he discerned him not, because his hands were hairy, as his brother Esau's hands. So he blessed him, and he said, Art thou my very son Esau? And he said, I am. And he said, Bring near to me, and I will eat of my son's venison, that my soul may bless thee. And he brought it near to him, and he did eat, and he brought him wine, and he drank. And his father Isaac said unto him, Come near now, and kiss me, my son. And he came near and kissed him, and he smelled the smell of his raiment, and blessed him, and said, See, the smell of my son is as the smell of a field which the Lord had blessed.
See that?
Damn, he stunk.
You stunk. Esau stunk. Said he smelled his raiment, and it smelled like the field. A blessing of a field. When a field is blessed, what has it got on there? Animals pooping and eating and dung. Well, listen, when I lived in Colorado, she's probably gonna talk about it too up in Nebraska, is a spot, Greeley, Colorado. Before you got to Greeley, you knew you were close because it was where they slaughtered all the meat. So they had a slaughterhouse there. Before you even got into the city, you'd be on the highway, I-25 going north, and when you hit a certain city, a certain proximity, when you inhaled, you knew you was close to Greeley. You just knew, like, okay, I'm close to Greeley. Because it was doo-doo, cow doo-doo, and death. Like just blood and guts and all that in the air.
The mix of it, though.
And then when you went to you couldn't escape it. The whole time you went, I used to work in that mall. I hated going to that mall, but I would go to that mall, and inside the mall, it smelled like cow doo-doo. It smelled like the slaughterhouse. The whole city, people's houses, everything. Greeley, Colorado smelled like death.
So that sometimes, like, if you ride through Tomball and back roads,
Okay.
at the first rain, you can smell it.
Is there there's a slaughterhouse up there?
No, I'm talking about
Just the animals.
Yeah, the animals.
Yeah.
Smell it.
You can smell a farm, like a blessed field in what's going on with those animals.
That's true.
Go ahead.
I think Mateo had a question.
But there, you had a.
Yeah, so when I lived in Minnesota, I was bringing my husband
Minnesota,
down
eh?
to Nebraska,
Mhm.
and I fell asleep, right? But then I woke up, we saw the gas station.
Yeah, Nebraska.
In Nebraska.
Welcome
and they're
home.
Like, how'd you know? I was like,
The smell.
yeah.
We close to Greeley. How'd you know? Because that stench don't go away. Ain't enough wind in the world blowing that smell away. It was bad. The slaughterhouse in Greeley. If you're from Greeley, you know about it.
Damn.
Where we at?
Genesis chapter 27, verse 28.
So he smelled his raiment. Smell now. Like you get them wet real quick, and it smell like a little wet dog, like wet Barbie here. And that's not it. But think about it. You're not getting the epitome. You're not getting the full mayonnaise bologna hit. You know, like a thing of pennies. It just smell like no. You're not getting that full hit because you're not getting the Esau in his most potent form.
Damn.
Yeah, they want to be in the field but don't want to bathe.
Oh, gosh.
They want to think about it. Esau is the only man that'll cover himself in another animal's pee to hunt him, and call it pheromones. Oh, those are just pheromones. No, that's urine, my friend. And he'll cover himself and pee on his own self. He'll pee on his own self in hopes of gotta get that kill, right? He'll sit on a perch. So what was Esau smelling like? His own pee, animal pee, his own doo-doo. It's bad. What do they do now? The niggas will sit in a diaper to race a car.
They really do?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they sit, like you think you're doing 500. Listen, when you watch the Indy 500, it's like a 9-hour race. Niggas not getting out the car to pee.
I never thought about it.
They are peeing in that suit. Oh yeah, they are dropping. Listen, they make jokes about it. I think spacesuits are made for them to pee in
They are.
and poop in.
Pressure pushes down on them.
Yeah, and they store it right in their leg.
Ew.
Ew. Where you think niggas that smoke weed got that from? I'm gonna have somebody else's pee stored in my leg to keep it warm. What do you think? Listen, Esau's a filthy man. He invented ways to crap on himself and make it sound good. Yeah, I'm a race car driver, so you shit yourself for 9 hours and drive around in circles? Oh, okay. So you literally pee yourself as a grown man on purpose. What's up?
I was gonna say that when I stopped eating like from Moab.
Right.
I was in Alabama. We was at the mall. And I got a nice big plate of Chinese food.
Oh.
I hadn't ate most of it. And then all of a sudden I just started smelling something. I thought it was somebody around me.
Oh.
And I'm looking, I see these Edomites sitting around me. I kept, man, smell like wet dog. And I'm looking, and it was my plate.
Oh! Damn! Yeah, because certain fast food you eat, you ever sit next to somebody eating Burger King? Somebody they eating a foot. Yeah. You ever smell that food after you try to store some of it for later? Like go to the mall, get you some Moab, eat half of it, leave it in the container, and come back later. The meat's gray and it smells like a foot.
Oh, that's so true.
He could attest. We all can.
God.
The meat is gray.
When they walk through.
And it smells like a foot, like somebody just opened up a diaper.
It's true. They walk through with that stinks. You're right.
Yeah, it's nasty. That's what I'm saying. But all them fast foods, if you ain't eating them, and somebody just walks through it, you're like, yo, who farted? It smells like a fart. It's like, oh no, that's just my sarku. Smell like diaper? Yeah. But back to Esau. Nigga smells like pennies, wet dog, Barbie hair. He smells like, you just ever smell kids when they go outside and play in the grass and then come in the house? You're like, oh, shower now.
Yep.
That's how Esau was smelling.
Yeah.
Shower now. But he wasn't on showering now. He wasn't on that. He was on, you know what? I can't shower right now because my body oils, my natural body oils, they're going to get dried up. So I'm going to not shower for 3 months and let my body pH balance it out. That's what Esau's on today.
Even take a rinse. Just take a rinse.
Or I'm going to shower and never use soap ever. Ever.
I see the white girls, like, they make the dry shampoo, and, like, they're like, oh, I haven't washed it for, like, 5 days.
And sis, it looks like it.
It's gross.
It looks, your head looks like an oily mop. It's bad, but that's what Esau's on. Oh, Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis, that's his woman. Like, yeah, we don't wash our kids unless they look dirty.
What?
I read that article.
Yeah, they say they don't wash their kids unless they look dirty. He's like, what's the point of a shower? Like, nigga, I only wash pits and balls. That's what he said. That's it. He don't touch his arms, his filthy hands, his face, nothing.
That's in their history too.
You got Esau that will not use soap for 20 years and talk about, yeah, I don't smell. But if you go to all these A-list celebrities, I read this list of all these celebrities that they say that when you get around them, the smell is so bad. Johnny Depp, he looks like he stinks.
Yes.
The nigga just looks nasty. But they got that rugged, manly. He's supposed to be rugged and manly, right? They say he smells very bad. Angelina Jolie, they say she stinks because she don't bathe. Brad Pitt, he don't bathe. He say he goes days.
Ew.
He'll go on a movie set. They say he go on a movie set smelling like the last movie set. He's smelling like damn Troy. You smell like Troy, and you out there trying to do movies and you got millions. Because that's what they on. That's that Edomite mentality.
They don't wash. Like when they took over in England, when the first thing they did was to start a bathhouse.
Yep. And bathe in the windows. We're going to bathe in the windows and perfume ourselves with roses. You can't put funk on oil. You can't put oils and funk together. Bathe and then put on the fragrance. You know why they made perfumes the way they made them? To cover up their stench. Come on, Esau's the same man that used to wear his drawers until they disintegrated off of him. They do it today. They wear the same pair of damn Jeffrey Bean shoes until they just literally rip apart on their feet.
Yeah.
And won't think like, wait a minute, the shoe is curling up this way. You ever see Esau wear a shoe? It's like this, but it curls up like that, and it's bending backwards.
I've seen it.
It's like, bruh, it's time for a new pair. But he's gonna wear those shoes until they literally disappear off his feet. Wear his drawers, wear his beater, white beater, until they disintegrate. That's what Esau was on. They're not cleanly people. They're just not. All them diseases, they decided that we're gonna take baths and stuff during, the Black Plague. That's when they decided we gotta wash up. We gotta wash up. We gotta use soap. We gotta use water, antibacterial.
That's why, like, when you talking about like the vaccines and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't believe it's like so much the vaccines as much as their cleanliness.
Yeah, part of it is your cleanliness.
It was a time where it was only like they bathed only on Saturday. That was the thing in the U.S. in the United States.
Yeah.
You bathe on Saturday.
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah, no. When you go back in the 50s and the 40s and the 60s, bro, they'll tell you there's statistics. The average house only took like maybe 1 or 2 baths a week. Not black people. It was white folks. The niggas was bathing. We like to smell good and look good. We wasn't running around funky.
It don't matter how it is.
We don't bathe. We don't find a way to bathe. You know, look at Book of Eli. He was bathing with KFC wet naps. Right? He was right with a wet nap. Cause we gonna try to keep clean. We ain't on that go funky for days and days and days and be itchy and just you feel sticky. It's very uncomfortable. You know when you need a bath. Your body starts to your clothes kind of stick to you. They don't flow as well. You're like, yo, I got to shower. It is time. Esau ain't on that. They like, I'm gonna let my natural bacterias take care of my funk. So it's not surprising that they smell like a field. That Esau smelled like animal, grass, field, people, disease. It's not surprising that there's so much disease that ran through Europe back in the day. There's disease running through there now. I'm not surprised that half of Italy is wiped out because of the coronavirus. Like you said, that disease needs something to cling on to.
Yeah.
It needs something to cling to. And if you're a dirty ass person, I mean, come on, man. Look at the show Hoarders. Now, I might be wrong.
We've been told.
But I ain't seen no black folks on Hoarders yet.
You're wrong.
Am I wrong?
You're wrong. There is some.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're the minority, but they be on there.
They be on there. And we know that's a psychosis, first and foremost. But come on, man. You had a cat, and then the cat disappeared, and then 50 years later, you find the cat under a Pepsi can because he just been crushed down with trash. What are you on? To poop in plastic bags when you don't have to. And then you keep them in the house. Bro, have y'all seen Hoarders? I've seen some Hoarders where the chick was dumping inside cups.
Oh yeah.
And just left the cups in the house.
Oh my gosh.
Because the toilet stopped flushing. In the house. Like, what is your house smell like?
This episode of Hoarders, it had like the little big things, the big jugs, and they were just full of people. She had a whole bunch of them inside of her house, and it was just full of people.
That's what I'm saying. I seen that one. They were just in the house. Right in the kitchen. It's like, oh yeah, that's a poop jar. What? Next to the kitchen? Right next to the fridge.
I used to be binge watching it. I seen an episode with her front door was so barricaded with trash, you literally had to climb over the trash to climb in. The whole downstairs was barricaded with trash. You had to climb up through her house, and once you got upstairs, you can finally stand up enough.
Damn. Oh, I seen that one.
That
Yeah.
was tripping.
And then her whole upstairs was about to collapse in because the weight of the trash upstairs was buckling the ceiling beams. She had like rooms full of, it was so heavy, the beams started, you could see the beams doing this. They were like, listen,
Damn.
we got to take this thing down like piece by piece. Nobody can go upstairs because the weight would buckle the ceiling. She had a beautiful house too. I remember that one. She had a beautiful, beautiful house, but it was bad.
I have a question. So isn't that how they pretty much killed off a lot of the Native Americans because they were so full of disease and things like that?
That's exactly how they did it. Like, they didn't give them smallpox by accident. They were like, here's this blanket. We know we're sick and filthy. And then the disease came along with it. Smallpox.
Common cold too.
Common cold. Think about this. The Native Indians were wearing animal skins as a protection. Animals that have fleas, flies, this, that. But they cleaned those furs and those skins before they wore them and didn't get no disease from that, right? Because the ecosystem of the animal was clean. You know, it was a buffalo. It chewed the cud. It was, you know, whatever it ate was purified. Took a crap on the ground, grew back that grass. Beautiful ecosystem. Here comes the white man with his defoulness, and he implemented disease into those people. I mean, that's how they wiped out a lot of them. They would get them sick, and then they just go fight them.
Mm-hmm.
Fight them when they were weak. Why? Because they couldn't mess with us at our strength.
Man, that's a cowardly way of doing things, man. You can't even man up to nobody. You know?
One of the most, it's, I think it was the battle at Wounded Knee. It was one of those battles. It might be Wounded Knee, but they literally just went in and just killed them because they couldn't fight back. It wasn't an actual fight. It was literally a slaughter. So I don't think it was Wounded Knee. It was another one of these significant battles, man, where all they had to do was just walk in, and because the people were so sick, they had the flu, they had the cold, they were so weak. Where'd they get that from, though? What did Reuben do? Simeon, what did they do? They waited for them Africans to be sick and trying to heal up and wanted to wipe their ass out. They couldn't even raise a sword.
You can't move with that.
So the white man taking the things that we did and use it against us. You know what I mean? But yeah, they definitely got our people sick. Pestilence, remember the curse. Pestilence and disease was going to overrun us. I mean, think about it, man. Half of us are running around with some weird disease in our body now. And we still stronger than the strongest Edomite. Magic Johnson got AIDS. And that nigga ain't got AIDS. It's weird. Like, Magic Johnson retired from basketball because he had AIDS, and he looks stronger now than he did back in the 90s. The dude is more built and more solid now at an old age. What is he, in his 60s? He gotta be, right? In his 90s, he was slim, he was trim, but he looks more like he put them paws on you now.
He's in trouble.
And the dude got AIDS. I mean, he's so strong that he don't got AIDS no more. You could probably use his blood for a cure.
Weren't they gonna use his blood? They said he was gonna donate
Were they?
for something. Yeah, he was like gonna donate for something. They're like, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think he could donate blood to me though. I'm still a little leery of that. He probably got something else in his blood going on, right? Probably got nanobots. Who knows?
They say that the reason they, and I never thought about it till they said it, that the reason they invented steroids is just so they could keep up with us in the Olympics.
That's true.
I believe it. Cause that's what does steroids do? Pumps you up for a little bit, lets you perform for a little bit. You go in the roid range, kills your liver, shrinks your testes, right? So I believe it. All those genetic enhancements that they takes, the supplements, that's to keep up with what we naturally do. I mean, even if you look at the athletes in the Olympics way back, bro, look at like a cat like Usain Bolt. That nigga was not built. He was not super muscular. The dude was just fast. For a man that tall to run that fast, there was something different going on with his body.
Yeah. There's a movie, I forget what it's called, but it was a Jake that he was screwing off the football team. He was that good, but the white boy told him, he goes, man, you're naturally built to do this. I gotta be pumping up all the damn time just to keep up with you.
Keep up.
You know?
And that's what they got to do.
What movie it is, but exactly, they sit right in the movies.
I mean, show me a people that could eat crack, eat crack for a living.
Okay,
the program. I mean, show me people that can eat bad for their whole generations, have diabetes, have hypertension, crack-induced comas, get high, get drunk. Come on, cognac and malt liquor? Bruh, how can you live off that your whole 20s and make it to 40? Come on, man. I know I did too. That's my point.
It's a cartoon, man. You told up and saw the word.
That's what I'm saying. Like, bruh, Issachar be bent back. Issachar be bent back and wake up and go put a whole roof on. In the sun. I'm like, yo, last night you knocked off a 30 pack and wake up ready, still liquor coming through his whole pores. Damn, you smell like a fountain, right? And go and knock off a whole roof in an hour, just to go back and drink some more that night. Think about it.
But then the liquor's there too while they're working.
Right, siesta, and they're pouring a few back while they're working. Bro, we are superior, far superior, and that's us diminishing our strength. Everything we do negative diminishes our strength that the Most High has given us naturally, and then the connection to Him. So imagine if we just did things to promote that strength, to promote that right connection in mind, how strong we'd really be.
Wow.
The faith to move mountains. The you know, I like certain things like the effectual fervent prayer of a righteous man availeth much. When a man can pray for the heavens to stop raining, that's power. Mm-hmm. Right? And then when you can pray 3 years later, oh, let me pray for it to rain again. Lord, let it rain. Oh, okay. Damn. That's power.
Sweet.
That's power, man. Where we at?
Genesis chapter 27, verse 28.
That's what I want.
Therefore, the Most High give thee of the dew of heaven, and the fatness of the earth, and plenty of corn and wine. Let people serve thee.
Whoa. See? I see. Wow, this right here, this is troubling. I seen videos of some Esau girl talking about how she forgot to take out her tampon and didn't realize it was still in there until her next cycle came. Bruh.
I forget that.
Bruh. I mean, that's called sepsis. You could die of sepsis from that.
You get toxic shock syndrome if you
Yeah, all that dirty blood.
Like more than 6 hours you get in that toxic shock.
Bro, but Esau is dirty. That's why they can eat pork. That's why they can eat raw meat. That's why they can eat all that stuff and live. They can eat all that stuff and live. We eat pork and die.
That's true.
They're filthy, so they can, filth can attach on to filth. Ain't nobody telling Esau stop eating pork because you got diabetes. They're like, nigga, keto diet, fat back, and they eat nothing but pork and spare ribs. We eat pork and spare ribs, and you got a gut out to here, and you're dying of diabetes and hypertension because it wasn't made for us.
Yep.
That wasn't made for anybody to eat, but they somehow find a way to eat it and live. You see that? And give themselves the filth and live.
Damn.
It's just,
Wow.
yeah, man. Ugh. Read.
Verse 29. Let people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Cursed be every one that curseth thee.
Where you at?
Verse 29, last precept.
Right, go ahead.
And blessed be he that blesseth thee.
So this is the blessing that Isaac is giving to Jacob. Should have been the blessing he gave to Esau. But let's remember the prophecy. The elder shall serve the younger.
Yeah.
You see that? So this is why this comes into play. He said, let the people serve thee, and nations bow down to thee. Be Lord over thy brethren, and let thy mother's sons bow down to thee. Now, Esau's getting that right now. Everybody's bowing down to this man. Right? But the elder shall serve the younger, because we know that in the last days what's going to happen. In the last time, in the kingdom, what's going to happen. Go ahead.
Verse 30. And it came to pass, as soon as Isaac had made an end of blessing Jacob, and Jacob was yet scarce gone out from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came in from his hunting. And he also had made savory meat, and brought it unto his father, and said unto his father, Let my father arise and eat his son's venison, that my soul may bless me, that thy soul may bless me. And Isaac his father said unto him, Who art thou? And he said, I am thy son, thy firstborn Esau. And Isaac trembled very exceedingly, and said, Who? Where is he that had taken venison, and brought it to me, and brought it me? And I have eaten of all before thou camest, and have blessed him, yea, and he shall be blessed.
You know what's called? You know what this is showing right here? Who's picking up what this is showing? That last point, and it says, and he shall be blessed. All Isaac did was just speak words. over Jacob, but it showed you that when you spoke something, it was going to happen. He couldn't reverse this. Think about it. I'm gonna bless you, son. Oh, you know what? Made a mistake. My bad. You, son, you get the blessing. It would have been that easy, right? But it wasn't that easy because he already spoke it. That's how powerful our words are. He went over it, right? About the words you speak. But that's why the scriptures say death and life are in the power of the tongue. That's a real thing. Remember when David he cursed Joab? He cursed Joab. He said, let there lack not one in Joab's house that lacketh bread, that die by the sword, that lean up on a staff. He cursed that dude's lineage. Remember Noah? Noah, who did he curse?
Ham.
He cursed Ham, but not Ham. He cursed Canaan. Cursed be Canaan. He didn't curse Ham. He cursed his line after Ham. Let him be a servant of servants? Bruh, think about it. He couldn't take that back after you said that. The words had so much power, they still do. That's why we say things in word, right? Let there be light, and it was so. Words have power. We got to realize that this could not be, he couldn't renege on this. He couldn't be no renegade. He could, oh, my bad. You already blessed him. So imagine if a man cursed you. It was a wrap. When David said what he said about Abner, bro, it happened. It happened. Our words, man, the words had so much power. So you had to be clear in what you were going to say. You had to be clear in your speech. Let your yea be yea and your nay be nay. It couldn't be, oh, well, maybe, I don't know, maybe so.
You can see why you can be judged for every idle word.
Yeah, because the power that words have.
Right.
And right here, he said, and he shall be blessed. Now, you know what? You're right. Let me take that back. Go ahead.
And when Esau heard the words of his father,
right,
he cried with
right,
a great and exceeding bitter cry,
right,
and said unto his father,
Bless me,
even me also,
even me also, my father.
My father.
Cry, baby. Because guess what? Esau realized words had power. That blessing could not be taken back. So he was like, I got to get something out of this. Give me something, Poppy. Go ahead.
And he said, thy brother came with subtlety, and had taken away thy blessing. And he said, is not he rightly named Jacob, for he has supplanted me these 2 times?
Yeah, he yiquabbed him. Go ahead.
He took away my birthright, and behold, now he had taken away my blessing.
Ooh, so here goes Esau doing what? I mean, he didn't take nothing from you. You sold it.
Yep.
You over here lying and misrepresenting and pointing the finger. Passing the buck. Go ahead.
And he said, hast thou not reserved the blessing for me? And Isaac answered and said unto Esau, behold, I have made him thy Lord.
Woo!
And all his brethren have I given to him for servants.
That you already got to know that pissed Esau off. Like this little young cat. First of all, I'm older by 3 seconds. Ain't no way he gonna be Lord over me. You got to know that pissed off Esau. That made him highly upset. Go ahead.
And with corn and wine have I sustained him. And what shall I do now unto thee, my son?
Yeah, I already gave him everything. Too late. Go ahead.
And Esau said unto his father, hast thou but one blessing, my father? Bless me, even me also, O my father. And Esau lifted up his voice and wept.
He was a cry baby. He was 40 years old crying. Crying because he sold something way back in the gap.
That's true.
And then try to blame his brother. Go ahead.
And Isaac his father answered and said unto him,
go ahead.
Behold, thy dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth,
right,
and of the dew of heaven from above,
right,
and by thy sword.
By thy what?
By thy sword.
You're gonna live by your weapons. Your weapons is what's gonna carry you through this life.
Damn.
And that's what's gotten Esau to win every war.
Yep.
That's what's gotten Esau. His blessing is what's gotten him to write history in his favor. And then to rewrite history to whatever he wants it to be. His blessing. Think about it. Every crusader you ever seen went through with what? Horse and sword. Chariot and sword. The Roman Empire was built on the sword. The Greek Empire was built on the sword. All these empires, this empire is built on the modern day sword, which is the gun, the bullets, the ballistic missiles, their sword or gun technologies, right? Missile technologies. And we're the best at it. I mean, y'all see the missile that China just launched. Did y'all see it?
I heard about
It's
it.
a hypersonic missile that travels 5 times faster than the speed of light. They asked General, what's the general?
Pompey.
Not Pompey. That was a general back in 70 AD. The general today, what's the general today? He said Pompey. What the hell? The general of America today.
I know.
The one that called China and what's the general today? Anyway, they interviewed him. They said, "Listen, is that a problem that China just did that?" He was like, "Oh no, it's not it's not a problem. It's all good." Then he messed up because they asked him another question, and I don't think he realized what he was saying. He was like, "Yeah, the fact that they can launch something like that is very detrimental to America." But he didn't say that in the first answer. Why? Because the missile can't be detected by radar. It's too fast to be detected by a radar.
And you be hit before you even know
So
it.
you'll be hit before, and it's a nuclear weapon, so you'll be hit before you know it.
God dang.
So, what is America? Why do you think you had arms races between Russia and America? That was just two Edomite nations doing what? Who can make the most guns? They got a Cold War going on right now between who? America and Korea. America and China. China is racing to get the better missiles, the nuclear technology. They're talking about North Korea or South Korea, one of them. They got about 300 nuclear warheads right now. They want to have 700 in the next 5 years, and they want to have 1,000 in the next 10 years. That's a lot of nuclear weaponry, but it shows you how long it takes to develop that. And you got to get this uranium from over here, this uranium from over here, combine them, have the facilities to work that.
Yeah.
But Esau is like, hell nah, nigga. Why do they keep sending people over to Iran and China and Russia? They got people in Russia right now, in Ukraine, telling the Russians, look, get your guns out of Ukraine. Don't do that. Or else you're going to have to go to war with us.
With all this, they creating waste because that stuff don't break down, it don't go nowhere.
It don't go nowhere.
They're creating all this.
It creates more death and more destruction. But you just got to see, Esau is living by his blessing. This is how he has won everything. This is how he got us now. You sit back and wonder, how the hell could they take us over? When you look at us play sports, when you look at how big we are naturally, how could a man, 5'5", 120 pounds soaking wet with ape-like intelligence overtake us? And we were experts in every weapon. Well, because he come with when you got the bow and arrow, that nigga got a gun. When you got a 1-shooter, he came with a 2-shooter. He came with a 6-shooter. When you had spears, he had gunpowder. when you got the guns, what did he do? Okay, I'm gonna put that into dynamite, C4. He always has the upper hand in his sword. You see that? So even when we get the sword, he has the upper hand. Well, you got a gun, I got a gun too. Well, you got a revolver, and I got a 9mm automatic with a clip. So when you're trying to load bullet by bullet, I'm putting 16 in the head and bam, 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 bam. Damn. That's how it's always been with Esau. You see that? Because it's his blessing. Show me any other nation who is blessed with the ancient sword and the modern day sword like this man. You can't find it. You can't find it. Go ahead.
Damn. Verse 40. And by thy sword shalt thou live, and shalt serve thy brother. And it shall come to pass, when thou shalt have the dominion, that thou shalt break his yoke from off thy neck.
Right. So what's that talking about? Who knows? What prophecy that were they talking about in history? When thou shalt have the dominion, thou shalt break the yoke off thy neck. He's talking about the Dark Ages. He's going into that time frame when Esau shall have the dominion. That when we shall have the dominions. When thou shalt where is it at? And it shall come to pass when thou shalt have the dominion that thou shalt break his yoke off thy neck. You see that? That's talking about the 1,000 years of us ruling. But remember, when we ruled Europe, where was the white man at? Where was Esau?
Caves.
That nigga was in caves, eating juniper roots, right? Eating off the marsh. They didn't even have the luxury of eating meat. They was eating roots and shrubs and herbs. Come on, man, and living in caves, like literal caves. Where do you think you get the Flintstones and all that, and the Crudes and bro? Esau's telling on himself. You're Fred Flintstone. You damn right. Yabba dabba doo. They were living in caves. They were living in caves, dirty and filthy and smelly. They were the people under the stairs. They were the ones that nobody cared about. And guess what we were doing? Riding around in chariots. Right? Sprinkling gold dust in our hair. Right? Eating the best of everything. Eating, slaughtering rams and goats and oxen. The beautifulest women. These niggas was living in caves, man. So that was a prophecy that they was going to break out of the Dark Ages. They were going to break out, and then the Dark Ages afterwards come into power because they started coming back into power during the 1400s. Then you had the Pope, the sixth Pope. What did he do in the 1470s, 80s, 90s? What did he do? That's when they start coming with this image of Christ, Caesar Borgia, right? Pope Alexander, the sixth, yeah, Pope Alexander the sixth, I believe. This is like the late 1490s. Then you had Columbus and all them. They start exploring, right? But at that time, remember, Isabella, Fernand, all them, they were Israelites. They were black. They're the ones that sent Columbus out. Black people send black people.
Wasn't she married to an Edomite though?
Isabella was a.
But she was an Israelite that was over Spain.
Right. I'm not sure. It was Fernand. Who was Fernand? Was that her husband?
I think so, but I always thought that he was an Edomite.
I think he was. I thought he was a Jew also. Okay. Yeah, I thought he was a Jew also. Could be wrong. But I believe that Isabella and Fernand were Jews that sent another Jew.
One of them was right. One of them
was he
mixed.
Oh, mixed.
That's
but mixed with.
There was no sympathy for her.
Mixed, but he was an Edomite mixed, or mixed it.
The queen was Edomite mixed.
But she was a Jew. Was her people Jew? Israel?
She
like
was.
Her father.
Her father was Israel.
Right. I see what you're saying. Yeah. But you see, that was the prophecy here.
Yeah, I think it's the movie, the book, The Coats of Arms. I read.
You know, nature has no color line?
Yeah, something like that.
Because nature has no color line when it goes into the coats of arms. And
right.
Yeah. Isn't that her on the cover?
Yes, it's her.
That's her on the cover. Right. She was a Jew. Yeah, she was a Jew. Go ahead, read 41.
41. Esau hated Jacob because of the blessing wherewith his father blessed him.
Because there wasn't really no blessing. That nigga, you gonna serve your brother. Ta-da! And have a lot of guns. Okay. You gotta just see it, man. Don't you know that they call it like the rite of passage? They do it in Edomite homes. They hand down the shotgun to their son. They gotta take them out hunting at 6. But they've been doing that forever, bro. That's how you know the white boys is Esau. They living off this tradition. That's why I don't need no book, no nothing. All I need is the Bible and what they do to show me who they are. Esau does this. Take them out hunting early. Teach them how to use the sword early. Use your blessing early, because this is what's going to carry you through life. Why do you think they got Boy Scouts and what do they call it? Boy Scouts, right?
It's Boy Scouts.
Yeah, come on. Who was doing that? Who was learning how to be the cunning hunter? Who was learning how to tie weird bow knots and this type of knot and that type of knot to what? String up and catch prey. And climb trees and swing like an ape and do all them weird things. Esau. Esau was learning that stuff. Why? Because that was part of his whole stigma, his whole life. Run through those trees, run through that wilderness, and hunt prey. That's what he was reduced to. Go ahead.
And Esau said in his heart, the days of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Jacob.
Yeah, bro. This was his mentality from the jump. And he executed that mentality generations later. Where we at?
Verse 42. Genesis chapter 27, verse 42. And these words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Rebekah. And she sent and called Jacob her younger son.
Did y'all pick that up? First of all, it said Esau said these things in his heart. Then it comes back and said they were told to Rebekah.
Yep.
Most High was riding with Rebekah and Jacob. Who else was going to tell her something that was in a man's heart?
It's true.
When it said it was in his heart, he said it in his heart. He said these to himself in his own mind. How else was that going to be let out? Most High was dealing with Rebekah on Jacob's behalf.
Wow.
Look at the obedience of Rebekah, the faith of Rebekah. Go ahead.
And she sent and called Jacob her younger son, and said unto him, Behold, thy brother Esau, as touching thee, doth comfort himself, purposing to kill thee.
He does what?
Purposing to kill thee.
See, that's what they take comfort in. Putting you to death. They take comfort in killing your children. They take comfort in putting bullets in a black man. We're going to put him down like dogs. Put him down like cattle. They take comfort in the hunt. Don't y'all see that? Esau is comfortable in his blessing, man. He's comfortable in the position of taking life. Whew.
Alligator bait.
That's his position. That's his comfort zone.
Yep.
Y'all know how crazy that is?
I watched this movie, and it was like set into like when the cowboys and stuff like that, right? When the first
Wild West.
came.
Mm-hmm.
And they would, these white men would go and get some Israelites, and they would capture them, and then other people would come, and then they'd be like, all right, I want like 2. And then they let them run, and then they go and hunt them down, kill them, and then skin them, and then throw them in the river and stuff.
Con. What's that?
They still do that.
Con.
In Grand Junction, my mom works for wealthy people.
Okay.
One of the guys that takes care of this guy's like land, he has like acres and acres. They told him one weekend, leave, don't be on the land. We're gonna get here, don't be there. And he accidentally was there, and he saw them drop off. They came in a helicopter, and they dropped off 2. I don't know if they were Issachar or Judah, but 2 dark men, and they told him to run. And then Esau came out with guns. They were gonna hunt them.
See that?
And they make movies about it.
Yeah. Yeah. They love it. They live for that. They live for the hunt. But see, they can't just keep hunting people. That's why they do. They'll hunt bears. And how do they hunt bears? Well, they'll have their dogs hound the bear, and they'll chase bears up into the trees, and then they'll run behind the dog, shoot the bears. They love it. They'll duck hunt, and what do? They send their dog, get him. Dog will go get the duck that they hunted. They live for the bloodshed. God, don't y'all get it? These niggas live to shed blood. Any way we can do it. If we can abort your babies, guess what? Bloodshed. If we can kill y'all by food, bloodshed. If we can kill you in the streets, blood. If we can get you to kill each other, we've accomplished our comfort. Oh my gosh.
Man, that's golly.
For the scripture.
Whew. Bro. That just shed a whole new light and gave me a different type of tingle. That shed a whole new light on this man. And again, what other people takes comfort in killing other people on a mass scale?
Like, they even do it like in your pregnancy. Like when I was pregnant with Hannah, they tried to tell me that like I had some weird stuff in my blood and that I needed to take all this medication. But then I got my blood work done this year with this baby, and they're like, yeah,
Good.
you're good. Nothing. nothing wrong with you. Pass all the tests, you good. It's like, wow.
Read that one more time, bro. I hope y'all letting this sink in. Was it? Yes.
I was gonna say, this is a deep scripture because even if you hear them talk, when they're talking about conquering and all that, they always say, well, everybody did it, we just did it the best.
We did it the best. We used our blessing to our advantage. I mean, think about it. When you read, there's another book, it's called, man, I forget the name of the book, but how they went to Hispaniola and how they would string people up by their hands.
The destruction of the West Indies.
Is that what it's called? The destruction of the West Indies? And what they would do is, these niggas would test out how good they could swing their sword.
Yep.
They would make bets on who could swing their sword and cut a person in half with one blow.
Yep.
That was their betting. Who could swing that sword and cut a man in half with one hit?
Yep. You gotta read that book.
You talking about live people hanging like this, and they would just go up and just, who could swing that sword? That's the games that they played. That's the bets they made.
Yep.
I mean, come on, bro. What mentality did you really have to see if I could cut a live person in half with my sword in one swing? Well, it's showing us right here Esau's mentality. Nobody could. This one scripture right here. I don't know why. You can never, ever disqualify the white man in America and in Europe as the Edomites.
That's true.
Ever. This scripture right here unequivocally proves it.
In the book, when you read the book, it talks about how they did 12 natives. They'll hang them up, and then they'll light the fire where it won't be so hot, but it'll be hot enough to
toast the bottom of their feet.
Toast them, and they'll be moaning all night long because they're so weak and they can't even move.
Yeah,
man, that's
it's
torture.
just burning you. What's that?
It's even like you see how the Romans and stuff did when they had the gladiators.
Yeah.
And all of them were mostly our people.
It was our people. They were fighting bears, lions, whatever they can get them to fight, or just bigger giants, because they love that bloodshed. And guess what? What do you think they get MMA fighting? Boxing? Do y'all remember that, like the first MMA?
Oh, that's brutal.
Bro, you could bite, kick a cat in the balls, punch a nigga's eye out. Like, it was blood everywhere. It was what?
No weight class.
No weight class. Yeah,
small dude.
Yeah, a small dude with a big dude just mollywopping this cat. And they love to sit in the front so the blood could splash on them. All they do is throw up the little bloody curtain.
I never knew that.
Yeah, they would just do this to block the blood.
And then they go, yeah.
Yeah. Because Esau is a bloodthirsty demon.
Man, these fools ain't changed.
Behold, thy brother Esau, as touching me, doeth comfort himself, proposing to kill me. Bruh. Y'all really want to think and act like Esau is about your posterity and your uplifting? It comforts him to kill you. The thought, just to propose the thought, puts him at ease. Just to propose, it says it, proposing to kill thee. To propose something, you just bringing it out. You haven't even done it yet. The proposing of killing you is what comforts him. The thought, the knowing that, you know what? I could pull a black man over today, put a bullet in his ass, blame it on him being black, and get off. That gets them off.
Damn.
That gets their jollies off. That's what comforts him. That is key. I had it highlighted here too. I knew I had it highlighted for a reason.
That's their thought process.
That's their thought process, and it has never changed. They just didn't have a chance to do it when they wanted, but now they do. Read on.
Verse 43. Now therefore, my son, obey my voice and arise. Flee thou to Laban, my brother, to Haran. And tarry with him a few days, until thy brother's fury turn away. Until thy brother's anger turn away from thee, and he forget that which thou hast done to him.
But Esau ain't never forgot. Go ahead.
Then I will send and fetch thee from thence. Why should I be deprived also of you both in one day?
Because Esau killed Jacob, the Most High killed Esau. Or get him ran off like Cain. Remember? Cain killed Abel. Most High said, get up out of here now. You're going to be a vagabond and a fugitive. Get away from your people. That's what Rebecca was reflecting on. I'm going to lose both of you. He's going to kill you, and the Most High is going to do something to him. Whether send him to another land or get him killed.
Wow.
Read.
And Rebekah said unto Isaac, I am weary of my life because of the daughters of Heth.
Ooh. I'm weary of my life because of these Hittite women that Esau took. The daughters of Heth were Hittite women, Canaanites. I don't know what I would do with life now. Go ahead.
If Jacob take a wife of the daughters of Heth, such as these which are of the daughters of the land, what good shall my life do me?
You got to ask yourself that. Your kids take the daughters of men out in that world. What good is your life? My son takes a wife of these filthy little bodies. What good is my life if I allow him to do that? What good is my life? What did I accomplish? Man, yep. Where we at? No. Is it your time to read, or we got one more reader?
No, I'm going to read. It's Genesis chapter 28, verse 1. And Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and charged him and said unto him, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. Arise, go to Padanaram, to the house of Bethuel, thy mother's father, and take thee a wife from thence of the daughters of Laban, thy mother's brother. And the Most High Almighty bless thee, and make thee fruitful, and multiply thee, that thou mayest be a multitude of people. And give thee the blessing of Abraham, to thee and to thy seed with thee, that thou mayest inherit the land wherein thou art a stranger, which the Most High gave unto Abraham. And Isaac sent away Jacob, and he went to Padanaram unto Laban, son of Bethuel the Syrian, the brother of Rebekah, Jacob's and Esau's mother. Verse 6. When Esau saw that Isaac had blessed Jacob, and sent him away to Padanaram to take him a wife from thence, and that as he blessed him, he gave him a charge, saying, Thou shalt not take a wife of the daughters of Canaan. And that Jacob obeyed his father and his mother.
He did what?
Jacob obeyed his father and his mother,
Yep.
and was gone to Padanaram. And Esau, seeing that the daughters of Canaan pleased not Isaac his father, then went Esau unto Ishmael, and took unto the wives, which he had, Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael, Abraham's sons, the sister of Nebajoth, to be his wife.
So he tried to fix two mistakes by making another mistake. Because who told him to do that? He was like, oh, okay, so the Canaanite chicks is whack. Well, let me go get an Ishmaelite. Nigga, you don't know your history. Ishmael got kicked out for a reason. Ishmael got kicked out for a reason because he wasn't it. He wasn't it. And guess what? You gonna go take his daughters?
Yeah.
They ain't it either. But he thought he was doing something. Presumptuous.
It's going to make it better.
Self-will.
Make it better.
Where we at?
We're going to Malachi chapter 1 and verse 1.
Oh, that was it?
Yeah, that was it. Book of Malachi chapter 1 verse 1.
Yeah, it was Malachi. Malachi was in that city called, got the name of the city, man. It's a dope city, though.
Okay, there we go. Malachi chapter 1 verse 1. The burden of the word of the Lord to Israel by Malachi. I have loved you, saith the Lord. Yet ye say, wherein hast thou loved us? Was not Esau Jacob's brother, saith the Lord. Yet I loved Jacob. And I hated Esau,
and laid his mountains and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness. Whereas Edom said, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places.
And this is what they always try to do. They did this when we left out of Israel. They ran in there in the 40s and did what? They rebuilt it. Tel Aviv and all them places, they rebuilt the old wastelands. Go ahead.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down.
So when you build up these walls and think that this is it, but look at all the homosexuality running through Israel. They build it up one way, and the Most High is letting it be destroyed another way. Read.
And they shall call them the border of wickedness.
The what?
The border of wickedness.
Doesn't matter where you go in Esau's kingdoms. It's always wicked. You go to Russia, it's wicked. You go to Israel, it's wicked. You come to America, it's wicked. No matter where you go, and it's an Edomite ran nation or province, it's wickedness. Read.
And the people offer polluted bread upon mine altar.
See, now he's switching it up. He prophesied on Esau, now he's going in on us. Go ahead. With Thanksgiving, it's a time of family and celebration. See, it's Jesus' birthday. That's the mind state. Like, no, we didn't pollute it. Nigga, yeah, you did. Go ahead.
In that ye say, the table of the Lord is contemptible. And if ye offer the blind for sacrifice, is it not evil?
Yep.
And if ye offer the lame and sick, is it not evil?
Yep.
Offer it now unto thy governor. Will he be pleased with thee, or accept thy person, saith the Lord of hosts? And now I pray you, beseech the Most High that he will be gracious unto us. This hath been by your means. Will he regard your persons, saith the Lord of hosts? Who is there even among you that would shut the doors for naught? Neither do ye kindle fire on mine altar for naught. I have no pleasure in you, saith the Lord of hosts. Neither will I accept an offering at your hand. For from the rising of the sun, even unto the going down of the same, my name shall be great among the Gentiles. And in every place incense shall be offered unto my name. And a pure offering for my name shall be great among the heathens, saith the Lord of hosts.
Because you didn't want to do it, so guess what? I'm going to have them do it. Remember Romans 11? Right. Through our fall,
11, 12.
Came the riches to the Gentiles. He said, if y'all don't want to magnify my name as the people I chose, I'll just be magnified in the Gentiles for a moment. Go ahead.
Verse 12. But ye have profaned it, in that ye say, the table of the Lord is polluted, and the fruit thereof, even his meat, is contemptible. Ye said also, behold, what a weariness is it.
Yeah, like, damn, we got to do all these sacrificing, and we got to do all this, and man, burnt offering, heave offering, wave offering. We got to do the Sabbath, every Sabbath. Damn. We got to do an 8-day feast all the time. Bruh, really? I got to go through all this, man, I don't know. Why? Why I got to wear these garments? Submit, righteous, husband. Why I got to take care of all these damn kids? All the things that the Most High wanted us to do to show our obedience to him, we got wearied. We got tired of doing them, man. We took them for granted. Just like, Esau. So we gave up our birthright for a moment as a nation and gave our birthright to the rest of the world. And guess what we're trying to do now? What about us? Bless us, oh Father. We begging for our birthright back.
That's true.
We begging for that birthright. We're begging for our language. We're begging for our customs. We're begging for our heritage. Right? We're begging for those things back because we said, man, when we had it, 40 years of peace, that ain't good enough. 40 years of righteous rulership with David, that ain't good enough. We got to go be wicked. Wicked king. Damn, you know what? We messed up. Righteous king. It don't matter. Wicked, flip-flop, back and forth. Captivities. Lord, we won't do it no more. Okay, I got y'all. Now we in 500 plus years of this damn hell, and we begging. Begging to get out, man. Go ahead.
Verse 13. And ye have snuffed at it, saith the Lord of hosts. And ye brought that which was torn, and the lame, and the sick. Thus ye brought an offering. Should I accept this of your hand, saith the Lord?
Just because you brought it don't mean he got to take it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just because you brought it don't mean it's acceptable. Cain brought an offering. If thou doest well, would that not be accepted? But if you do negative, sin lieth at the door. Go ahead.
Verse 14. But cursed be the deceiver.
But what?
Cursed be the deceiver.
Cursed be the deceiver. The one that wants to bring an offering knowing that it's not the right offering. The one that wants to present things and knowing that that's not going to be the way it needs to be. Go ahead.
Which hath in his flock a male.
Right.
And voweth, and sacrificeth unto the Lord a corrupt thing. For I am a great king, saith the Lord of hosts, and my name is dreadful among the heathen.
Yeah, the heathen fear. What the hell is your problem? They look at Abimelech. he chasing Isaac down to make covenants. What the hell is your problem, Esau? Remember, Esau was a Hebrew. The Hebrew man. Abimelech had respect. What the hell is our problem?
Yep.
Was that it for you?
Unless you want to read two.
Two and what? Is it my go?
Nah, I just read. Well, I'm about to read this.
I'll read it. Malachi chapter 2 and verse 1. And now, O ye priests, this commandment is for you. If you will not hear, and if you will not lay it to heart, and give glory unto my name, saith the Lord of hosts, I will even send a curse upon you, and I will curse your blessings. Yea, I have cursed them already, because you do not lay it to heart.
Dang.
Behold, I will corrupt your seed, and spread dung upon your faces, and even the dung of your solemn feasts, and one shall take you away with it. Are we not taken away with these garbage holidays? Is our seed not cursed? Don't you walk around like you got crap smeared on your face? Because one minute you think you're doing good, the next minute it's like smack in the face with doo-doo. This is how we living, man. That's how our people are living. And you shall know that I have sent this commandment unto you, that my covenant might be with Levi, saith the Lord of hosts. My covenant is with him of life and peace. And I gave them to him for the fear wherewith he feared me, and was afraid before my name. The law of truth was in his mouth, and iniquity was not found in his lips. He walked with me in peace and in equity, and did turn many away from iniquity. For the priest's lips shall keep knowledge, and they shall seek the law at his mouth, for he is the messenger of the Lord of hosts. Go to Matthews. Bro, y'all messed this up. Y'all don't see what y'all did? There was another reader that was supposed to come up. I just read this. So who's supposed to read that?
Yeah, but there was no readers.
But Naya was here.
I just came in.
No, but Naya was here to be suited up after he was done. Trust me. They've been sitting here. I gotta pay attention.
I thought, yeah.
Yeah, it's all good. Go to Matthew 10 and 21. Yeah, they were here. I was like, damn, that's cool. So you just rusty. Matthew chapter 10, 21. 10:21. And brother shall deliver up brother to death, and the father and the child. Ooh. And the children shall raise up against their parents and curse them to be put to death. So this is talking about this is when he sent out the apostles. He said, beware, I send you out as sheep amongst wolves. And he was warning them about the things that could befall them, right? Being sent out. It's the same thing with us. We out here as sheep amongst wolves. It's a dog eat sheep world. Dogs ain't eating dogs. Dogs are eating sheep. Right? And ye shall be hated of all men for my name's sake, but he that endureth to the end shall be saved. But when they persecute you in the city, flee you unto another. For verily I say unto you, you shall not have gone over the cities of Israel till the Son of Man be come. The disciple is not above his master, nor the servant above his Lord. It is enough for the disciple that he be as his master, and the servant as his Lord. If they have called the master of the house of Beelzebub, how much more shall they call them of his house? How much more shall they call them of his household? I'll read it again. It is enough for the disciple that he be called as his master, and the servant as his Lord. If they have called the master of the house Beelzebub, how much more shall they call them of his household? So what does he say? Remember, what do they say about Christ? Oh, you're the devil. You got Satan. You're a glutton. You're a drunkard, right? So what was he warning them of? When you go out representing me or doing things in my name, they're gonna call you a devil. They're gonna say you do things in the name. Remember, he said you cast out devils in the name of devils. That's what the Pharisees were on. He's like, well, how can Satan cast out Satan? Right? It don't work. You call it, what do you say? John came not eating and drinking. You say he had the devil. Son of Man came eating and drinking. You call him a wine bibber and a gluttonous. So what are they going to say to the apostles? You niggas is wine bibbers and gluttonous too. So he was warning them. 26. Fear not them, therefore, for there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, and hid that shall not be known. What I tell you in darkness, that speak ye in light, and what you hear in the air, that preach ye upon housetops. Fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell. Are not 2 sparrows sold for 1 farthing? And one of them shall not fall to the ground without your Father. But the very hairs of your head are all numbered. Fear ye not, therefore, ye are of more value than many sparrows. Whosoever therefore shall confess me before men, him will I confess also before my Father which is in heaven. But whosoever shall deny me before men, him will I also deny before my Father which is in heaven. Think not that I come to send peace on earth. I come not to send peace, but a sword. For I am come to set a man at variance against his father, and the daughter against her mother, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. And a man's foes shall be they of his own house. And if you just bring it right back to the reading, was not Esau Jacob's foe? Why were they at odds? Well, because Jacob moved in a different light, in a different way than Esau. Esau was of the wicked one. Jacob was of the righteous one. That was the variance. That was the set apart. 2 manner of nations shall be separated from thy bowels. 2 manner of people. 2 different thought processes. Right? And he that loveth father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. And he that loveth son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And he that taketh not his cross and followeth after me is not worthy of me. Y'all see that? Go from there. Go to Judith. Go to Judith. Go to Judith. We're done with Judith now. We're about to knock it out in this chapter. And then we're going to be in what? Esther? We're going to be in. Damn, but we need to start Esther in the Bible. You know why? Because remember, this is the rest of Esther. So whoever does the reading next week, you have to do Esther in the Bible before we can go Esther in the Apocrypha. Just add it into the reading. 1st chapter, 2nd chapter. Let's see here. Judith chapter 16, right? Judith 16. Then Judith began to sing this thanksgiving in all Israel. And all the people sang after her this song of praise with timbrels. Sing unto my Lord with cymbals. Tune unto him a new song. Exalt him and call upon his name. For the Most High breaketh the battles. For among the champs in the midst of the people, he hath delivered me out of the hands of them that persecute me. Ashur came out of the mountains from the north. He came with 10,000 of his army, the multitude whereof stopped the torrents, and their horsemen have covered the hills. He bragged that he would burn up my borders and kill my young men with the sword, and dash the suckling children against the ground, and make mine infants as prey. For the mighty one did the daughter of Merari weaken him with the beauty of her countenance. Damn. Whining women cause men of power to fall. For she put off the garment of her widowhood for the exaltation of those that are oppressed in Israel, and anointed her face with ointment, and bound her hair in a tire, and took a linen garment to deceive him. You see that? What is it saying? She used her beauty in a way to accomplish something righteous. She didn't use her beauty to go out here and be his little side piece and thought and be a whore. She used that beauty and accomplished a good feat. That's why the scriptures say, though, look not on a woman for her beauty. Beauty is vain. He got caught up in that. Her sandals, check this out. This nigga was simple. Her sandals ravished his eyes. Her beauty took his mind prisoner. Oh, Jesus. Many have gone out of their wits for a woman and commit sin for a woman.
And foot fetish, that's all they do.
Huh?
He had foot fetish, that's all they do.
Yeah, he had a foot fetish? Yeah, he trying to lick on some toes. Damn. Listen, it said her beauty took his mind prisoner. And the function passed through his neck. Oh, she was able to behead him. The Persians quaked at her boldness, and the Medes were daunted at her hardness. Then many afflicted shouted for joy, and my weak ones cried aloud. But they were astonished. These lifted up their voices, but they were overthrown. The sons of the damsel have pierced them through, and wounded them as fugitives, children. They perish by the battle of the Lord. Talking about war. You talking about art of war? Most High use somebody's beauty against you. Man. I will sing unto the Lord a new song. O Lord, thou art great and glorious, wonderful in strength and invincible. Let all creatures serve thee. For thou spakest, and they were made. Thou didst send forth thy spirit, and it created them. Whew. And there is none that can resist thy voice. For the mountains shall be moved from their foundations with the waters. The rock shall melt as wax at thy presence. Yet thou art merciful to them that fear thee. For all sacrifice is too little for a sweet Savior unto thee. And all the fat is not sufficient for thy burnt offering. But he that feareth the Lord is great at all times. Woe to the nations that rise up against my kindred. The Lord Almighty will take vengeance of them in the day of judgment, in putting fire and worms in their flesh. They shall feel them and weep forever. Now as soon as they entered into Jerusalem, they worshiped the Lord. And as soon as the people were purified, they offered their burnt offerings and their free offerings and their gifts. Judith also dedicated all the stuff of Holofernes which the people had given her, and gave the canopy which she had taken out of his bedchamber for a gift unto the Lord. So the people continued feasting in Jerusalem before the sanctuary of the space of 3 months, and Judith remained with them. After this time, everyone returned to his own inheritance. And Judith went to Bethuliah, and remained in her own possession, and was in her time honorable in all the country. And many desired her. Ooh. Many desired her, but none knew her all the days of her life. Ooh, wee. Damn. I want her to be the wife. Nah, bro. You ain't worthy of this. Right? After that, Manasseh, her husband, was dead and was gathered to his people. So they was trying to get with her after her husband died. Yeah. Right? She increased more and more in honor and waxed old in her husband's house, being 105 years old, and made her made free. So she died in Bethulia, and they buried her in the cave of her husband Manasseh. Damn. Nice. It's a good little one right here. She got buried in what? The cave, or a sepulcher. And the house of Israel lamented her 7 days, and before she died, she did distribute her goods unto all them that were nearest of kindred to Manasseh, her husband. Think about that.
That's cool.
Think about that. She didn't go to her family side, she went to her husband's side. That's a man. And to them that were the nearest of her kindred. So she went to her husband's side first, and then to her kindred. And there was none that made the children of Israel any more afraid in the days of Judith, nor a long time after her death. Barakatah Yahweh. Any questions on that reading? Okay. Any questions off the reading? Now is the time. If you got questions, we'll give them a second. Yeah. Right?
Good
reading. Read. It was good before we even touched the reading. It got spicy up in here. It got hot up in here real fast. Like, wait a minute. Hold up. No, listen. The whole point is what? What is the whole point? Is it to bash and chastise? No, it's to, somebody has to be seeing what is going on with our people and showing them. And saying, listen, we've been making these mistakes thinking that we're right. That's the problem. We make a lot of mistakes thinking that we're right because there's a little bit of a good result that comes. But in the majority of things, in the bigger spectrum, we've been wrong for so long. In the pursuit of happiness and prosperity, we've been wrong, man. So, any questions on the line before we end it? You got a question? What's that?
I just want to figure out, like, when you was talking about Romans 11.
Right.
I hear, like, a lot of different ways how people break that down.
Right.
But to me, it's like, from what I hear,
it's
like y'all the only one that has it right. It seems like everybody be trying to force Romans 11 to make it all about us.
Yeah, no, it's not. Romans 11 ain't all about us. It was about the nations. It was about showing our fall. I mean, it really still is all about us. But you know, if they read it real slow and understand history, and that's the problem with a lot of. The problem is there's a lack of understanding historical facts and events, and then understanding the things that happen in the Bible. Because all Paul was doing was just recapping in Romans what happened to Israel as a nation and how we fell and how the nations came up. Right. You know, so.
When I hear people break it down, nobody ever says it's the nations. They always say it's Israel in the whole Romans 11.
Oh no, hell no. Remember, he said I magnify my office as a what do you say? A prophet of the Gentiles. He don't say it in those words. What do you say? Because even the Gentiles, the Gentiles that he was talking about were obviously Gentiles in the Israelite state Israelites in the Gentile state of mind. But you know, when you read Romans 11, when it's talking about this olive branch and grafted in contrary to nature. Verse 24, that's talking about Israel. All right, that's talking about Esau, excuse me. The wild olive tree, that was talking about the nations in verse 17.
Nobody says that.
Yeah, verse 16, if the first fruit be holy, we're the first fruit, Israel. The lump is also holy. If the root be holy, so are the branches. Right? If you look at a tree, and you look at a family tree, and you look at Abraham's family tree, Abraham was a righteous man. Those branches were holy. Everything that came from it was supposed to be holy, but you had splinters that branched off. Ishmael branched off. Esau branched off. They became what? The wild olive tree that was trying to be grafted. You see that? And it just goes in, but really, you got to start at 11 and verse 11 to really understand what it's going into. You know, you got to know Deuteronomy. Yeah. It's, you know, it's a good chapter. But that's what a lot of cats is doing. Like, I got to make this sound good to the masses. That ain't what it's about. You know? Let's see here. Was there something? Time to say 3 score 20 and 10, or 3 score 10 and 7. That's 3 score is 60. That's 77. So a score, 4 score. That's old. That's old English. That's old talk. 4 score and da 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 da. Huh? Yeah, Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, 4 scores. That's 80 years. So a score is 20 years. That's how you count that. And you'll see it. It says it a lot in the Bible. Just old talk. I mean, that looks like that's it. Ooh, 29 thumbs up. Come on, man. Where's my thumbs down at? What's that? Oh, you want to? Oh, thumbs down up? For the algorithm, baby.
Take care of you?
For the algorithm, baby. What's up, Benai?
I have a question about the Malachi chapter 1 verse 3.
Read it.
It says, "And I hated Esau,
Right?
and laid his mountains, and his heritage waste for the dragons of the wilderness."
Right?
What was the dragons?
Well, it wasn't actual dragons, because ain't no such thing, Charlie Murphy. Right? But look, like when it says unicorns, right? We know that's not a really unicorn. But look, let's just see what it was talking about. Malachi 1 and 3. Da-da-da-da. 3 dragons. Jackals. You know a jackal? A female jackal. Yeah.
These dogs.
Dogs.
Why is it called man's best friend?
A jackal, but a jackal is more of a wilder, like the jackals, they're out there in, where do they have jackals at? In Africa, right? Yeah, they're not hyenas and they're not domesticated dogs, they're like a wild dog. Yeah, oh yeah. They'll eat you. They'll eat you dead or alive. They'll pick you apart. So that's what that was talking about. Jackals, meaning what? Remember we talked about this be thrown out in the open for dogs to come and pick at it and eat? It mean that nobody cared about, nobody had the respect for you to bury you or to hide your things in the house or protect your things. He said, I would leave your heritage waste for the dragons to eat up, for dogs to just rip through, because it was vanity, it was nothing. So the jackals, or the dragons, female jackal. Yes, sir. Jackals, sea monsters, and it says meaning unknown. Probably feminine of a female jackal. Yep. So the dogs, right? Dogs. It says it. I think it says it in other places too. Let's see. But you get that?
Yeah, the NLT says jackals.
Yeah. Yeah. What else?
There's a question question online from Samara that says, is it lawful to donate organs once we die?
Well, I'm going to answer the question the way you asked it. There's no law that says thou shalt not donate your organs. So there's no law that says it, but is that what we did? We didn't, when we died, the only ones that went into the organs and start removing things, that was the Egyptians. Now, when you die, are you going to donate your organs? I probably wouldn't do that. I probably wouldn't be an organ donor. I probably want to die with all my organs in my body. But there's no law that says that if you do it, it's a sin. We just never read about. You never read about anyone like an Abraham. You know, Abraham died and he took his organs out and held them just in case Isaac needed them. You don't read about that. Right? We don't read about that, and
I see your name in the database and be like, oh, there go a man.
right? That's what they doing. That's what they kidnapping cats. But yeah, as far as like it being written in the Bible as a like thou shalt not, you got to see that. Think about the life that we lived, the length of time that we lived. We weren't worried about our organs failing because why? We actually lived a little bit different, cleaner lives, man. In this day and age, it's a little different. Somebody might need a kidney. Somebody might need, it doesn't say that it's a sin. Doesn't say that you can do it, doesn't say that you can't do it. I haven't read anything, right? Me personally, would I be an organ donor? I don't know. In my death? I don't know. I don't know the implications of that. I'd have to, I don't know. I don't know what that does for anything kingdom-wise. I don't know. But it doesn't say thou shalt not. It doesn't say that it's a sin if you do it. The thing is, we just never did it. You see that? We just never did it. You just got to look at it like this. Why does a person have to get an organ? Well, the scriptures say, he that sinneth against his maker, let him fall into the hands of the physician. Right? So why would I need a whole new liver? Well, I destroyed my first liver. Drinking, bad eating, all those things. Do the things to not have to be in that position, I guess. Yeah, and then you gotta think about it like this too. Who they really gonna get that liver? Like your nice, young, tender liver and organs, they giving those to white folks. So even in death, I wouldn't want my nice, healthy organs to keep some crusty white man alive. Just wouldn't.
I said donate it to your brother while you're alive if you knew he needed a kidney or part of the liver or something.
Yeah, if a brother needed a kidney or something, maybe if he asked me nice. That's a tough decision. Because you got to think about what that's going to do for your life if you make it out the surgery. You can't drink. You can't. There's a lot of things you now can't do with one kidney or a piece of a liver.
Look at George Lopez. He destroyed his kidneys for drinking so much, and his wife gave him one. Then he divorced her.
Oh damn!
Oh damn!
He divorced
That's
her.
a cold-blooded man.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Latin guy, Latino.
George Lopez is a comedian. Damn, that's cold. 'Cause, yeah, he was sick.
Mm-hmm.
He was definitely sick. He had some kidney failures.
His wife gave him her kidney and turned around, divorced her.
You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna look into that, like organ transplanting and where that came about. But we didn't go that. You never read that we went that far as to like. Remember when you read about who was it? King. It was like King Joachim. And it said the Most High plagued him in his guts, and his bowels fell out. Like, he couldn't go get a whole new stomach. He just had to die. You know, but as far as it being a sin, it just doesn't say it. But was that something that we did? You don't read about that. You don't read about us implanting other organs into the body, and because where does it stop? When you start doing that, where does it stop? Well, now they're putting pig valves in people's hearts, right? And using pig parts because they say the pig is the closest to the human anatomy, and they use the pig parts. So where does it stop? Where now it's no longer to save life, but to be God. You know, I look at that as playing God.
I was reading an article where they actually trying to
Do the heart.
like grow pigs with human type organs.
To incubate the organs, to have them on tap. So if your heart fails, you can just go get this pig heart.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know. But where does it? Now they're playing God, but that's Esau. They sit in the seat of God and say that I am God. You know. So think about it. What did we do when people were sick? If you had an ailment, what did you do? Well, we did what the scriptures say. What?
You separated from them.
You separate them. You evaluate them. You change. He that is weak, you got herbs. You change your diet. See, why do people got to go get 15 hearts? Well, because they don't want to change their diet. They don't want to do the main thing. Because what happens when you get a heart? Because you destroyed yours, and then you get another heart. If you don't change your mind state, you're gonna just destroy that heart, and that liver, and those lungs, and that kidney. Smokers. I destroyed my lungs. Now I got lung cancer. Now I need a lung transplant. Did you stop smoking? For the moment, so I get the transplant. Then we go back and smoke some more? Like, it's a mentality.
Damn.
Yeah, so nasty ass Esau. Accustomed to the splendid baths of Baghdad, the traveler could not get over the distance of taste. Ah! Wow. Whoa. Who said this? Zion? Zion just sent me an excerpt. What book is this? It says nasty ass Esau. But yeah, I don't think we went as far, like when it says let him fall into the hand of the physician. Our physicians back then weren't taking a heart out of this person and putting it in this person. You don't read about us giving up our organs at death to have them for the next person. You see that? So I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend that. What else?
There's nothing else online.
Okay. Nothing else in class? Okay, I know. We did it. We did the damn thing. Imagine we're putting y'all quick done. Rise and face these. Close it out. I love this Bible.
Oh, you gotta wait for him, right?
No, go ahead. Don't worry about that.
All right. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
How Hashem Yahushai.
Baba Kushai.
Baba Kushai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Lanawa.
Lanawa.
Shalach Ma'aka Allah.
Shalach Ma'aka Allah.
Waha Alahayim.
Wa'alahayim.
Lashamar Al.
Lashamar Al.
Barak.
Barak.
Rapah.
Rapah.
Kazak.
Kazak.
Slack it. Wa.
Wa.
Chazak.
Chazak.
Ha'ayin,
Ha'ayin,
Yashra'Allah.
Yashra'Allah.
Also send unto us
Also send unto
much
us
wisdom,
much wisdom,
much knowledge,
much knowledge,
much understanding,
much understanding,
much patience,
much patience,
much faith,
much faith,
much brotherhood,
much brotherhood,
and much love.
and much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
Forgive all of our sins.
Forgive all of our sins.
Yahushai, come quickly.
Yahushai, come quickly.
For indeed is our hope.
For indeed is our hope.
Always and forever.
Always and forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Go ahead.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, please listen to us right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and to make strong the people of Israel. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahushai, come quickly, for in thee is our hope, always and forever. Amen.
Hashem Yahushai, Hashem Yahushai, Hawa
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the law.
Barakatah Yahweh,
Barakatah Yahweh,
Hashem Yahushai,
Hashem Yahushai,
Hawa
War. Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh,
Barakatah Yahweh,
Hashem Yahushai,
Hashem Yahushai,
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh,
Barakatah Yahweh,
Hashem Yahushai,
Hashem Yahushai,
Shaman, Zayat, Lamashat, Yashra'Allah.
Yashra'Allah.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And of course, we'll anoint at the end. Psalms 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
To sing praise unto thy name.
Our Most High.
Our Most High.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon the instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
Upon the harp with the solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh.
For thou, Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy works.
Make me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
Yahweh,
how great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth a fool understand it.
Neither doth a fool understand it.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the
And
grass.
when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do
It
flourish.
is that day shall be destroyed forever.
It is that day shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
But thou, Yahweh,
are most high forevermore.
are most high forevermore.
Below thine enemies.
Below thine enemies.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
below thine enemies.
below thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity
Shall be scattered.
shall be scattered.
But my horn.
But my horn
Shalt thou exalt.
shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oils.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye
Also shall see
My desire and mine enemy.
my desire of my
And mine
enemies.
ears shall hear.
My ears shall hear
My desire of the wicked.
my desire of the wicked
That rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like a palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahushai.
Those that be planted in the house of
Shall
Yahweh
flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old
They
age.
shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and
To
flourishing.
show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is
He
upright.
is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
Wada,
Wada,
Yad,
Yad,
Aman.
Aman.
This is Psalms chapter 133. Shayar, Hamalawad, Ladawad, Hanad, Matawad, Oman, Na'ayam, Shabbat, Akyam, Gum, Yechad, Kashamun, Hatawad, Ayil, Hara'ash, Yarad, Ayil, Hazakwan, Aharon, Shayarad, Al-Payad, Madawat, Katol, Chamram 1, Shayarad, Ayil, Harayad, Tazayah 1, Kaya, Shum, Tazawah, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, Aid, Ha'aywalam. Amen.
To Psalms 133, behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, as the dew that descend upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
The water.
The water.
The yad.
The yad.
Amen.
Amen.
Men of Israel, Imad, Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushai Barakatam.
Kum Rashwal.
Kum Yeshua.
Kum Rashwal.
Kum Yeshua.
Kum Rashwal.
Kum Yeshua. Got him a time. Turn to face sisters. Call it.
Salute not the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Imad, Barak.
Yahweh Shemalathan, Yahweh Shem Yahushai. Yad Matah. Let's say some salam to everybody online.
Shalom.